to Bloomberg Markets. From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, we're taking you from San Francisco to Mexico City and, of course, Washington, D.C. this hour. Here are the top stories on the Bloomberg and from around the world we're following. President Donald Trump is getting ready to act on two of the most controversial elements of his campaign: building a wall along the Mexico border and limiting refugee inflows into the U.S. In the markets, the Dow Jones Industrial Average tops 20,000 for the first time in history as earnings fuel a global rally. And in business, former Goldman Sachs President Gary Cohn's move from Wall Street to Washington is turning into a major payday. A look at how much he's walking away with. We are halfway into the trading day here in the U.S. We know one thing about today's trading day. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle is going to tell us more.
Well, undoubtedly, the big story today, Vonnie, is Dow 20,000. We've been waiting 64 days since Dow 19,000 for the Dow to hit this psychologically important mark, and it has happened today. We also have nice strength for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, record highs across the board. And in fact, the Dow right now is on pace for its best two-day rally since December 8th. And this is important because Ari Wald of Oppenheimer, the head of technical analysis at Oppenheimer, earlier told our team that he does not see Dow 20,000 as an indication of future price, but he does say that this two-day rally signals that we're likely to see a resumption of the long-term uptrend. So in other words, more strength ahead. Interestingly, though, when we go into the Bloomberg and we take a look at BTV 5321, the Dow has so much momentum right now, it is well above its 200-day moving average. This tells us that the buyers are very much in control, but also to such an extent that perhaps we could see a bit of a pullback, up about 8.57% above the 200-day average. When this has happened over the last 20 years, it's tended to move down after that. So we may have a nice rally here, but it wouldn't be surprising to see a bit of a pullback at some point in the future. Turning to some stocks doing well today, building material stocks. Of course, one of the stories that Vonnie was just talking about is the expectation that President Trump is likely to sign a directive to start building a wall between Mexico and the U.S. In fact, ABC is saying that President Trump said that the construction will start within months. On this, we do have a big rally for the building materials companies, especially Cemex. This is the second largest cement company in the world, interestingly, based out of Mexico, but really rallying on the possibility that it could be involved in this wall construction. Lots of other strength here, again, for these building materials companies. And then finally, the Mexican peso, not so much. The Mexican peso has really been a proxy for Trump policy and attitude and positioning since he announced his candidacy back in 2014, down more than 60% over that time period, down today, down more than 1%, near session lows on this news about the wall. But interestingly, Mark Mobius of Templeton earlier said that he believes the Mexican peso is very undervalued, 20% below parity. He thinks that in which hotel residents hid under beds and others jumped out of windows to escape the attackers. The Obama administration, in its last days in power, sent $221 million to the Palestinians. The move, which came over the objection of congressional Republicans, is now being reviewed by the State Department to ensure that it follows the policy of the Trump administration. The Obama White House had been for some time pressing to release the money to fund humanitarian aid in the West Bank and Gaza. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,600 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Taylor Riggs. This is Bloomberg. David?
Taylor, thanks very much. President Donald Trump is expected to unveil plans for a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border this afternoon when he visits the Department of Homeland Security. In his first interview as president, Donald Trump spoke to ABC News anchor David Muir.
As soon as we can physically do it. We're
within months?
I would say in months, yeah. I would say in months. Certainly planning is starting immediately.
All right, here with the latest is Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli, who is standing by at the White House. Also joining us is Bloomberg's Eric Martin, who is in Mexico City. Kevin, let me start with you there. The president talking about timing for this. What sense do we have? What sense do we hope to get about timing from the president this afternoon? In general, after he makes a tweet like this, writes a tweet like this, how much does he flesh it out in a speech afterward?
David, the sources that I'm speaking with within the administration tell me that the work is already underway for how President Trump will work with Congress to implement the building and construction of this wall. What you're going to see later this afternoon is Trump urging Congress to begin to take immediate action to fulfill one of his most promised campaign iterations along the U.S.-Mexico border. Reaction, of course, has been swift and fast coming from his political opponents, including from Democrats who are looking to target key Republican lawmakers who are up in swing districts in 2018. They argue that doing so would, of course, go against one of the bedrocks of American principles in welcoming immigrants to the United States.
Eric Martin, if I can come to you in Mexico City, it must be a relief to hear that taxpayers will be reimbursed at a later date for people in Mexico, because that means that, at least for the moment, they're not paying for it.
Well, Vani, this announcement today, anticipated announcement, is being met with outrage here in Mexico. It comes as Mexican Foreign Minister Luis Videgaray and Economy Minister Ildefonso Guajardo are at the White House meeting for the first time with top aides and advisors to President Trump. And there are lots of calls from former Mexican officials from previous administrations, former Foreign Minister Jorge Castañeda saying that President Peña Nieto should immediately cancel his trip to the U.S. that's planned for next Tuesday, saying this is an outrage that when talks are beginning for the Trump administration to be making this kind of an announcement. And it's to some extent a relief, I think, for Mexico to be seeing that they're not going to be immediately paying for the wall. But there is the concern about NAFTA renegotiation. Mexico has said tariffs are unacceptable, but there are many forms and ways that the U.S. could try to have Mexico eventually reimburse the costs of the wall.
Kevin Cirilli, I want to ask you about the politics of this, not having Mexico pay for it, as Donald Trump said over and over and over again on the campaign trail. It was something that David Muir asked the president about in that interview. Let's take a listen.
Ultimately, it'll come out of what's happening with Mexico. We're going to be starting those negotiations relatively soon, and we will be, in a form, reimbursed by Mexico, which I've always said.
So they'll pay us back?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
They're going to pay us back, absolutely, he says there to David Muir. Kevin Cirilli, talk about the politics here. In my conversation with Michael McCall this morning, it sounds like he, the chair of the Homeland Security Committee on Capitol Hill, is still very much learning the details of this plan as it goes.
As is the media. No, great interview, by the way, with that. It's showing, if you will, that Republicans on Capitol Hill, as well as their respective staffs, are having a difficult time following the specific policy issues of how exactly President Trump will get the Mexican leadership to repay U.S. government and taxpayers. But the Trump political folks that I speak with argue that, number one, that they have always consistently said that taxpayers would initially foot the bill, but number two, that perhaps they would look for leverage in a variety of financial areas in order to put pressure on the Mexican government. The area that we hear most notably about, of course, is remittances and immigration remittances of funds being allowed to travel back from the U.S. to Mexico from immigrants. So clearly, Trump keeping his cards very close to his vest, but a lot of attention, more broadly speaking, on some of the key policy campaign promises that he is fulfilling this week, his first full week in office, on immigration, on trade policy, and also, to some extent, broader economic issues as well.
And in fact, Kevin, we are getting breaking news from that White House press conference being given by Sean Spicer, the daily press conference. There he is speaking, and some of the headlines, they've had a productive conversation with congressional leaders. He says Trump is going to take steps to secure the borders. He will sign a border security executive declaration, so that is coming, and will build a, quote, large physical barrier on the south border. Spicer also saying that one way or another, Mexico will pay for the barrier. And also on another topic, Spicer saying the U.S. will create more detention space at the southern border, and saying that there will be also an executive declaration on immigration inside the U.S. So one way or another, Mexico will pay for the barrier, and there will be an executive declaration on that, and also on immigration today.
Eric Martin, let me just ask you about the quality of the relationship here between the Mexican government and the Trump administration. I recall that very memorable trip that then candidate Donald Trump took to Mexico City. The foreign minister, I gather, is the gentleman who arranged that trip to Mexico City. Is there dialogue between these two sides?
Absolutely, and this is a step by the Mexican government sending the foreign minister to Washington in President Trump's first week, having President Peña Nieto go to Washington next week. It's an effort to try to establish those links and establish that dialogue very early in this administration. Analysts and economists say that what's been hurting Mexico most, sending the peso to a record low, is the uncertainty about what's going to happen with NAFTA, what's going to happen to the rules of the game that have been in place for more than 20 years. And so this is something that the Mexican government is very anxious to get out in front of. We've seen a strong push and planning to be talking with President Trump from day one. And certainly Mexico, I spoke yesterday with the foreign minister, Videgaray, who you mentioned, who President Trump has previously on Twitter praised as a wonderful man and someone with whom the U.S. can make wonderful deals. And Luis Videgaray said yesterday that, the U.S. can build a wall on its side of the border, and that as a sovereign nation, Mexico accepts that the U.S. can take steps for defense of its borders, but that Mexico, he was very adamant, Mexico will never pay in any form for the construction of the wall.
Kevin, who is going to design this executive action, once it gets fleshed out? We're obviously getting the signing of something today, but that'll just be a couple of pages. On this physical barrier that we're going to pay for and get reimbursed for, and also more detention space at the southern border, what will congressional Republicans say?
Two things. I think you can first and foremost look to Senator Jeff Sessions, who has since joined the Trump administration's cabinet. This was one of the most ultra-conservative members of Congress who was a staunch advocate for more stringent border policies between U.S. and Mexico, as well as for implementing more conservative immigration policies. His former chief advisor, Stephen Miller, has also joined the Trump administration as a chief policy advisor to President Trump. He is also someone who has really taken the issue in terms of crafting that specific policy. I would also just say that Eric's point about how this is juxtaposed and going to be worked in cohesion with NAFTA agreements as well as with trade agreements is a very smart point, and that another part of the leverage that the Trump administration as well as their allies in Congress view for perhaps getting Mexico to pay in some capacity for the creation of the wall, or what will be just a bolstering border control, is through that leverage. And again, those trade agreements are a big part of the leverage that the Trump administration is eyeing in terms of placing that pressure along its Mexican allies. Quickly, the last point that I would make is that both of these leaders, the president of Mexico as well as the president of the United States, are facing intense pressure within their own base to get a deal on this issue.
All right, gentlemen, thanks to you both. Really appreciate it. That's Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli joining us from Washington, D.C. outside the White House, and Eric Martin from Mexico City.
All right, and coming up, former Goldman Sachs President Gary Cohn's move from Wall Street to Washington is proving a major boon to his finances. Bloomberg's pay team crunched the numbers. This is Bloomberg.
Análisis de negocios.
Cuando Wall Street y la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores bajan la cortina. Aquí le tengo toda la información económica, financiera y de negocios que necesita para tomar decisiones. Yo soy Susana Sainz y lo espero de lunes a viernes a las 4 de la tarde por el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
Bienvenidos a la sección de Monobloc, con las noticias del sector automotriz más importantes. Arrancamos. BMW abrirá planta en México en 2019 pese a Trump. La compañía alemana mantendrá sus planes de abrir una planta en el país dentro de 3 años. Ciudad de México, principal destino de los autos verdes. La capital del país es el principal mercado donde se adquieren autos eléctricos e híbridos, pues 46.5% de las unidades comercializadas de enero a octubre de 2016 en el país se desplazaron en esta entidad. México puede defenderse ante impuestos fronterizos de Donald Trump. El país cuenta con las herramientas necesarias para defenderse si el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, decide poner un gran impuesto fronterizo, dijo Eduardo Solís, presidente de la Asociación Mexicana de la Industria Automotriz, AMIA. Mercedes-Benz rejuvenece autos compactos. La marca alemana presentó en Detroit los primeros ejemplos de rejuvenecimiento de la marca en vehículos compactos de la clase A y B. La próxima semana hablaremos de la importancia del sector automotriz de México para Estados Unidos y por qué Trump no debe imponer impuestos. Soy Axel Sánchez, nos vemos en el camino.
El financiero Bloomberg Televisión. El único canal de televisión especializado en política, negocios, economía y finanzas. En alianza con Bloomberg, hacemos una programación exclusiva e incomparable. Análisis, resultados, información inmediata, coberturas especiales, periodismo de vanguardia. El financiero Bloomberg Televisión. Power Business.
El financiero Bloomberg Power Business.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm David Gura.
And I'm Bonnie Quinn. Goldman Sachs' President Gary Cohn has just had a major payday. His move from the bank to the Trump administration is helping him unlock more than $284 million in pent-up bonuses, stock holdings and other investments through the bank. Joining us on Cohn's pay package is Bloomberg's Anders Mellon, who covers executive compensation for us here at Bloomberg. So it sounds like a nice payday to us, but there's no saying that if he hadn't hung around a little longer at Goldman Sachs that it wouldn't be more when he did leave.
Exactly. This is not necessarily new money. These are awards that are outstanding that he was likely to earn if he'd stayed on, but now he's getting it up front instead.
Break it down for us, if you would. What are all the component parts of this compensation package, and how unprecedented is this? I think of Hank Paulson, the former Treasury Secretary, came from Goldman Sachs to the Treasury Department. Did we see something similar back then in 2006?
Yeah, it's certainly not unprecedented because as an executive going into the administration, you can't really hold any of these types of securities. He got about $65 million in cash from incentive awards and also performance shares that he would have earned otherwise if he'd stuck around, depending on how Goldman would have performed. And then there was about in the vicinity of $60–70 million of restricted shares that he either had earned but they had not yet vested, or they had vested but there were selling restrictions on them that now just were delivered up front.
Seriously though, I mean $284 million, yes, on the one hand it's a massive amount of money, but how long had he been at Goldman Sachs?
26 years, 27 years.
Is it a lot of money for 20 years at Goldman Sachs?
I mean, a lot of people work 26 years at companies.
No, of course, but we're talking about a very elite slice of life, and he'd been there 20 years. I don't know, I almost might have guessed more.
Right, yeah, if you compare with Hank Paulson, it's not as much. Paulson had a stake worth about $485 million when he left in 2006. So it's not necessarily at that level. Still a good chunk of change, though.
You point out in your piece that there were incentives here that he could have cashed out earlier than he did. Now there is the requirement, the federal government requirement, that he has to do this, but he could have gotten out earlier. Why did he not? Why did he hold on to it? Do we have any sense of that?
Right, so a lot of executives don't necessarily want to sell all their equity holdings in a company. They can't really divest right away because they could technically, but shareholders would cry foul and say, why are you selling all your shares? Like, don't you believe in the company, or is something weird going on? So this is really kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity for a guy of his stature to just divest everything right away.
Donald Trump, the president, has said he's not going to take a salary. Cohn, we don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. But do we know how much he would earn in public service?
I am not entirely sure about the figure. Somewhere around $150,000, $170,000. So it's not necessarily close to the $20 million that he was paid to 2016. But my guess is that he'll be just fine anyway.
Very quickly, Vonnie asked you about the timing of this and the value of Goldman shares right now. Are there tax benefits to doing this as well, having to do this?
So what he can do is he can apply for a certificate of divestiture, which then would let him use the proceeds to invest in mutual funds or treasury bills, and then defer any taxes he'd be due on selling these shares.
All right, Anders, thank you very much. Great to see you. That's Anders Mellon. He is joining us here in New York. Vonnie?
All right, David. Cisco snapped up software maker AppDynamics just before it planned to go public. We'll dig into the $3.7 billion deal. This is Bloomberg.
Héctor Jiménez Landín presenta un segmento de investigación sobre la economía ilegal de nuestro país, contrabando, piratería, mercados ilícitos, México Pirata, con Héctor Jiménez Landín, todos los lunes, 5:45 de la tarde. El financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm David Gura.
And I'm Vonnie Quinn. Cisco is buying software maker AppDynamics for $3.7 billion. The networking giant scooped up the company just before it planned to go public. Bloomberg editor-at-large Corey Johnson joins us now from San Francisco with more. It would have maybe been among, the first one or two IPOs of the year. Corey, would it have made more money going public?
We don't know if the investors in the company would have made more money going public or not, because we don't know what would have happened in that IPO. But there were a lot of dynamics with AppDynamics that suggested that the IPO was going to be hot. It's in a sort of a really attractive sector right now in software as a service, specifically being offered around the study of apps and the sort of more forward-thinking way of computing. I think Cisco looked at this business, and when they realized it was going to get away from them, it was something that they felt could really match with their existing businesses quite well, and indeed much more the future of what Cisco might be, less of a box slinger and more of a software vendor.
Yeah, the future of what Cisco might be. Play that out for us. What's the vision here? What do analysts see in the future for this company?
Well, so if you look at all the big hardware vendors, right? You look at IBM, Hewlett-Packard, the business that was Sun, that's now Oracle's hardware division, and Cisco. Cisco's really the only one that's shown any kind of growth over the last few years, and much to the annoyance of those other companies. But they've done so by being very strong in places not just selling network equipment, which is still the bread and butter of their business, but also through the sales of software and also through the sales of security, and a focus on what customers need there with software and security. And so when they looked at AppDynamics, they saw a business that was growing very fast, but was also growing very much towards the future of computing. That is a distributed architecture where you've got things like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and others where businesses are distributing their work, their apps, over such a wide variety of networks that finding out how those apps are working is really finding out how your customers are using your product. And Cisco recognized that this is going to be an important part of networking going forward.
Yeah, I mean, you have some sound there from the Cisco CEO, I believe, Corey.
Yeah, well, let's check out what Chuck Robinson had to say to us earlier today.
When we looked at the company, there's a few things that we looked at that I think are important for us to understand. First is they are absolutely the best company in this space. Secondly, they're growing twice as fast as their nearest competitor. Third, they're growing faster than any publicly traded software company today.
Think about that, growing faster than any publicly traded software company today. That may be what was in store for an IPO, or that seemed like it was about to come to us, but that's certainly what Cisco's taking over. Now imagine that product with the Cisco sales force, and you can see how they might actually get more value out of the business right away, because Cisco salespeople will be able to go out and sell this thing.
Corey, very quickly here, Qualcomm reporting after the bell today. Qualcomm now squarely in Apple's crosshairs. What do we expect to learn today from the call?
Apple's crosshairs, South Korea's crosshairs, these U.S. crosshairs, these antitrust concerns are significant for Qualcomm. Certainly Qualcomm has beaten these charges every single time since their very earliest days of their existence. But you can expect that investors are going to have a lot of questions for Qualcomm management on the conference call when earnings are announced after the close today.
Corey Johnson, Bloomberg editor-at-large there from San Francisco, thank you. And of course, you can hear more from Corey in around a half hour when he's joined by Carol Lasser for Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg Radio.
Coming up, President Donald Trump planning to take action on two of his biggest campaign promises, a border wall and a crackdown on immigration. We'll have details next from the president. This is Bloomberg.
Minutos para informarte de cultura, deportes y espectáculos.
Soy Mauricio Mejía, los invito todos los días a las 4:45 y a las 6:45 de la tarde a que nos tomemos un expreso doble para platicar de lo mejor de los deportes, la cultura, el espectáculo y la buena vida. Por supuesto aquí, en el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
It's clear that my government ends here.
Italians have rejected Matteo Renzi's changes to the country's constitution. Post-Brexit and post-Trump, populism has momentum. Could the Italian vote inspire a domino effect during a crucial year for European politics? In March 2017, a general election takes place in the Netherlands. With unstable multi-party coalitions the norm, 13 different parties are poised to enter parliament. Freedom Party candidate Geert Wilders is one of the frontrunners. He's anti-Islam and anti-EU. Not long after that, presidential elections take place in France. Marine Le Pen of the National Front Party is yet another populist to take advantage of fears around immigration, Islamic extremism and the EU. The unpopular current president, François Hollande, announced he won't seek re-election in a bid to increase the chances of his Socialist Party winning. Later in 2017, the EU's most powerful nation, Germany, also goes to the polls. It's the most resistant to populism thanks to its constitution, but that doesn't mean incumbent Angela Merkel is safe. Votes for anti-establishment personalities in elections elsewhere could see pressure mount, upsetting the established order.
Estamos viendo ya una imagen histórica. Olivia.
Somos los primeros en darte detalles de la información.
Ahí escuchamos al candidato de Morena.
Las mejores coberturas noticiosas desde cualquier parte del mundo. Tenemos el análisis de su trascendencia. El Financiero Bloomberg, Power Business. El Financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
Live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Valerie Quinn.
And I'm David Gura. This is Bloomberg Markets. And let's start with the headlines on the Bloomberg First Word News this afternoon. Taylor Riggs has more from our newsroom. Taylor?
David, Donald Trump's hotel management company is planning to triple the number of luxury hotels across 26 major metropolitan areas in the U.S. and will open the first of its new lower-priced Sky-On branded properties this year. That's according to the Trump Hotels CEO. Trump's hotel business consists mainly of branding and management contracts. The company manages 8 namesake hotels in the U.S., some of which are owned by the Trump family. President Trump is getting closer to naming his nominee for the Supreme Court. The president says he will announce his pick February 2nd. 3 federal appeals court judges are said to be the front-runners to fill the seat held by the late Antonin Scalia. That's according to a person familiar with the matter. All 3 were nominated to their current posts by former President George W. Bush. Italy Premier Paolo Gentiloni has acknowledged delays and malfunctioning in Italy's response to the avalanche that buried a mountain hotel. But he says it's wrong to try to find scapegoats now. 24 people died and 5 remain missing and are presumed dead. And the judge overseeing the upcoming state trial of church shooter Dylan Roof is getting a look at sealed court records dealing with Roof's mental competency. A U.S. district judge has ordered transcripts from Roof's hearings, as well as medical and psychological records, to be sent to the South Carolina state judge assigned to the case. Roof was sentenced to death earlier this month for the June 2015 murders of 9 people at a church in Charleston. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,600 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Taylor Riggs. This is Bloomberg. David?
Taylor, thanks very much for getting images of President Donald Trump at the Homeland Security Department, where he has unveiled steps toward building a wall in Mexico. We'll be monitoring his speech as soon as it gets underway at the Department of Homeland Security. Sean Spicer, the White House press secretary, is addressing President Donald Trump's plans to build a wall on the U.S.-Mexico border at his press conference right now. If you'd like to follow that, you can on Live Go on the Bloomberg. Again, fielding questions here. He's saying that border security plans are not a one-step solution. He's saying Congress must act on some parts of President Donald Trump's border security plans. And he's defending the idea of some enhanced vetting on immigrants from some countries. Again, that's taking place at Sean Spicer's press briefing at the White House right now. Again, if you'd like to watch that in its entirety, you can check it out on the Bloomberg at Live Go. Vonnie?
Well, David, let's bring in now for more Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli, who is at the White House. Bloomberg Nacha Catan as well, who is our government reporter in Mexico City. So, Kevin, you know, obviously we're getting little dribs and drabs of highlights here, but what we're really awaiting is the next hour where the president will actually speak and possibly sign something.
Vonnie, this is really just repackaged campaign rhetoric, at least from the early statements that we're seeing from White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer, as well as from the early reports about what actually President Trump will do with his executive orders. Now, he's saying that he's going to build a wall and bolster the border security between the U.S. and Mexico border. He's saying that he will increase the prisons along the southern border, which again in Arizona in particular has been a heavy concern for law enforcement officials. He's saying that he will somehow get Mexican officials to pay for the wall, but what he's not saying is how he's going to do it. And I will be honest, there's a lot of Capitol Hill aides within the Republican Party who are carefully watching and monitoring as we speak these comments, and what they're gathering is that they are going to have to be the ones to decide the specifics, specifically amongst budget committee in the House and in the Senate, where they will have to allocate the funds and as a result deal with the politics of having to fulfill President Trump's campaign promises.
Kevin, let me go now to our colleague Nacha Catan, who's at our Bloomberg Mexico City Bureau, and just ask you about what you're listening for here as the president speaks at the Department of Homeland Security. We're all looking for more clarity here than what was outlined in that tweet last night. But what is the country listening for? What's Mexico listening for in the remarks that Donald Trump is going to make today?
Well, first of all, for Mexico and Mexicans here, the fact that Trump has been talking about, signing, going forward on the wall, today specifically is the latest affront for Mexicans, because it happens to be the same day that the foreign minister of Mexico, Luis Videgaray, is in Washington right now and talking, to negotiators about U.S.-Mexico relations. So for a lot of columnists and a lot of people here in Mexico, that's just really bad timing for these two things to be happening at once.
All right, well, the Mexican stock exchange is down about 0.25% now, and year to date, though, it is up about 5%, and on a currency-adjusted basis, 2.25%. That's, of course, because the Mexican peso has weakened so substantially. Let's bring in our economics and international politics correspondent Michael McKee to talk a little bit about what Banxico is going to do. That's, of course, the Mexico Central Bank.
Well, it's impossible to know because it's impossible to know exactly what the impacts are going to be. They could obviously raise interest rates to try to attract capital back in. That then hurts the economy going forward. So this is a high-stakes gamble. It's a high-stakes situation for the Mexicans. They don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. There are indications that Donald Trump doesn't necessarily know what he's going to do once the negotiations start. And the Mexicans are talking tough because they want to come into the negotiations as strong as possible. But as they talk tough and raise the chances that it could damage the economy if there's a real confrontation, that's going to spook the markets.
A lot happening in Washington, D.C. John Kelly just sworn in as the Homeland Security Secretary by Mike Pence, the Vice President. Sean Spicer, the Press Secretary, wrapping up his briefing in Washington, D.C. Michael McKee, let me ask you about the other component of these immigration announcements that Donald Trump is expected to make. He may talk about this today, he may not. That is curtailing immigration from some countries, applying more stringent vetting on some of them. Sean Spicer alluding to that in the press conference today. What could that look like? How different could it be from what's in place right now?
Well, that's a very interesting question because right now there is extreme vetting for a lot of the refugees, particularly from Syria. There's a very detailed process for vetting where they come from, who they are, and what they believe that goes through the FBI and goes through immigration and naturalization and the United Nations. A lot of different people look at this, and it takes 2 to 3 years for somebody to come here. Most of the people we're talking about from Syria are women and children, particularly small children. Something like 60% are children that come to this country. So it's not like they're just letting in anybody. And it's also not like they're letting in 100,000 people, as Trump claimed on the campaign trail. They let in 10,000 Syrians in 2016. The administration was looking for the same number this year, and reports are he's going to cut that back. But it doesn't. It isn't clear what he wants to do that's not being done now.
Nacho Catan, let me come back to you in Mexico City. We're hearing that more and more people are trying to cross over into the U.S. now before anything actually takes effect. Is that being reported out at all in Mexico?
Yeah, there are some sources, who talk about sort of rush to get ahead of the curve before, there is a wall or just much stricter policy. That is being reported here.
All right, and Kevin Cirilli, let me come back to you at the White House. What else are we anticipating from the president today? Markets certainly are getting a little bit itchy to hear details on other things such as tax and regulation reform. But today it's all national security, it seems.
Today's all national security and really all immigration. And I think when you take the broader step back and look at how President Trump and this administration has looked to utilize its first full week in office, what you are seeing is an administration trying to project that it will fulfill its campaign promises, however, also trying to skirt some specifics. On Monday, of course, withdrawing from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, though sources I'm talking with telling me that they have not begun early negotiations to draft their own trade agreement efforts. On Tuesday, of course, we heard about a more economic plans that were going to be in the works, including, of course, a meeting with automakers. And now here we are midweek point, hearing that next week we'll have a Supreme Court pick, and also that we're going to be talking about immigration. All of these points, when taken together collectively, are the campaign issues that Trump was speaking about, and senior administration officials are arguing that this is them in their first week trying to signal to their support that they are looking to fulfill those promises. However, the real work is going to be how the Republican-controlled Congress is able to supplement the executive orders that President Trump is making.
Kevin, I want to break now because we have news. The President, Donald Trump, has signed his first directive today on public safety. Another headline, a second directive signed at the Homeland Security Department. We are waiting on actual details about these directives, but 2 so far as the President, Donald Trump, visits the Homeland Security Department. And of course, we know that earlier that Trump had said that Mattis recommended John Kelly as Homeland Secretary without hesitation, and Trump was saying that Kelly was going to be, quote, very special. We continue with our guests, Kevin Cirilli at the White House, Nacha Katan in Mexico, and Michael McKee here in studio with us. And Michael, we're waiting for those directives, but he's taking a tour of the department as well, and he's finished signing the directives. We'll get details in a moment. But public safety and Homeland Security, obviously the concerns here.
Sean Spicer said today at his briefing that he would be signing two directives, one to essentially start construction on the wall using the 2006 authorization to build a 700-mile fence that has been completed since then. Sean Spicer did not say how they were going to pay for it. He said they're going to have to negotiate with Congress to get the money. Obviously, there will be lawsuits. So the one thing we could probably safely say is Trump is wrong that construction will start in a few months. This is going to be tied up for a while. The other thing was public safety. They're going to do a lot of things that are already being done. Basically, it's Trump getting in front of what's already happening and claiming credit. The Obama administration ramped up deportations of criminals significantly, deported more people than ever before, and Trump is basically saying we're going to deport criminals. Well, something like 95% of those who were deported in the last year fit the category that Trump is talking about. He's also talking about trying to cut off funding to so-called sanctuary cities. There are about 300 to 400 sanctuary cities, counties, various localities. There's no precise definition of what that means, but basically what it comes down to is law enforcement officials don't go out of their way to stop people and make them prove their nationality.
Well, let me just jump in as well and say it looks like we're going to have more prisons near the border too, or at least more prison space.
Well, he says they're going to provide more prison space. It's an open question as to how many additional people they can catch. Obviously, he would have to add more Border Patrol officers. And then what do you do with them when you put them there? You vet them for criminal records. Then do you send them back immediately? Do you need more prison space? One of the things that he announced in this is that they're going to open up something called the Secure Communities program, which was an executive order started under the Bush administration that the Obama administration discontinued. It basically integrated databases so that arrests at the local level and state level would be provided, information would be provided to federal officials who could then identify people as illegal immigrants. There was a lot of backlash about it, felt it wasn't particularly well put together, and it was being misused, so the Obama administration ended it. They're going to bring it back, and we'll see what kind of reception they get at the state and city level.
All right, let's recap what we know here as we head to break. Donald Trump visiting the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., taking a tour of that agency right now. Before doing that, he signed two directives, one on border security, the other on sanctuary cities, that we were just discussing with Michael McKee. I want to thank Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli, Nacha Katan, and Michael McKee, who have joined us. They're going to stay with us here as news continues to develop as we learn more about those two directives. Coming up, UK Prime Minister Theresa May gets ready to meet President Trump at the White House. That's taking place on Friday. We'll get insight from Eurasia Group's Robert Kaplan on where the two leaders may agree and where they may diverge, trade and NATO. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Atzayael Torres dialoga con especialistas sobre los factores que están detrás del incremento en el precio de las gasolinas y la repercusión que tendrá en el país. Mesa de análisis, examinando el gasolinazo. Estreno, este domingo 10 de la noche, El Financiero Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm David Gura.
And I'm Vonnie Quinn. President Donald Trump signing directives on border security and sanctuary cities at the Department of Homeland Security in the last little while, moving closer to fulfill several promises he made during his campaign. How will this and other recent Trump actions, like the decision to pull out of the TPP, impact Latin America and those countries' relationships with the United States? Joining us now is Hernan Yelati, Head of Research and Strategy at Bank Trust. Hernan, I think it's safe to say that it will impact Mexico the most, at least what we've seen so far in terms of NAFTA, although we haven't got anything official on NAFTA yet.
Yes. You said it very well, Bonnie. I think that so far the impact has been mostly on Mexico, and I believe that Mexico has taken most of the hit already, meaning that I would expect from now on to see positive surprises from Mexico. I think that the anxiety and the uncertainty that the incoming president generated in Mexico because of declarations of building the wall and renegotiating NAFTA, etc., has been mostly priced in the Mexican peso.
I want to ask you about the role that China plays in the region. It seems like with the U.S. stepping out of the TPP, China has an opportunity here to step in or take a more prominent position when it comes to trade with the region. I remember being in Bolivia and seeing Chinese investment in infrastructure, in construction. How much has that grown in the last decade?
I think that China taking over the U.S. In this particular case of pulling out of TPP is not very clear to me, because China wants to export, right? And every partner, potential partner of the TPP with the U.S., we're hoping to get into the U.S. market. So I don't think it's a perfect substitute in a way. So yes, I agree that China plays a significant role and will take advantage of this pulling out, but not in the form of taking the place of the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, what will Mexico do? You mentioned that everything is priced into the peso. I think we have a graphic of just today's move in the peso, a little bit stronger, but nevertheless we're above 21.32 at the moment. I mean, that's a long way from where we were. This is just an intraday chart, by the way.
Yeah, but that's an interesting point, because a weaker peso actually, I think, is going to help Mexico to renegotiate in a way with the U.S., meaning that, let's not forget that for President Trump, a good partner is a partner that is doing well. If there are issues on immigration and issues with renegotiating NAFTA, it is always better to have a healthy Mexican economy. That will take a lot of weight to immigrants into the U.S. So with the Mexican peso being cheaper, and referring to your point, Bonnie, I don't think we are seeing an appreciation coming to pre-Trump candidacy. I think that it is functional to the Mexican economy, and I think that it will lead to a better renegotiation with the U.S.
Just ask you where you see opportunity now in Latin America. Is it in the sovereign space? Is it in the corporate space? We have an election coming up in Ecuador. I wonder how you're planning on playing that. And then also, we saw in advance of the inauguration, I think we last spoke before that, a big move by Argentina and other governments to issue more bonds ahead of that. Where's the opportunity as you see it?
For investors with a very strong stomach, I see opportunities in Venezuela and Ecuador.
Still?
Yes, I think that Venezuela will be able to service debt on the sovereign and PDVSA as well. I think that the election in Ecuador is a positive event for sovereign bonds either way, meaning that if Correa's candidate wins, it is going to be more to the center, so it's good news. If the opposition wins, it's going to be even better.
It's close.
It's close.
Polling is close.
Yes, yes.
What solves Venezuela?
I'm sorry?
What solves Venezuela? What gets it back to be a workable country?
Well, I'm not sure that for investors that is the key question. Yeah. I agree that it may not come back to a normal country in the sense that we may refer, but it's still attractive to investors, as I said, that can tolerate high volatility.
All right, Hernan Yelati is Head of Research and Strategy at Bank Trust. Thank you
so much.
And coming up, Dow at 20,000, it is just a number, right? We'll look at Wall Street's obsession with round numbers, and if history has taught us anything, it's that Dow's round number rallies can fade just as quickly. This is Bloomberg.
Half a decade of uninterrupted violence, 450,000 deaths, at least 11 million people displaced from their homes. That's like the entire state of Ohio. Even as the Syrian government recaptures Aleppo, Syria's commercial capital, there's no end in sight. So here's the situation. Since 1966, the Alawite minority, an offshoot of Shiite Islam, have been in power in Syria. This despite the fact that Alawites represent just 12% of the Syrian population. The Sunni Muslim population, however, represents around 60%. The current president, Bashar al-Assad, an Alawite, took over in 2000 after the death of his father, Syria's longtime ruler, Hafez al-Assad. Cut to 2011 and the Arab Spring. The world watched as uprisings in Tunisia and Egypt quickly toppled their respective dictators. Inspired by these events, Syrians took to the streets to protest the oppressive rule of Bashar al-Assad. But instead of stepping down, Assad violently crushed the peaceful uprisings using tanks, artillery, and gunships. Many of the protesters responded by arming themselves. That's when the conflict took on a sectarian nature. Sunnis from other parts of the Middle East, like the Saudis, threw their backing behind the rebels. Shiites, like the Iranians, gave their support to the regime.
Un espacio de alto nivel para entender las tendencias que marcan al país y al mundo.
Negocios, finanzas, tecnología, estilo de vida, turismo y los eventos más importantes a nivel internacional. De todo eso hablamos a las 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes por el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm David Gura.
And I'm Bonnie Quinn. An historic day on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing past 20,000 for the first time. Julian Emanuel is U.S. equity and derivative strategist at UBS, and he joins us by phone now. Julian, thanks for joining. First, a comment on Dow 20,000, a significant milestone?
It definitely is. There's no question about it. Look, if you look at the last couple of months, people have been expecting this, and I think there is a sigh of relief that we made it through a number. We called it over the last month or so the roundophobia effect, the fear of the round number. We've gotten through that. The question is, where do we go to now?
Where do we go to now? I'm going to pull up a chart here on the Bloomberg. I'm sorry that you can't see it, Julian, but it's #BTV 5310. Looking at the Dow breaking 20,000, going back here to the 1950s, we see how much the Dow has doubled. This is sort of exponential chart here. We see how long it took the Dow to double time and time and time again. Where do we go from here? In other words, we hit this round number. What does that tell you about what's around the corner?
Well, so in the long term, when we look out over the balance of the year, we think that both the earnings and the economy are on track to essentially keep this bull market going. The near term is a little bit less certain because what we've really done was we've almost destroyed this wall of worry in large part that the 7.5 years of the bull market has climbed. And whether you think about it in terms of the low level of short interest out there in the market, the very, very high confidence levels on the part of both consumers and optimism in small business, both of which those numbers are extremely spiky. And when we've seen those numbers dip in the past, it's been difficult for stocks to sustain the kind of momentum that we've seen the last couple of months. And lastly, I think the VIX trading below 11 is definitely a sign of complacency. I would just note that the last time that the VIX was this low was back in August of 2015, shortly before you had a market discomfort over China surprise devaluing its currency. So when you have this kind of confidence and this kind of complacency setting in, you are vulnerable for near-term negative surprises which we do think is something we need to be mindful of.
Well, we now have the 10-year yield crossed that threshold too of 2.52%. It's at 2.5302, and the dollar index at 100.16, Julian. So how long more do we have in this rally before, as you say, complacency becomes obvious, if there is indeed complacency?
Well, so the question is, do you get to a price in the yield that causes stocks to pause? We think that that is likely or closer to 3%. We don't necessarily think you're going to get there. But one thing we would note is that part of the rally over the last couple months, this Trump rally, if you will, was driven simultaneously by a bidding up of financials, the more cyclical issues, but also a rally in the dollar. And the rally in the dollar has very visibly paused over the last couple of weeks. That's something we actually think the dollar rally is going to continue to pause because a lot has been built in terms of where the economy can go, and we're just not sure that the expectations, certainly in the near term, can live up to, the reality can match these expectations.
Julian, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. That's Julian Emanuel, U.S. equity and derivatives strategist at UBS.
And coming up on Bloomberg Markets, activist investor David Neuhauser of Livermore Partners joins. This is Bloomberg.
Noticias que trascienden en la vida política y económica de México.
Yo lo invito a que nos siga de lunes a viernes en punto de las 6 de la tarde con la información más importante a nivel metropolitano, la información en redes sociales, todos los días de lunes a viernes en punto de las 18 horas, aquí mismo en el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
Meanwhile, the jihadists of the Islamic State, which used the turmoil to seize territory, attacked both sides. Then there are superpowers like the US and Russia, who are frequently at odds over the war. Simply put, the US is against Assad and Russia supports him. Russia has used its UN Security Council veto repeatedly to protect the regime. Both countries are actively fighting inside Syria against Islamic State and an al-Qaeda spin-off in the name of combating terrorism. But Russia uses the terrorist tag to bomb other groups opposing Assad, including rebels supported by the US and its allies. Russia assisted Assad's forces in retaking Aleppo in December, the biggest victory against rebels in almost 6 years of civil war. Devastated by fighting and destruction, Syrians who are able to escape the bloodshed are fleeing by the millions into neighboring countries, straining resources and creating a global humanitarian refugee crisis. Now here's the argument. Russia says it wants to keep Syria sovereign and independent by backing Assad. For years, the US has insisted Assad must go, but has since softened its stance on the dictator in the interest of the broader fight against the Islamic State. With Donald Trump's presidency, that stance may soften further. He suggested partnering with Russia to combat the Islamic State should take precedence over supporting the rebels.
El Financiero Bloomberg Televisión. El único canal de televisión especializado en política, negocios, economía y finanzas. En alianza con Bloomberg, hacemos una programación exclusiva e incomparable. Análisis, resultados, información inmediata, coberturas especiales, periodismo de vanguardia. El Financiero Bloomberg Televisión. Power Business.
At a live shot there, the Department of Homeland Security, there will be a swearing-in ceremony for John Kelly momentarily. We are awaiting that. We will get you to that when it begins. In the meantime, U.S. markets close in just under 2 hours. We hit Dow 20,000 right at the open. Let's check in on where stocks are trading now with Abigail Doolittle. Abigail?
Rally continues, Scarlett. We have a very nice rally here for U.S. stocks. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all sharply higher, as you mentioned. Dow 20,000 did happen right on the open, and it's managed to hold on to those gains. In fact, stocks are at session highs. And with this, we're looking at a new set of record highs for the three major averages. So lots of strength for U.S. stocks. Funny, though, is the fact that we still do not have a 1% move for the major averages. We've been looking at this relative to the S&P 500. But when we hop into the Bloomberg and take a look at #BTB 5620. This is the Dow, and it's the same story. The top line is a 1% move up. The bottom line is a 1% move down. We still do not have a 1% move up over the last month. The last time this happened was the beginning of December. The last time we saw a 1% move down all the way back in October. So we do have nice gains for the Dow and U.S. stocks. In fact, the Dow is right now on pace for its best two-day rally since the beginning of December, but we still don't have that 1% move. What we do have, though, is a doubling of the Dow. This is another great chart in the Bloomberg, and this is #BTV 5310, and these are the markers of when the Dow doubled. Back here, it took 24 years for the Dow to double from 625 to 1250. This is the second longest doubling. It took roughly 18 years. It may also be worth noting that the 4 out of the last 5 times that this happened after the Dow did double, there was a brief pullback. So we may be looking at something along those lines in the future. Time will tell. Finally, the sectors that are doing the best today, we are looking at a real mixed picture here between construction, banks, and also computer hardware. We do have the construction index for the S&P 500 up quite nicely, up about 2.7%. Of course, as president-elect is expected to sign a directive ordering to build a wall between Mexico and the U.S. That is helping many of those stocks. We have the bank index up as yields are higher. The 10-year yield is up about 6 basis points. And then finally, we have the computer hardware sector up nicely as Apple gains ahead of its report tomorrow. Plus, Seagate put up a nice beat and raise quarter, really helping out that sector. Oliver and Scarlett.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail Doolittle.
All right, now let's check in on the Bloomberg First Word News this afternoon. Emma Chandra has more from our newsroom. Emma?
Thank you, Oliver. Well, we're awaiting remarks from President Trump from the Department of Homeland Security, where he's expected to swear in John Kelly as Homeland Security Secretary. Trump just signed directives on border security and immigration. We will bring you more as we find out. President Trump, who believes he didn't win the popular vote last November because of voter fraud, says that he's asking for a major investigation and may strengthen voting procedures. Trump has repeatedly made disputable claims of a rigged voting system and has continued to raise concern over fraud. UK Prime Minister Theresa May is battling a rebellion from her own lawmakers, which threatens to complicate her talks over leaving the European Union. Emboldened by the Supreme Court's decision yesterday to hand Parliament more power over the Brexit process, at least 6 Conservative legislators are uniting with the main opposition Labour Party to demand May publishes an official government document detailing her negotiating goals. Usain Bolt has been stripped of one of his 9 Olympic gold medals in a doping case involving teammate Nesta Carter. The IOC says Carter tested positive for a banned stimulant in a retesting of samples from the 2008 Beijing Games. In a statement today, the committee said the Jamaican team is disqualified and all medals have been withdrawn. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,600 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Emma Chandra. This is Bloomberg. Oliver.
Thank you, Emma. President Trump is moving quickly to fulfill key promises he made during his election campaign. Moments ago, Trump signed directives on border security and sanctuary cities. Before taking action today, Trump spoke about his wall plans with ABC News anchor David Muir.
Ultimately, it'll come out of what's happening with Mexico. We're going to be starting those negotiations relatively soon, and we will be in a form reimbursed by Mexico, which I've always said. So they'll pay us back? Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
For the latest, let's bring in Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli, who's standing by at the White House, and with us from our bureau in Mexico City is Bloomberg's Nacho Catan. Let's start with you, Kevin. In terms of the action here, to be clear, this was an executive order and not a presidential memorandum. And I bring this up because yesterday's actions regarding Keystone Pipeline was a memorandum.
Yes, absolutely. And that essentially is the fine print, if you will. This is a repackaging of campaign rhetoric, but it does little essentially to provide details into how exactly he will implement his proposals. He's going to be relying on Congress in order to do that. And of course, the Capitol Hill aides that I'm speaking with tell me that the budget fight, particularly for the funding of how he will be able to again bolster security along the U.S. and Mexico border, remains to be seen. And in fact, it might take a bit longer than perhaps Trump would like to see. But either way, clearly Trump is sending a message today by saying that this is going to be one of his priorities for the new Congress and urging them to get to work fast. However, again, the Republicans that I'm speaking with in Congress tell me that in terms of actual legislation to supplement and aid the president's executive actions this week, that could take several months, even not getting started until the end of February.
Okay, so taking a step forward on a campaign promise that was a core part of both his own rhetoric and those against him. Naha, you're in Mexico City. As we move closer to getting this potential wall underway, what is the sort of environment there? How are people reacting as it looks like this thing could potentially move towards a reality?
Sure. I think there is, a lot of Mexicans and government officials who are upset about the wall, especially since right now Foreign Minister Luis Videgaray is in the United States trying to negotiate with the U.S. and at the same time, Trump is signing off on a wall. But within the government, there is a priority. Number one priority is NAFTA. Trade is far more important to the government in Mexico and to the economy and to the peso than the questions of immigration. And I think this is where the government is keeping their eye trained on negotiations and trained on what will happen to NAFTA, what kind of tariff increases, if any, will actually come out of this.
Now, when you look at when you look at what Mexico, I guess, can bring to the table, because Trump is pretty vociferous about the idea that they're going to pay for it. What sort of can Mexico's government bring to the table and say, hey, let's meet you halfway. If you're going to build this wall, let's think about paying for it this way or keep us out of it this way. What sort of are they going to be campaigning for?
Well, there's a sense, among experts that Mexico could save face and the U.S. as well could get what it wants if there is some kind of incremental increase in tariffs, and those tariffs could go to pay the wall, according to Trump. He could take it back to his constituents and say this tariff increase could, be raise money for the wall, whereas Mexico can come back to its people and say, well, a 3% tariff or even a 10% tariff, it won't be that significant for us because the peso has depreciated so much that counteracts any problem there.
Kevin, do we have any sense of timeline in terms of how quickly things can get started on the construction on the wall?
Well, we just got news that President Trump told ABC News that the construction of the wall will begin within months. But again, the specifics of the funding for this and the funding allocations is going to have to come from Congress. I think Naha made an excellent point in that the leverage that President Trump and the administration sees with regards to how they will be able to negotiate with Mexico is really through trade policy. And it's no coincidence that trade policy on Monday coming from this White House saying that they are going to withdraw from the Trans-Pacific Partnership as well as take a strong look at NAFTA. That's no coincidence that 2 days later they're now talking about immigration. So a lot going on now, a lot of moving parts, but I can tell you that sources on Capitol Hill are carefully watching this. Senator Marco Rubio, one of the most prominent moderate Republicans on this issue, was meeting with Vice President Mike Pence earlier today. Those conversations all continuing as we speak.
And of course, we are looking at a live shot there of the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump is expected to deliver remarks shortly and also swear in the new Homeland Security Secretary, John Kelly. Kevin, final question for you. Are there any points on which Mexico and the U.S. see eye to eye that are not adversarial?
Well, I think that there's an interest in growing both the Mexican economy as a mechanism of fueling U.S. economic growth. You know, one of the key points that senior Trump administration officials have made to me is that the U.S. does provide a lot of economic relief for Mexico, especially when you talk about things like remittances and to some extent, and perhaps a lesser extent, trade agreements. And so as, of course, factory jobs and manufacturing jobs become a more prominent part of this administration's economic agenda, I think you are going to see collaboration. All eyes, of course, going to be on the leaders of these two countries when they meet face-to-face next week.
Of course. All right, Kevin Cirilli in D.C., Nahal Katan in Mexico City. Great analysis, guys. Thank you so much, both with Bloomberg News.
Coming up, David Neuhauser of Livermore Partners will deliver his firm's winning bets on energy and entertainment. He'll give us his details on what he's going long on, what he's shorting. He ended 2016 with an 85% gain, its best year on record. This is Bloomberg.
Pánfilo de Cuba. My name is Pánfilo.
The real Pánfilo from the TV show. I'm going to press this.
Don't touch that, please.
Okay, okay. I think I got it, bro. It is crazy. What about our kids? What kind of stupid, short-sighted, irresponsible bull?
Whoa! Hey!
What? Work. Purple rain. Come on. Baby, don't you want to go? Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Michelle LaVaughn Robinson, girl of the South Side. For the past 25 years, you have not only been my wife and mother of my children, you have been my best friend. You took on a role you didn't ask for, and you made it your own, with grace and with grit and with style and good humor. You made the White House a place that belongs to everybody. Obama out.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Oliver Rennick.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We just want to let you know that we're keeping our eye on what's going on at the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump is set to deliver remarks there shortly. He has already seen the swearing in of his Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly. We will bring you his remarks live when he begins. In the meantime, 2016 was largely a year of gloom and doom for the hedge fund industry. One firm that bucked the trend, Livermore Partners. It ended the year with a gain of 85% thanks to targeted bets on energy and entertainment names, including Entertainment One, the creator of the Peppa Pig cartoon. That stock has been on the rise since Livermore called for changes back in January of last year. David Neuhauser, founder and managing director for Livermore Partners, joins us now. David, great to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too.
So you are an event-driven hedge fund, and your themes, at least in 2016, were on energy, industrials, and financials. What are the events that you see really taking front and center stage for these sectors this year? Yes, rising interest rates, and yes, the infrastructure spend, but specific events.
Yeah, so that theme is actually playing really well for us this year because, you know, the past few years it's been tough in financials and energy and industrials. So the good news is the new administration, the new focus, you know, you're starting to see those animal spirits grow. You're starting to see people refocus their efforts on energy and financials. So we were really bearish financials for a long time and not really invested. And then today we're starting to see signs where, you know, activist investing, being a little bit more proactive, would definitely start to come to the surface and things that we could invest in.
And you're looking at community banks in particular, ones that are mismanaged or perhaps in some M&A mode. I know you won't disclose actual names yet, but can you talk about the criteria that you're using here to determine which ones look appealing?
Yeah, so first, I've been doing this a long time. So on the banking side, or I should say on the activist side, even though Livermore has been around a few years, back in the day, I worked for a hedge fund in Chicago, and we did exactly that. We actually targeted community banks and pushed for change or sales of these banks. And we did so, I want to say, with maybe 10 to 12 of those banks. So it hasn't been a focus lately for Livermore, so I want to start to make it more of a focus. And the criteria is really, in the past, this is back in the late 90s, we were investing in banks that were trading at like half a book value. So they were really cheap at the time, and there weren't that many banks available. Now there's been, we've gone from saturation, and now all of a sudden we saw, 2008 hit. So today we're starting to see banks that are more capitalized, stronger. But some of these smaller banks really don't have the access to capital, and their cost of capital is higher. So therefore, seeing a merger and where a slightly larger bank could actually gain a footprint, I see that path definitely in front of us today. So we're having some dialogue with some banks. We're building some positions, and I think over the next few years, there's going to be a good opportunity to see some of that consolidation.
When you talk about the enthusiasm in markets and the opportunity for active investors, at a certain point enthusiasm can sort of work against you. When you look at markets that have obviously rallied so strongly, people seem to focus in on a few isolated sectors. How do you go in and determine the specific sort of the companies like Scarlett's talking about, but also just sort of where the investor enthusiasm hasn't been overdone? I mean, you look at what's happened in some of these big banks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. I mean, they've just been on a tear after the election.
Yeah, those wouldn't be things that we would look at as attractive. So I'm going to try to look at things under the radar, or they say have hair on them. There's problems. There's SEC investigations and the like, and all of a sudden the equity valuation is hammered. Those are the situations where, first, they take a lot of work, right? They're not things all of a sudden you build a position and talk to the bank and the shares rise dramatically. That's a fallacy. The second thing is these are things that take time and actually really, you have to get involved operationally. So at Livermore, I have a really strong team of guys that are, chairman of the boards of larger banks, chairman of the boards of private equity firms. And the view is I'll tap those guys at times, either through their network or even just, getting their view on things. So we definitely bring a bit more of an operational approach to things. And I'm not shy away from being aggressive when I think that the management team isn't listening. So those are some of the situations I think we can get involved with on the banking side. So they're not things that are, again, those momentum shifting banks. We're looking for things that are really left for dead, so to speak, and we can get involved and then see the equity come out of them over time.
How are those management discussions going? Because if the overall environment is improving for financials and rates are going up, are some of them saying, yeah, things are not so great right now, but we think we can stick it out. We think we can get through this?
Yeah, so that's one thing that's bad for either an event-driven investor, activist investor. When the markets are doing really well, equity values are up, and then all of a sudden nobody cares. Everything's fine, and so we find less opportunities to invest in during those days. But there's always going to be situations in which you really, the rising tide is lifting all boats. But when things start to normalize a bit, that's when you start to see the real issues at play. Yeah. So I kind of look at that as a short-term phenomenon, not a longer term. And we're trying to help build companies that will have sustainable growth to them.
Now, when you think about the financial regulation, everything that Trump and the people he has surrounded himself with talk about deregulating, that's obviously seems to have really fanned the flame for investors to get behind some of those financial companies. As an investor, and when you look at those companies, as you say, left for dead, what are the financial regulations that right now are sort of an albatross on them that could be lifted?
Well, I think how much capital, a couple of different things. One is how much capital they're able to need to hold. So in the past, the whole idea when you want to own a bank stock is that, look, I want to own a bank stock because their cost of capital is lower than the money they're making off their spreads and their loans. Loan value is going up, as well as the a number of loan activity in the global economy. and therefore they could return capital back to shareholders. Like I said, back at this hedge fund, we were buying these stocks because these banks were trading and paying a nice dividend yield, right? And they were trading at a discount to their book value. So today, the idea would be is if we start to see that deregulation take effect, banks potentially even splitting up some of the divisions that are poorly run versus the ones that are more like cash cows, and the economy takes hold due to the administration, yeah, that's where you're going to see sustainable equity value in those banks. So I see a path to that. I definitely think there's some that, again, we're going to invest in that we can help extract that. And that's sort of our mantra when it comes to the financials.
David Neuhauser, founder and managing director for Livermore Partners, are going to stick with us. We'll discuss some of your other picks after this.
Much more ahead on Bloomberg Markets. Let's get a check on where those major averages, which have been on a tear this morning, and they're up even more now. Dow Jones up about 80 basis points right now. Obviously, we're well over that 20K hurdle, and the S&P as well as NASDAQ actually leading the way. NASDAQ has actually been doing pretty well. This is also a nice little departure because the Dow had slowed down relative to the S&P this year, and guess what? It is back in full force, and we'll continue to watch that. And guess what's leading it? Banks. More ahead. This is Bloomberg.
En el financiero Bloomberg, experiencia periodística, información oportuna.
Temas a los que hay que dar seguimiento, una agenda de interés social. Yo soy Olivia Cerón, nos vemos a las 8 de la noche en el financiero Bloomberg.
El financiero Bloomberg.
Following the global outbreak of the Zika virus in 2016, the idea of gene editing entered mainstream conversation like never before. Yet scientists have been knee-deep in gene editing research for years now, and just recently made major strides in a groundbreaking technique called CRISPR. So just what is CRISPR? This is a gene editing technique that involves cutting out a problematic piece of DNA, like the genes for an inherited disease, and replacing them with healthy ones. And companies are rushing to use it. Take Editas Medicine. This Cambridge-based company is focused on CRISPR, and it raised $100 million in an IPO this February.
We can read the programming code of patients with cancer now. And in being able to read that programming code, we know what the software bugs are.
Which in theory gets scientists a step closer to a cure. Yet it was the Zika virus that really pushed the idea of gene editing into the public spotlight this year.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Oliver Rennick.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We are awaiting President Trump to make some remarks at the Department of Homeland Security. You could see the lectern there and the audience waiting for his arrival. Earlier, we saw the swearing in of his Homeland Security Secretary, John Kelly. So we'll continue to keep our eye open for when Mr. Trump arrives on stage. In the meantime, we are here with David Neuhauser. He is founder and managing director for Livermore Partners. Still with us, an 85% gain in 2016. You also picked up some new positions, and one name that you've been targeting is Burberry. And this is a stock that you like, even though retail on the whole has been disliked by so many investors because of the changing environment.
No, that's true, and we've actually had some very targeted short positions in the retail. I mean, retail as a whole is always a tough environment. Burberry, I think, is a little bit different. It's more of an iconic brand. They've had some issues with some of their cost structure in the past several years and some management shifts. But in this past year, they've made some good changes that are taking place. And very fashion-forward company. I think it's a well-run, iconic brand. I definitely think that further cost-cutting initiatives will definitely help in terms of their profitability.
Are they a target for M&A?
Yes. Yeah, they're definitely one of those brands that still remain, that has great attraction. I think M&A would definitely be a potential for the company if the company cannot further decrease their costs and start to show some sustainable growth to their brand and image. I would guess that they'd have some pressure from shareholders, just like myself, to focus on extracting further shareholder value, which would be through M&A.
What kind of companies would be potential for that? Other sort of luxury, recognizable name retailers, or somebody that can wrap them into a larger sort of product?
Yeah, I think it would be a larger, a larger entity that, I won't mention names there, but I think it could be a larger entity that has sort of the scale to take on a transaction like that. They've been rumored with some other companies. I'm not a big fan of that, but I think the valuation that should be had by someone that sees the value, sees the potential, wants that brand as part of their company for many years to come, for the image and the profitability potential. So there's definitely synergies there for some of these larger companies, and I think if management can get it right, they could stay public a lot longer and grow the value, and if they can't, then that's the next step.
We have only about 40 seconds left. I know that buy the dips, even violent dips, worked very well for you in 2016. Is that going to be the playbook for 2017 as well, buying the dips?
No. So I would not buy dips on a lot of companies. You have to be very specific in nature. The market has run pretty dramatically here. I understand the euphoria. I do embrace it to some degree if things are truly shifting. GDP growth in the global economy as well as the U.S. could obviously really take center stage. That being said, you have to focus on fundamentals, focus on valuation, look beneath the surface for things that are really unique and still hold value on those dips.
All right, David Neuhauser, founder and managing director for Livermore Partners. Thanks for joining us. And again, we are awaiting President Trump to arrive on stage at the Department of Homeland Security. He is scheduled to deliver remarks there. This follows the swearing in of the new Homeland Secretary, John Kelly. This is Bloomberg.
When it opens, the American Dream Meadowlands Mall is supposed to be the busiest in the country. That's what the developers said back in 2003, and again in 2007, and in 2011, and it's what they're still promising today. The high hopes for the Meadowlands began in 2003 when the Mills Corporation announced Xanadu, a 2.5 million square foot shopping and entertainment complex in New Jersey's Meadowlands that would not only offer stores and restaurants, but an indoor wave pool, and a ski slope, and a concert hall, and a minor league baseball stadium, and a circus and clown school. It would cost $1.3 billion, create thousands of jobs, and bring some $2 billion into New Jersey's economy. But Mills ran into financial trouble, and in 2007, it had to hand over control of the site to a real estate investment firm, Colony Capital, which in turn ran into the Great Recession. One of Colony's main backers was Lehman Brothers, the investment bank that collapsed in 2008. Construction ground to a halt. At that point, some $2 billion had already been sunk into the site. In 2011, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie decided to revive the project. He brought in a new developer, 555, and promised to put up taxpayer money to help the Canadian company complete the mall. 555 renamed the project American Dream Meadowlands. It still included an indoor water park and a ski slope. 555 planned to add an amusement park, a skating rink, skydiving, an aquarium, and an observation wheel, but no clown school. The cost? Another $1.7 billion, bringing the total estimated cost of completion to $3.7 billion. Construction resumed in 2013. It was stop and go over the next 3 years as 555 set and missed deadlines to issue tax-exempt bonds to cover construction costs. New Jersey offered more assistance, worth about $1 billion. But in November this year, 555 missed another deadline to raise $2.7 billion, money the company says it needs to finish the project. Still, some construction workers are on the site. Dozens of retailers have announced their intention to open shops in the mall, and Nickelodeon has said it will build a theme park. 555 says American Dream will be complete in 2018. If so, it will have taken 15 years, 3 developers, 5 governors, and $5 billion to build. At this point, it seems fair to ask, just whose dream is it anyway?
Looking at a live shot there of the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump is scheduled to come out and deliver remarks shortly. We are waiting for his remarks. We'll bring them to you live when he begins. From Bloomberg World Headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, this is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Oliver Ranick. Commodity markets are closing in New York. Let's get a check on where things stand with Abigail Doolittle. Abigail?
Hi there, Oliver. Well, stocks may be in full rally mode today, but not so much for commodities. When we hop into the Bloomberg and we use the Global Commodity Function, or GLCO, this is a great way to get a very quick snapshot of what's happening within the commodity complex. We clearly are seeing lots of red. The energy complex is down. We have precious metals lower, a little bit of mixed trading for the soft agricultural commodities, but mainly we're down. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is down about 0.5%. And that real weakness that I was just talking about for the precious metals, we have gold, silver, and palladium all down more than 1%. Palladium clearly down sharply, down nearly 7%, as these sometimes haven assets are selling off as stocks are bid higher. Palladium, in fact, is on pace for its worst day since August of 2015. And what really stands out here the most, perhaps, is the fact that this weakness in the metals is also on Bloomberg dollar weakness. Typically, a weak dollar will help these metals trade higher. That's just not happening today. As for the grains, we're looking at a bit of a mixed action. We have corn trading higher, this as U.S. export demand increases, but we have both wheat and soybeans trading a bit lower. And it's interesting to note that China is a big importer of soybeans. It'll be interesting to see how President Trump's policies toward trade potentially affects that. It will also be interesting to see how President Trump's policies toward trade affect farmers. We have a great chart in the Bloomberg, and this is G#BTV5708, and this shows us that farming incomes are now dropping for the 4th year in a row. So it's thought that many of the farmers in the Midwest did, in fact, vote for President Trump, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not his protectionist policies and around trade may, in fact, hurt those farmers, which rely very largely on export activity. Something to certainly keep an eye on, Oliver and Scarlett.
Awesome, Abigail. There's something we don't pay enough attention to. Great stuff. Abigail Doolittle.
The Dow now above 20,000 may be a result of hopes of a pro-business Trump administration, but there are also fears brewing about President Trump's protectionist rhetoric. Earlier today, Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker sat down for an exclusive interview with Heyman Capital Management founder and CIO Kyle Bass. Eric asked him how Trump changes his view of the world.
Trump is going to change, I think, both from economic policy and foreign policy, is going to take broad, big steps in the world. And we think about it from an economic-centric perspective, as well as, I like to read all of the geopolitics, but I focus on the economics. But from an economic perspective, his plans to say lower the corporate tax rate from 35 to 20, or I think he wants it even as low as 15, entering kind of bringing with it accelerated depreciation, as well as kind of a honeymoon or a specific period of time that you can bring back the offshore capital. All of those things are going to be extremely stimulative. It will start favoring labor over capital, which we've been favoring capital for the last decade or so. But what we're going to see, right, if you get accelerated depreciation, you're going to actually see real capital investment. And if you see real capital investment, maybe the productivity numbers that have done nothing but go down in the United States, because the capital that's been being used has been engaging in share buybacks and dividends, which have zero productivity associated with them. So we're going to see real capital investment. We're going to see trade competitiveness from our corporations with the lower tax rate. We're going to eliminate offshoring and Europe stealing our tax base. And we're going to start, let's say, getting fairer shakes or better deals with our trading partners. All of those things are going to happen at basically full employment. So we're going to see a very stimulative environment if Trump is successful in his endeavors, which is going to be very positive, I think, for the United States and slightly negative for the rest of the world. But it's not like the globalist nightmare, in my opinion, as they are trying to make it. I think we've been we mentioned that, talked offline, I think the U.S. has been a wage giver and a price taker for the last decade or so, and we're just going to be a wage taker back for the next few years.
So stimulative for the U.S. economy, potentially inflationary for the U.S. economy, better for the U.S. at the expense of the rest of the world. Is it as simple as short rates dollar strong?
If you need to boil it down into a soundbite, I would say yes. Clearly, there are idiosyncrasies of every trade relationship. But one would think that if we get to this, the question is, how do we pay for it? How do we pay for cutting the corporate tax rate from 35 to 20 or 35 to 15? It's my view, our view at our firm, that border tax adjustability is the only way to pay for it. And it's basically taxing the trade deficit, right? It's broadening the base and forcing your trading partners to pay for the cut in tax. It's actually very elegant. And as I mentioned offline, in 1990, Marty Feldstein and Paul Krugman actually agreed on something, and they co-authored a paper for the NBER on the positive attributes of border tax adjustability. I think one could make it a bipartisan success as long as the special interest groups in the U.S., i.e. the Retail Federation, the Walmarts, the Nikes, the people that have supply chains offshore are lobbying like hell against it. And I think if Trump runs into enough resistance on border tax adjustability, he'll just use his authority at the Commerce Department to impose tariffs.
As a macro, if you will, sometimes special situations investor, how'd you play the election?
Well, so we weren't playing, quote, the election going into the election, but what was interesting was, as many people know now, is when you saw Trump was starting to hold the lead in Florida and then kind of solidify his lead in the upper Mississippi River area and Michigan and the other areas around there, Wisconsin, the markets made very, in our view, irrational moves, especially global currencies, went into kind of a risk-off, dollar weakening scenario when, if you studied the policies of all the various participants or understood them, they were all going to be pro-growth, and Trump was actually the most pro-growth of them all. And so we took fairly large positions in global currencies that night. And
like Carl Icahn, 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, you were investing
in huge amounts. Yeah, because we just thought the world was misinterpreting the win. And fortunately enough, every now and then you get something right. You don't get it right all the time. God knows I don't. But that one seemed to be a little easier.
That was an equity trade?
No, it was all currencies.
All currency trades.
Yeah, currencies and rates.
Are there any natural Trump trades right now?
Yeah, I mean,
because some of this stuff has played out clearly since the election.
Well, says who?
No. Played out to a degrry. I'm not saying it's played out to its natural
conclusion. It's moved a little bit so far. Yeah, no, I think that given what I just went through with you, look, real rates in Germany are at their lowest level ever right now. And inflation in Germany is spiking. It's not even moving in a linear fashion. And you've even seen members of the ECB and the Bundesbank speak today about the fact that I think we're going to see inflation running much hotter than any of the central banks thought it would. And therefore, I think the move in bonds is just beginning.
How quickly is Draghi, if what you say plays out, the natural course of action would be for the ECB to raise interest rates?
Well, yes, so it'd be a combination of tapering. Even though he cut it $20 billion last time, he somehow convinced the market that he wasn't tapering. He's going to have to taper some more and possibly raise rates.
How soon?
I don't want to speculate there, but let's say in life cycles, what Trump's going to do is he's going to speed everything up.
That was Heyman Capital Management founder and CIO Kyle Bass speaking exclusively with our Eric Schatzker.
All right, let's check the headlines on the Bloomberg First Word News. At this hour, Emma Chandra is in our newsroom. Emma.
Thank you, Oliver. Trump Organization officials will task a Washington attorney and a veteran executive in President Donald Trump's businesses to help ensure separation between the White House and the family business. According to a person familiar with the matter, Bobby Birchfield will become the business's chief compliance counsel, and George Sorial will become its chief compliance officer. British Prime Minister Theresa May is promising to put the UK first in trade talks with President Donald Trump this week as she seeks to give Britain a leading role in world commerce after Brexit. May echoed Trump's America First slogan in comments to lawmakers in Parliament today. She will be the first foreign leader to meet with the new president at the White House on Friday. President Donald Trump is telling Chicago that it needs to fix the horrible carnage going on. Trump has tweeted that there have been at least 228 shootings this year and 42 killings. And if the city doesn't reduce its homicide figures, he'll, quote, send in the feds. Gunmen from Somalia's violent Islamic extremist rebels fought their way into a hotel in the Somali capital after a suicide car bomb exploded at its gates. Dozens of people, including lawmakers who were thought to have been staying at the Mogadishu hotel at the time of the morning attack, at least 11 people were killed. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,600 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Emma Chandra. This is Bloomberg. Scarlett.
Thank you so much, Emma. Coming up in today's Walk the Talk, Facebook's COO and Lean In author Sheryl Sandberg tells us how companies can change the face of leadership. And we just want to remind you, speaking of leadership, the president is scheduled to deliver remarks at the Homeland Security Department, and we are awaiting his coming on stage. This follows the swearing in of John Kelly, the new Homeland Security Secretary. This is Bloomberg.
Atzayael Torres dialoga con especialistas sobre los factores que están detrás del incremento en el precio de las gasolinas y la repercusión que tendrá en el país. Mesa de análisis, examinando el gasolinazo. Estreno, este domingo 10 de la noche, El Financiero Bloomberg.
What we've shown in various field trials in different countries is that we can reduce the population of mosquitoes, the type that spreads Zika virus, by over 90% in about 6 months, which is unparalleled level of control.
It's an idea the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation championed in its $2 billion fight against malaria.
Gene editing is such a basic tool, and it's going to pervade all the work in the biological sciences. I mean, those tools, even for diagnosis, doing gene knockouts to understand disease models, you really can't understate what a great set of tools they are.
But the tool is controversial, and ethics committees around the world are debating whether humans should be able to override natural selection. Meantime, DARPA is preparing for the worst. In September, the Pentagon research arm announced a new program to look into halting accidental gene drive spills, thereby preventing unintended consequences on the human gene pool. But regulators will have to act fast in 2017, as experiments are already underway. In October, Chinese researchers became the first in the world to test CRISPR-modified cells on a human.
En estos instantes estamos viendo ya una imagen histórica, Olivia.
Somos los primeros en darte detalles de la información.
Ahí escuchamos al candidato de Morena.
Las mejores coberturas noticiosas desde cualquier parte del mundo. Tenemos el análisis de su trascendencia. El Financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Oliver Rennick. It's time now for the Bloomberg Business Flash. A look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. Harvard University's $35.7 billion endowment is looking for outside help. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which says the world's wealthiest school plans to outsource management and lay off roughly half of its staff. The Journal says the endowment will shut down its internal hedge funds and let traders go by the middle of the year, with other layoffs coming by the end of 2017. President Trump's hotel management company is planning to triple the number of luxury hotels across 26 major metropolitan areas in the U.S. and will open the first of its new lower-priced Scion-branded properties this year. That's according to the Trump Hotels CEO. Trump's hotel business consists mainly of branding and management contracts. The company manages 8 namesake hotels in the U.S., some of which are owned by the Trump family. And Vodafone Group's publicly traded South African unit is considering the sale of a $1.1 billion stake with a key goal of boosting back participation in the economy. That's according to two people familiar with the matter who say the deal will be one of the country's biggest ever. After Vodafone buys back part of the stake owned now by a government pension fund manager, the shareholding could be listed as a separate entity restricted to black investors. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash update.
In today's Walk the Talk, where we focus on social changes that have outpaced corporate America's ability to adapt, we sat down with Sheryl Sandberg. She, of course, is the COO of Facebook and was at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Sandberg talked about how companies can shift unconscious biases and why men need to join the fight.
You have to give women a safe place to raise the issues, because the really big stuff, the sexual harassment, that stuff still happens. I'm not saying it always gets reported, it doesn't, but there are systems in place to deal with it. If you are really sexually harassed, at least there's an HR person you can go to and do a complaint. But really, and that's hugely important, and I know we need to do better. But what happens when, like, you're getting interrupted in meetings? You're going to go complain about your boss, who's probably a perfectly great guy who thinks he's fabulous on women? That's what's happening, right? It's these paper cuts, but these paper cuts are the culture, are creating the problem. And you can't go, like, file an HR complaint. I got interrupted, right? Even though, let's be clear, those are the biases holding us back. So one of the things that's happened, we launched Lean In Circles with my foundation when we launched Lean In 3 years ago, and there are 31,000 Lean In Circles all over the world. Half are in companies. There are 70 at Chase, for example. They give you a safe place to anonymously give that feedback. So rather than your perfectly nice boss who thinks he's fabulous on gender being told he's interrupting women more than men, or being told he's giving men credit for women's ideas, which he probably doesn't know he's doing, we provide training, but more importantly, these circles give you a nice anonymous place, and then the circle leaders can meet with the head of HR, or in great companies with the CEO, and say this is happening. And then you can do the bias training with the data from your own company. So it is huge to acknowledge we have the problem. And I think the third thing is, and UN Women has led here, is we have to give men a reason to participate. And again, I think it has to go back to what's good for them. It is the right thing to do, no doubt, but we've known that for a long time and it hasn't happened. So if you are a man, why should you be a more active husband and father? Why do laundry? Other than the fact that I tell men all over the world you're going to have more sex if you do laundry. That's a really good reason. But why do it? Why do it? Because you're going to have a happier marriage, because the divorce rate goes down, because depression for your wife goes down. Why do more childcare and try to get the balance a little more even? It's not even anywhere in the world. Because your kids, and this is regardless at any income level, are going to do better in school, be healthier, happier, and better adjusted. That's a really good reason to do more housework and childcare. If you're a man in the workplace, why? Because if you can use the full talents of the population rather than half, you're going to outperform your peers. And that's true whether you're the entry-level employee where no one reports to you, but you're just better to work with, or you're the chief marketing officer of Unilever or the CEO. You're going to do better. And so I think if we can convince companies to market to women against stereotypes because it'll sell their products. If we can convince men to do their share at home and to fight gender bias in the workplace because they'll be happier, more successful in both fronts, that's where the win is. And the good news is, as all of these amazing panelists have said, the data's on our side.
That was Sheryl Sandberg, Facebook COO at Davos.
Coming up, the equity bull market continues with the Dow topping 20,000 for the first time in history. But what about that bond market? Is it indeed the end of the bull market there? You can see there the Dow above 20K, up about 0.75% on the day. This is Bloomberg.
Carlos Mota presenta los sucesos más relevantes que impactan al mundo y a México.
En México Global, toda la información de economía, negocios y finanzas para una correcta y adecuada toma de decisiones. De lunes a viernes a las 8:30 de la noche por el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Oliver Rennick. With the Dow hitting the 20,000 mark today, what's next for U.S. stocks? David Kostin, he's the chief equity strategist at Goldman Sachs, says March will be a key month for the equity market, and he explained why to Bloomberg's Stephen Ingle earlier today in Hong Kong.
Most of the near-term focus has been on what are the new Trump administration's policies going to be with respect to trade. And there's an issue really, I think, related to tax reform that is, I think, the underlying aspect of where companies are going to benefit or be hurt. And it is really too early to say. The point of maximum optimism, the maximum bullishness will probably take place in March. So we're here in late January. And the reason that March becomes a critical issue is all of the tax reduction, all of the enthusiasm that portfolio managers have about potentially positive earnings revisions coming from lower corporate taxes, that will be have to address and reconcile with Congress, which is more inclined towards a revenue neutral tax reform. And that is, I think, a key part of identifying some winners and some losers in the market.
So do we power past Dow 20,000 in the near term and then taper off? Because I saw your forecast for S&P 500 at 2,300 by the end of the year. It's 2,280 right now.
My forecast would be that around 2,400 for the S&P 500 in March, probably sometime later first quarter. That's when you have the maximum optimism in the market in terms of the potential earnings revisions. The upside to corporate earnings is a key driver. We are in a more fundamentally driven market now than we have been for a while. If you think about the environment, for the last 3 years, there has been no earnings growth. Flat earnings growth for the S&P 500 on an adjusted basis, flat earnings. And all of the discussion is about higher PE multiples coming from low interest rate environment. Now we're in a different world. The world now is valuations are very, very high, and the direction of the market will be a function of earnings revisions, both positive and negative. And the positive earnings revisions will come from lower corporate tax rates. It's a sort of key driver. But that comes at a cost as well. And some of the various proposals about potentially removing the deductibility of interest expense, for example, would affect some companies more than others. And that ultimately is the core of the discussions with clients about how to position portfolios around those proposals.
So what I'm gathering, Trump bump until about March and then more uncertainty a bit.
Correct. And probably fades towards 2,300, give you a very modest kind of return. And I think that's the trajectory of profit growth that you're likely to see, broadly speaking, roughly 5% total return over the course of this year, including dividends.
That was David Kostin, chief equity strategist at Goldman Sachs, speaking earlier to Bloomberg's Stephen Ingle.
From stocks to bonds, whither the bond bull market? Well, it depends on whether you think the inflation that we're seeing will last. Joining us now to discuss this, my WGMS co-anchor Joe Weisenthal. And of course, you've got Jeff Gundlach, Bill Gross all saying, wait, maybe it's 2.6%, maybe it's 3% at which the bond bull market has truly died and a bear market has begun. But we're going to be speaking with someone who believes that that's not the case at all.
Right. I mean, the question that really we have to ask right now, or the question that people are asking right now is like, sure, okay, we could have a cyclical upswing in growth. We're seeing good data from around the world. We could see inflation pick up thanks to tightening markets and higher commodity prices. But to the underlying fundamentals that have caused rates to drop since the early 80s, have they gone away?
And I'm just looking there at President Trump walking out on stage at the Department of Homeland Security. He is due to begin speaking soon. Of course, we did have the swearing in earlier of John Kelly as Homeland Security Secretary. Again, Trump getting ready to make his remarks at the Department of Homeland Security in Washington. This is after he took some executive action, Oliver, on the wall with Mexico. Let's listen in right now.
First, I want to congratulate Secretary John Kelly and his wife, Kathleen. Where's Kathleen? She's here someplace. John brings the skills, the leadership, background, the experience, strength, and definitely that determination that you have to get the job done and to get it done correctly. He will deliver for you. He will deliver for the country. He will deliver for the American people like you've never seen before. We also just finished a briefing with the acting administrator of FEMA, Bob Fenton, and we discussed the terrible storms that struck the southeastern United States. Our nation sends its thoughts and prayers to everyone impacted by this incredible tragedy. I've instructed FEMA to do all they can to help those suffering and affected. Already we've approved Georgia and Mississippi, and others are rapidly on their way. So FEMA's done an incredible job of speed, and they need speed. Homeland Security is in the business of saving lives, and that mandate will guide our actions. The Department of Homeland Security has many, many different divisions, but one of the most important missions of DHS is its law enforcement mission. This is a law enforcement agency. But for too long, your officers and agents haven't been allowed to properly do their jobs. You know that, right? Do you know that? Absolutely. But that's all about to change. And I'm very happy about it, and you're very happy about it. From here on out, I'm asking all of you to enforce the laws of the United States of America. They will be enforced and enforced strongly. Because people are surprised to hear that we do not need new laws. We will work within the existing system and framework. We are going to restore the rule of law in the United States. Before we go any further, I want to recognize the ICE and Border Patrol officers in this room today and to honor their service, and not just because they unanimously endorsed me for president. That helps, but that's not the only reason. I also want to acknowledge two individuals in the audience who will play a very, very important role going forward. I'd like to recognize Brandon Judd, the president of the National Border Patrol Council, and Chris Crane, two friends of mine, president of National Ice Council. You guys are about to be very, very busy doing your job the way you want to do them. Where are they? Where are those guys? Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. We're in the middle of a crisis on our southern border. The unprecedented surge of illegal migrants from Central America is harming both Mexico and the United States, and I believe the steps we will take, starting right now, will improve the safety in both of our countries. Going to be very, very good for Mexico. A nation without borders is not a nation. Beginning today, the United States of America gets back control of its borders, gets back its borders. Thank you. I just signed 2 executive orders that will save thousands of lives, millions of jobs, and billions of dollars. These two orders are part of an immigration reform we outlined during the campaign. I want to emphasize that we will be working in partnership with our friends in Mexico to improve safety and economic opportunity on both sides of the border. I have deep admiration for the people of Mexico, and I greatly look forward to meeting again with the President of Mexico. We'll be doing that shortly. We will discuss close coordination on many important issues between our countries. This coordination includes the dismantling of cartels and keeping illegal weapons and cash from flowing out of America and into Mexico, out of our country, out of the United States, and it goes right into Mexico. They have to stop it. We have to stop it. We are going to save lives on both sides of the border. And we also understand that a strong and healthy economy in Mexico is very good for the United States. Very, very good. We want that to happen. By working together on a positive trade, safe borders, and economic cooperation, I truly believe we can enhance the relation between our two nations to a degree not seen before, certainly in a very, very long time. I think our relationship with Mexico is going to get better. Here's a brief summary of what actions are contained in my executive orders. The Secretary of Homeland Security, working with myself and my staff, will begin immediate construction of a border wall. So badly needed. You folks know how badly needed it is. As a help, but very badly needed. This will also help Mexico by deterring illegal immigration from Central America and by disrupting violent cartel networks. As I've said repeatedly to the country, we are going to get the bad ones out, the criminals and the drug deals and gangs and gang members and cartel leaders. The day is over when they can stay in our country and wreak havoc. We are going to get them out, and we're going to get them out fast, and John Kelly is going to lead that way. Our order also does the following: ends the policy of catch and release at the border, requires other countries to take back their criminals. They will take them back. Cracks down on sanctuary cities, empowers ICE officers to target and remove those who pose a threat to public safety, calls for the hiring of another 5,000 Border Patrol officers, calls for the tripling the number of ICE officers. And you both do an incredible job, but you need help. You need more. Creates an Office of Homeland Security dedicated to supporting the victims of illegal immigrant crime. For years, the media has largely ignored the stories of Americans and lawful residents victimized by open borders. To all of those hurting out there, I repeat to you these words: we hear you, we see you, and you will never, ever be ignored again. As I travel the country, I had the chance to get to know mothers who have lost their children to violence spilling over the border. I want to thank the Remembrance Project, such incredible people, for giving these families a voice. They're called angel moms for good reason, because they are a voice to protect all of America's children. Their children have not died in vain, believe me. Pundits talk about how enforcing immigration laws can separate illegal immigrant families. But the families they don't talk about are the families of Americans, forever separated from the people they love. They don't talk about that, ever. As your president, I have no higher duty than to protect the lives of the American people. First, these families lost their loved ones. Then they endured a system that ignored them, while at the same time constantly rewarding those who broke the law. For these families, it's been one injustice after another. But that all turns around beginning today. We are joined here this afternoon by parents whose children were horribly killed by individuals living here illegally. I will now read these parents' names and ask them to stand. Many have become friends of mine over the last 2 years and have supported me so dearly, and I appreciate it. Mary Ann Mendoza, who lost her son, Police Sergeant Brandon Mendoza. Fred Funderburg and his son James, who lost Billy. Billy was Fred's son and James's brother. Billy's wife, Natalie, was also killed by an illegal immigrant, somebody that should never, ever have been here. Laura Wilkerson, who lost her 17-year-old son, beautiful Josh. Josh was special. Where's Laura? Good. Laura. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Carrie Ruiz and Lucio Ruiz Jr., who lost their young daughter, Felicia. Thank you. Beautiful, Felicia. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stephen Ronnebeck, who lost his 21-year-old son, Grant. Thank you, Stephen. And we have many others with us from Remembrance and from other groups. And these are incredible people that have endured so much. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. Very, very special people. Thank you. Nothing can ever make their pain go away. But I want you to know your children will not have lost their lives for no reason. They've set this incredible goal for so many. These were great young people, and they will always be remembered, always. We will never forget them. And to the parents and loved ones, you kept the flame of justice alive with your activism. Keep it going. And now together we will save thousands and thousands of lives. When it comes to public safety, there is no place for politics. No Republicans, no Democrats, just citizens and good citizens. We want safe communities, and we demand safe communities for everyone. We want respect. We want great schools. We want dignity and equality for everyone. And I will be a president, I promise you, for everyone. We will bridge our divisions, heal our wounds, and unify our country. And if we do that, if we work together, then there is nothing we cannot achieve as Americans. The future is limitless. Good luck to our new and brilliant leader at DHS, General John Kelly. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Congratulations to John.
And that was the president just speaking at the Department of Homeland Security. Some of the headlines there, of course, he spoke on the new Homeland Security Secretary, John Kelly, saying that he wishes him good luck, believes that he will be able to do the job quickly of getting bad people out of the U.S. quickly. He also, interestingly enough, Oliver, listed names of people who had relatives or who were killed by illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. Obviously, that's a very sort of visceral way to get the point across, right? And this is sort of typical, and it fits thematically with what Trump likes to do, which is point out very specific instances and then sort of draw upon, sort of use induction then to draw upon larger points to that. Let's bring in Kevin Sorelli, who's at the White House. And we've also got Michael McKee, who's here in New York. He's the international economics and policy correspondent. I want to start with Kevin because, to Scarlett's point, that's what I thought was pretty interesting. Kevin, I know that this is bringing out the parents of those who Trump has pointed out, whose children have lost their lives at the hands of illegal immigrants. It is pretty striking. It's pretty visceral. Is there some precedent to this? Because I do feel like politicians often bring out peoples who are going to be directly affected by their policy or address their policy, whether it's people that don't have health care, people that have been killed by gun violence, et cetera.
This is something that we saw repeatedly on the campaign trail during then-candidate Trump's presidential campaign, with campaign appearances in Houston, upstate New Hampshire, Philadelphia. Consistently, he would meet before his speeches with the families that he said were directly impacted by drug cartels from the U.S. border. But I think from a stylistic standpoint, this was a stark contrast from the more abrasive rhetoric that we saw perhaps during his inaugural address. Much more of a nationalistic, aggressive tone that we saw during his inauguration. Today, opting for a much more compassionate, conservative type of rhetoric. But the bottom line is this: we still have yet to see specifics in how exactly he would implement his policy prescriptions. He did, of course, make note that he would be relying heavily on Congress with enacting several of these principles. He did use the word wall. We did not hear the word wall mentioned in his inauguration address. We also did not hear the word wall mentioned coming from some of his senior staffers. That being said, again, hitting many of the key core constituencies who fueled his rise to the White House, from police, law enforcement officials to moms who have been impacted again by gang violence and drug addiction. And so clearly making an emotional appeal, but also laying the groundwork that a lot more work has to be done utilizing his resources in Congress.
And of course, while President Trump was speaking, we have been keeping a close eye on the Mexican peso, and Oliver has it on his screen, the peso versus the dollar. So we've inverted it. So when you look at the line go up, as it is on Oliver's terminal, it indicates that the peso has been strengthening. We saw a huge leg up, not huge, but a leg up relative to what we've seen earlier in the day, extending that rally. Mike McKee, when you look at the Mexican peso, it certainly has been held hostage to whatever the president says.
Well, it's been a barometer of investor feelings about what Trump might do with Mexico. One of the first things you look at here when you see it rising is whether or not maybe it was a little bit overdone, that trade. And the other is that Donald Trump today said he was going to build the wall, but he's going to have U.S. Congress pay for it for the time being. At some point, he says Mexico will pay for it. He doesn't have a plan to do that. There doesn't seem to be a way to force Mexico into it at this point. So we don't even know if he can afford, if the U.S. Congress will fund the actual construction costs from the wall. Sean Spicer wasn't able to say that at their briefing today. So maybe people are looking at this and saying it may not be the danger that it is. Donald Trump did say some nice things about Peña Nieto, the Mexican president, who's coming to town. A lot of people don't want him to come now after the announcement of the construction of the wall.
A lot of people in Mexico.
But he is coming, and Trump suggested they would have a cordial conversation, so that may have relieved some investor sentiment as well.
Yeah, it seems he has gone basically from saying Mexico's going to pay for the wall too. Now Mexico's going to reimburse us for the wall.
And in some way, shape, or form, it's not clear how that's going to be done. Having said that, he did also say, Kevin Cirilli, that he's ordered the immediate construction of the Mexico wall. So he took executive action on the wall today. What then gets kicked to Congress? What does Congress take up next, or has there been any action on that front?
This is going to be a line item in a budget. And I think that the rhetoric aside, this is a debate that Republicans in Congress have been having for several years, even before this latest presidential cycle, about how exactly to increase border security and whether or not that's just a wall or whether that includes drones or a fence. And I think that all of that nuance, to Michael McKee's point, is truly going to be interesting to watch, because, again, while with the Republican base this type of rhetoric is incredibly popular, there are many moderate Republicans who are up for re-election in 2018 who are going to have to run with or away from the president's immigration policy.
And remember, the wall, according to Donald Trump, would cost $12 billion. Most everybody else thinks the cost is double or more, and that doesn't even include maintenance. So getting some of these Tea Party Republicans who don't want to increase government spending to pay that much money isn't going to be as easy as it sounds. And so while he may say, let's start the wall right now, he doesn't have $1 to do it yet. He's got to get that from members of Congress. Sean Spicer asked about how they were going to do that today, and he did not have an answer. He says we're going to have to negotiate.
All right, our thanks to Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, and of course, Kevin Cirilli joining us from the White House. Turning now to a different story regarding the president. At the White House yesterday, Trump told auto chiefs that pollution regulations are out of control. He outlined incentives to encourage more U.S. production and create more jobs at home. Is this the right time, though, for a big expansion? Joining us now is David Welsh, our Detroit bureau chief. So, David, auto sales have been doing very well. They have plateaued lately as of the past year. Why is this the wrong time, or why might this be something that auto chiefs are reluctant to do at this moment?
Yeah, it's a really tough time for them to expand right now for a couple reasons. If you look at the near term, no one expects auto sales to grow. Still a good market, 17.5 million units roughly is what everyone expects this year, maybe a little less next year. Still very healthy, but not a time when you want to add more capacity. There's already plenty of factories out there to supply the market with what it's got. And if you look at the last couple months of the year, you started seeing some pretty big rebates and a lot of deals to keep sales moving at the rates that the industry has enjoyed for the past couple of years. So near term, they don't really need more capacity. Long term, if you see things like ride sharing start to eat into car sales, you don't want to be saddled with a plant that you spend $1 billion to build and try to get a return on that over the next decade as outside factors might start to take down car sales.
And here's one reason why Detroit's Big Three might be reluctant to increase jobs. If you come inside the Bloomberg here, what we have is a line that tracks total auto manufacturing payrolls, and we've shaded it with red and blue to indicate Republican versus Democratic administrations. The last blue shaded section is when Obama took office after bankruptcies of GM and Chrysler. And let's face it, Oliver, President Trump, if he's pushing these auto chiefs to add jobs, he's up against some pretty tough comparisons.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, it's already been in that uptrend right there as far as wages go.
Yep.
What's interesting about the conversation is it seems like there's two elements to it. There is the idea of whether or not they're going to be able to step up sales. And then also, I think the point about ride sharing is very interesting because that's a fundamental shift in why people buy cars and whether or not they do. But I'm wondering, David, I'll push back a little bit. No one really expects car sales to pick up. Just 3 months ago, nobody expected the economy to GDP growth to almost double. Now that's the expectation. Is there a certain recalibration that needs to happen once we start to see some of the economic numbers trickle on and what the consumer is doing overall?
No one is doing that yet, and by no one I mean the people who typically forecast sales. But your point is a good one. If the economy sort of has this second gathering of steam here and we see car sales rise again, there's still plenty of production capacity out there to feed that. You can make about, well, more than 19 million vehicles in the plants within the NAFTA region right now. You import about 5 million, a lot of them coming from Asia. So really, if you were to add plants in the U.S. as the president wants, you're going to have to close plants somewhere else. And a lot of those Mexican plants that he's not happy about are pretty new. That's billions of dollars in investments, not just from the Detroit Three, but from international automakers. And they haven't had a chance to get a return on that. Some of them have just started producing vehicles, like a new Audi plant in Mexico that makes SUVs. They've just started making cars. So do you tear that down because there's some kind of big tariff and relocate that production to the U.S. That's a really tough business decision for a company to have to make. And then if you go and put a big tariff, will they really move the plants here? They could move production to Asia. And then if that were to happen, some of the parts suppliers that feed parts to those Mexican plants, and those parts plants are in the U.S., those jobs would go away because they would get the parts then from Asia. So there's a whack-a-mole game that Trump would have to play if he's going to try to cut off Mexico as the source for cars.
Right. Once he starts, he can't stop. I wonder to what extent he has pressured at all any of the foreign car makers that do have plants in the U.S. to increase jobs here. We've seen how Masayoshi Son of SoftBank has appeared at Trump Tower before the inauguration talking about creating U.S. jobs. Have the chiefs of Toyota or Audi or Honda, for that matter, been called in by President Trump?
We don't know that they've talked to them yet. They've certainly been pressured. They're a member of the Auto Alliance, which is in regular conversation with the Trump administration and people in Washington. And the problem they have there is that they tend to be a smaller voice. It's the Detroit companies and the bigger players. Toyota is one of them that has a bigger voice. But if you're somebody like Volkswagen and Audi or your BMW, which has also been pressured by Trump, you just don't have as big a voice here. And it's tougher for them to really go to Trump and have much to bargain with in order to keep free trade open so they can keep their production in Mexico without any kind of tariff coming.
All right. Our thanks to David Welsh, Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief. Still ahead, we've got today's Options Insight. We're trading Microsoft. The stock is up for a fourth straight day, poised to close at a record. This all comes before earnings tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
Alejandro Cacho. El financiero Bloomberg. Con Alejandro Cacho. Lunes a viernes, 9 de la noche. El financiero Bloomberg. Power Business.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Oliver Rennick.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. It is time now for Options Insight with Abigail Doolittle.
Thanks, Scarlett. Joining me for today's Options Insight is Dan Deming, manager at KKM Financial. He joins me from the CBOE in Chicago. Happy Dow 20,000 to you, Dan, and thanks for joining us as always. We really appreciate it. So what do you make of Dow 20,000? Do you think that it signals more strength is ahead or just one exuberant pop higher before some sort of a pullback?
Yeah, I think psychologically, you can poo-poo it all you want, and I think that we've been waiting to write this story for quite a couple of weeks here, so we finally get a chance to put it out there. But I think psychologically it is significant. Markets are psychologically driven for the most part, and this certainly plays into that psychology in the market. So I think it's a positive. Also, you're just seeing strength across the board. Not only the Dow, but you're also seeing the Nasdaq support this. You're seeing, the S&P support this. So you're seeing the broader market also supporting this move.
And what about the VIX? It's on pace for its second lowest close since 2008. Is that a signal of huge complacency or just more strength ahead for stocks?
Well, again, it's a combination of both. It's just the fact that option players in the SPX just aren't willing to step up to pay up for options right now until they see some realized volatility. So, yeah, we are on pace. You know, we're looking at this closing low. It could be somewhere around that 2014 level. We've seen a handful of times around that 1060 level. But historic in nature in the fact that we could see a low, you know, put in that goes back to pre-2008. So the VIX under pressure. Market just not realizing significant price movement and option players are not willing to pay up right here, given the fact that the market's been able to sustain these levels and has not seen a protracted, sustained down move in quite some time.
And so from a sector perspective, the Trump trade, the so-called Trump trade, remains very much in effect, with financials leading the way today. That's one of the top sectors out of the election. If there was some sort of reversal there, weakness in the financials, industrials, materials, would that potentially be a signal of weakness ahead?
Well, I think that the leadership certainly continues to drive this market and the broadening of the rally across into the tech sector as well, even the EEM as well as emerging markets. So I think a shift in sentiment, the fact of the matter is the VIX is very compressed, and at these very low levels, any shift in sentiment will be pronounced in the VIX. Now, it's still going to probably be at a low level unless we see an elongated type of sell-off, but any sentiment shift right here, and we are going to see the VIX shift dramatically, given the fact that the expectations are we're going to see it market move lower.
Got it. Good stuff there. And your trade, Microsoft, very quickly.
Yeah, so Microsoft, I'm looking at a time spread there, a calendar spread, Abigail, 65, Feb 65, March 65 calendar spread. I think that we've seen Microsoft pop post-earnings, but then it finds a range, and I think that this is a way to participate to the upside. If we see a range-bound upside move, limit your downside exposure, and it buys you some time over the next couple of months. If we see some weakness, if Microsoft continues this ascent, that this is going to be a beneficial trade.
Well, great trade idea, very timely ahead of earnings tomorrow after the close. Thanks so much, Dan Deming, for joining us, and Scarlett and Oliver, back to you.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Still ahead, New York Stock Exchange Group President Tom Farley will be joining us after the close on this historic day, with the Dow crossing that 20,000 mark.
We indeed finally got above it. Let's get a check on where those major averages stand real quickly. We've got the Dow down a little bit from the earlier highs. We're now just below, we're actually still just above 20K, but a little bit off the highs. NASDAQ doing real well there. This is Bloomberg.
I've come to the Swiss Arena to meet up with the team from Imperial College London.
Morning.
Kevin Evison has a cutting-edge robotic arm after an industrial accident more than 3 decades ago. A computer programmer, his mechanical arm has dramatically improved his life. He's competing in the arm prosthetics race, where he'll have to perform household chores like hanging clothes and cutting bread.
Twitching my muscle. I mean, you can see the twitch going up in the muscle there. By me twisting that muscle, I decide what level I want. If I want it to wrist rotate, I can do it on command. If I want to close the hand, it's there, it's instant.
The university is using his experience with the bionic hand to identify limitations of current technologies. The team hopes to use this info to develop and commercialize their own device.
What's up, Bloomberg?
Also on the Imperial College team is Johnny Beer Timms, who broke his neck in a trampoline accident when he was only 16. He can't move his legs, but by placing electrodes on his skin, he can pedal a modified bicycle.
La noticia del día, analizada por nuestros periodistas y expertos invitados.
La nota diaria debe ser analizada, comentada desde distintas perspectivas y con distintos puntos de vista. El contexto es vital para darle sentido a la información. Todas las noches al cierre, 9:30, El Financiero Bloomberg.
estamos viendo ya una imagen histórica. Olivia.
Somos los primeros en darte detalles de la información.
Ahí escuchamos al candidato de Morena.
Las mejores coberturas noticiosas desde cualquier parte del mundo. Tenemos el análisis de su trascendencia. El financiero Bloomberg, Power Business. El financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
I'm Chandra. Let's get you to First Word News this afternoon. President Trump got the ball rolling on two of his campaign promises today. He signed two executive orders at the Department of Homeland Security, one to begin construction for a wall along the US-Mexico border and another to deny federal aid to sanctuary states and cities. Speaking to ABC News in his first interview since the inauguration, Mr. Trump says he expects full reimbursement from Mexico.
Ultimately, it'll come out of what's happening with Mexico. We're going to be starting those negotiations relatively soon, and we will be in a form reimbursed by Mexico, which I've always said. So they'll pay us back? Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Mr. Trump says may reportedly tap existing funds for border security at DHS to get the process started. White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon was registered to vote in both New York and Florida for several months. According to the Washington Post, Bannon registered to vote in New York on October 14, 2016, and cast an absentee ballot there. But he was also registered in Sarasota County, Florida, where he had been on the voter roll since August 25th. The news of Bannon's dual voter registration comes as President Trump calls for a major investigation into his claim that millions of illegal votes were cast in November's elections. Mary Tyler Moore, the star of two of TV's best-loved sitcoms, has died. Her publicist says Moore died with her husband and friends nearby. She was 80 years old. Moore gained fame in the 1960s as the frazzled wife Laura on The Dick Van Dyke Show. In the 1970s, she created one of the first career women heroines on TV, The Mary Tyler Moore Show. She won 7 Emmy Awards over the years. She was also nominated for an Oscar in 1980 for her portrayal of an affluent mother whose son is accidentally killed in Ordinary People. Former President George H.W. Bush could be home this weekend. That's according to a statement from his spokesman, who also confirms Mr. Bush continues to improve as he recovers from pneumonia. Jim McGrath says despite a lingering cough, the former president's lungs are clearing up and he is working with physical therapists to build strength. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,600 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Emma Chandra. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Scarlett Foe.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal. We're 30 minutes from the close of trading here in the U.S.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average hits 20,000 for the first time, the latest milestone in the U.S. stock market's post-election rally.
But the question is, what'd you miss?
In politics, President Donald Trump acting on the most fundamental and controversial elements of his presidential campaign, building a wall on the border with Mexico, tightening restrictions as well on immigration. In business, telecom giant AT&T set to report earnings after the bell. We'll look for updates on its financials ahead of its planned merger with Time Warner. And in investing, hedge fund manager Kyle Bass famously bet against subprime mortgages. Now he's warning that Trump will add fuel to the fire that is China. His remarks in a moment.
Let's look at where the major averages stand as we head towards the close. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle is standing by.
Well, we've got quite a rally on our hands for U.S. stocks here, Joe. Heading into the close, the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all sharply higher for a second day in a row, so a nice two-day rally. In fact, for the Dow, the best two-day rally since the beginning of December. But, of course, the big story is the fact that the Dow is above 20,000, hitting that psychologically important mark, as all three averages have carved out new record highs. Now, the Dow may be above 20,000, but it still has not made a 1% move. When we hop into the Bloomberg and we take a look at BTV 5709. This is a little less than a one-year chart, and on top is a 1% move up, on bottom a 1% move down. And we see that the Dow has now been between those markers for 32 days, so 32 days without a 1% move. The last few times that this has happened, it's tended to produce fairly big moves, whether to the upside or the downside. So perhaps that's on the way. We'll certainly be here to report about it. As for the S&P 500, of course, carving out record highs, so let's not leave it behind. It is right now up about 1% since President Trump did take office last Friday. And this is pretty fitting to what's happened over the last 10 presidencies in the first 100 days of each president's administration. The S&P 500 has gained 7 out of 10 times. So right now, the S&P 500 is going along with that trend. As for what's driving the S&P 500 today, in fact, all of the major averages, the financials are the top Trump trade sector, up quite nicely since the election, but up quite nicely today. We have the S&P 500 Bank Index up, Wells Fargo outperforming in a big way, up 3.5%. We also have JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley up quite nicely. This, of course, as the 10-year yield is trading higher today, really moving up quite a bit in terms of basis points, up 5 basis points. That is shown in red because it tells us that safe haven bonds are selling off, as we do have stocks selling, rallying, trading higher. But interestingly, we have the Bloomberg Dollar Index down, and that is one sign perhaps of uncertainty of what's happening here in the U.S., but certainly something to keep an eye on. Joe and Scarlett.
All right. Thank you so much, Abigail.
What do you miss? The rise in Treasury yields over the past half year may reflect the long-awaited return of inflation. But if you look here on this chart I have, it barely registers over the long term. This is a long-term chart of 10-year yields, just been going down since the early 80s. Our next guest says that reports of the Treasury bull market's demise are exaggerated and that the long-term deflationary pressures remain of the Jerome Levy Forecasting Center. The form is accurately called the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008. Sorry for butchering your last
that's
name.
okay.
People
Don't worry.
do it to me all the time. What does everyone have wrong? So everyone's sort of excited. Inflation ticking up. They see signs of cyclical upturn. But you say that the fundamental conditions that have caused this decline in rates, all the same conditions are still in place.
Yeah, I think cyclically they are right. That we do have an economy where the unemployment rate is at a point where we should be seeing wage inflation picking up. And we do have inflation also firming somewhat. So clearly, cyclically, inflation is on the rise. And the bond yields have reflected that. In fact, cyclically, we are not bulls on the bond right now. Right. In fact, we made a big move in post-election was to take down our long-term bond position. It's very rare. But I want to distinguish between what is cyclical. We have seen these kind of pressures in 2005. We have seen them in 1990s. But it has not broken that long-term downtrend. So what is the factor that is driving that long-term downtrend? Those have not changed.
And so what are some of those key factors?
So there are two aspects of it. One is the physical aspect of it, and the other is a financial aspect of it. The physical aspect of it is there is a global overcapacity, whether you look at the US, Europe, or the emerging markets. If you look at US capacity utilization, the cyclical peaks have been coming down over the last 4 decades. And so we have a lot of slack capacity. Now, that's just the manufacturing side. You can see the same thing in office space, which is a broader reflection of the economy. If you look at Europe, you see the same thing. In emerging markets now, in comparison to the 30, 40 years ago when the emerging markets were not big competitors, you add in all that excess capacity in emerging markets, most notably in China, you have a situation where the global economy is still suffering from glut, persistent glut.
What's interesting here is that the Bank of England itself was saying that long-term deflationary pressures we may have changed here. We might be at an inflection point. They compared the current bond market route, which has subsided a bit, to what happened in 1967. Is that misguided?
That is completely misguided. If you go back to the 1960s, and I was looking at this data after they wrote this paper, our unemployment rate was 3.6%. You could say 4.6 looks pretty close to 3.6, but they are like complete sea difference. I mean,
can't compare.
Because they look at the participation rate now, and back then, anybody, if you wanted a job, you had a job. And the second thing was our capacity utilization. I think because of the Vietnam War and everything, it was close to 90%, if I'm not mistaken. In Germany, the unemployment rate was below 1%. Okay, and they were importing guest workers. And this was true in Europe as well. Overall Europe, they were, and Japan too, the same situation. They were not importing guest workers, but the unemployment rate was very low. And capacity utilization, I think in Japan was like 100, over 100.
Just to be clear, we're talking about the late 60s here.
Yes.
If we go back to the chart in the terminal, just to really set the context here, this is essentially at the beginning of this upward
yes,
so
which is,
I want to establish that what we're talking about is incredible lack of capacity, according to you,
yes,
particularly on the labor market all around the world in the run-up to that big bond bear market that we saw.
And of course, we also had other factors like, there were stronger labor unions, there was more pricing power because you had more oligopolistic competition, so it was a very different environment.
Okay, at the beginning you said there were two factors. The first one was the physical factors. We've talked about labor and offices and factory slack out there. What's the financial component?
The second part is if you look at balance sheets around the world, private sector balance sheets in particular, whether it's asset values on the asset side or debt on the liability side, you can see both are very elevated. Now, from a debt service perspective, the low interest rates enable you to maintain the high debt. And also from the asset valuation perspective, the low interest rates justify the valuations, whether it is, the Fed model for stocks or commercial real estate and housing and everything. But then the flip side is you can't have interest rates going up if you want to maintain those balance sheets.
So there's a ceiling on interest rates.
That is why there has been a ceiling on interest rates all these years.
So you had mentioned earlier that actually you're positioned for this cyclical turn in inflation and bond markets selling off for now. What about over the longer term? How are you positioned there?
So, our core view has been we are not great traders. So we always want to maintain the long bond portfolio. Mm-hmm. And because big balance sheets always create a fragility, you want to be positioned for it. You can't foresee it. For instance, how many people foresaw that we'll have Brexit and bond yields will go to 2%? You can't foresee what's going to happen and what the reaction is going to be. So the best way to do that is to have a core bond portfolio and then have according to your cyclical view, move up and down. But right now, as I said, we are unusually lightly positioned cyclically because we do believe it's fundamentally different.
Okay, 10-year yields right now over 2.5%, 2.52.
Yeah.
How low could it go, and what would make you change your mind and think, okay, the bond bull market has come to an end?
Okay, so the first point is I think our long-standing view is the next recession will bring the 10-year yield below 1%, probably 0.5%.
0.5%?
Yeah. I don't think we have changed any of that. In terms of what would make me change my view is it would take a massive fiscal stimulus combined with the Fed allowing inflation to rise and stay there and not try to
snuff it out.
Stop it. So that's what it would take.
All right,
I don't think it's going to happen.
When we get to 0.5% on the 10-year yield, it'll be a huge victory. We'll have you back. You can declare victory. Thank you very much. Srinivas Thiruvedantai, Director of Research at the Jerome Levy Forecasting Center. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Coming up on What You Missed, Heyman Capital Management CIO and founder Kyle Bass says President Trump is just more gasoline on an already smoldering China. We get his insight. This is Bloomberg.
Regresa Javier Risco con un nuevo concepto de televisión, un programa donde no cabe la solemnidad, sí el humor involuntario de nuestros políticos.
No lo tiene ni Obama.
Los empiecen a leer. La nota dura. Lunes a viernes, 10 de la noche. El financiero Bloomberg.
One at the end of the muscle and one in the bulk. Same for the hamstrings and my glutes as well. And then it comes out on these wires here, and then this box here, FES box, fires the muscles in a sequence and enables my legs to go around.
The electric shock being pumped into Johnny's legs would buckle you or me, but he can't feel it. The university is building AI that will monitor things like how tired his legs get. Cybathlon is not just an event to see who can run the fastest or jump the highest. Instead, it's how tech is helping people with severe disabilities do everyday tasks. Johnny blitzed his qualifying race and is through to the final. He starts strong, but quickly falls behind. His California competitor has some of the most advanced technology in the world. Johnny comes in second. but his coach Paul Moore couldn't be happier.
A quarter of my working week has been with the Cybathlon, especially in the last 6 months. I'm chuffed. Excellent. I'm really pleased.
The research at Cybathlon has broad implications. Scientists believe studying people with severe handicaps can lead to building more nimble robots or even breakthroughs in self-driving cars. There are no cash prizes for the winners, but that's not the point. It's about pushing the limits of science.
El financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
What you missed, the Dow above 20,000 may be a result of investors' hopes of a pro-business Trump administration. But there are also fears brewing about Trump's protectionist rhetoric, especially when it comes to China. Earlier today, Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker sat down for an exclusive interview with Heyman Capital management founder and CIO Kyle Bass.
First of all, you kind of have to study the backgrounds of everyone that's advising Trump on China. So whether it's Wilbur Ross or Lighthizer or Navarro or D'Amico, read Navarro's books, read D'Amico's blogs.
Try a little Tillerson too.
And Rex's comments in his confirmation hearing. Look, what they're all doing is they're all saying that China's kind of gotten the better of us in maybe the last 8 to 10 years. I tend to agree. But what's important about that is developing the lens that the White House is going to be looking at China through is really important as an investor. And my view is that somewhere between free trade and 45% tariffs is where we're going to end up. And with that comes profound consequences. And some of those are economic and some of those are geopolitical.
Let's say, for argument's sake, the United States imposes some kind of a tariff on Chinese imports. This might be important to your thesis. How does she respond?
Yeah, as she's mentioned, they have a plan for response, right? So the first plan for response is economic. The question is, does all of this economic wrangling really start a fire that ends up moving into a kinetic response in the South China Sea? It's something we hope does not happen. But the big question is, where is this all going as far as trade? And then, look, when I look back at armed conflicts, I think they all are rooted in some sort of economic, whether it's a grab or a malaise. And I think what we're headed towards is some sort of, here's the issue, right? China's banking system has been recklessly built. This idea that China is an emerging economic power and is now the driving economic power in the world, I think is illusory, or it's somewhat of a fallacy. They've built their credit system. They've grown it 1,000% of GDP in 10 years, while they've only grown GDP 500%. They've recklessly built a system that's going to need to restructure. And that just so happens to be metastasizing right when Trump becomes elected. So it's going to be, right, the world's a multivariable equation, and what's happening to China is going to happen on its own, on top of the fact that Trump is going to get a better deal for the United States. Those two things concurrently are going to cause profound change in China at a period in time in which Xi is consolidating his power and entering the 19th Party Congress this November. This is all happening kind of as a confluence of events that were completely unplanned, but they all happen to be happening at the same time.
It sounds to me like you have more conviction.
Look, this is a fire that's been smoldering, and it's now starting to burn.
Trump is an accelerant.
And Trump is just more gasoline.
What about the counter arguments, which you've heard over and over again? But here's one, right? Things appear to be improving a little bit for the banking system, right? Deflation is a little less of a threat. Corporate profits are improving in China, and deposits keep growing.
We all believe in the omnipotence of the Chinese Communist Party, and that they can throw any lever they need to throw because they're internally funded, and none of these problems will happen, i.e. economic gravity will never take over. This deposit growth is an interesting one. So in the last 18 months, credit in China has grown $6.5 trillion. So let's use dollars so that it's easy to discuss. It's grown about $6.5 trillion. Deposits have grown 3. So credit is growing exponentially, i.e. they're basically having to fund enormous moves in credit growth just to keep, we call it running to stand still. And that's where the banking system is today. Think about the emergency injections that they've had in the last 2 weeks. And they've clamped down on capital outflows dramatically. And think about this, China wants to be a global reserve currency. And there are many people that already count it as one. How many global reserve currencies have you ever seen have to raise overnight rates to 120% annualized to stop outflows? Right? It's all, I don't know, there's a dissonance in everyone's belief that China is the power that they say they are.
Let's talk about how you're expressing your view. People think and believe that you're short the Chinese yuan. Is that the case?
So yeah, look, I believe, so I'm not going to talk about specific positioning, but I'll answer your question another way. I'll say that the ultimate arbiter of my argument versus anyone else's argument is the currency. Because if I'm right about the banking system, they're going to have to recap the banking system. If they have to recap the banking system, the currency is going to be worth a lot less.
Well, the reason I ask about the yuan is not just to understand how you express the view, but also to understand whether there are collateral trades to be made. For sure. Right? Like the Hong Kong dollar pegged to the US dollar, for example, the Taiwanese dollar. Do you express your view that way as well?
Right. I don't know how many countries are recognized by the UN today. I think it's 190 some odd countries. Let's say it's 200 countries in the world. 100 countries' top trading partner is China. So when you look at the trade relationships with China, whether they have pegged relationships, floating relationships, or managed relationships with their currencies, those three constituencies are worth investigating. And when you look at who China's biggest trading partners are and what effects will be naturally imposed upon their trading partners, then you high grade those. And so the answer is yes. There's primary damages, there are secondary and tertiary, and those are something we've spent many years thinking about. And you're right, the Asian Pacific region clearly is going to have maybe a proverbial race to the bottom. Because it's the only way this can happen. That has profound implications for equity markets.
Is it safe to say that you are short those currencies?
It's safe to say that the Asian theater is where we've been focused for 3 years, and that we have done a lot of analysis on who we think is going to be, let's say, impacted the most.
That was part of our exclusive interview with Heyman Capital Management founder and CIO Kyle Bass.
It is time for the Bloomberg Business Flash. Look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. Shares of construction and building equipment companies jumped after President Trump doubled down on his plan to build a wall along the Mexican border. Vulcan Materials, the biggest U.S. sand and gravel supplier, was up, while cement makers Martin Marietta Materials and Eagle Materials also extended gains that kicked off after Trump was elected. German-based Heidelberg Cement surged the most in 2 months. Harvard University's $35.7 billion endowment wants outside help running its endowment. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which says the world's wealthiest school plans to outsource management and lay off roughly half its staff. The Journal says the endowment will shut down its internal hedge funds and let traders go by the middle of the year, with other layoffs coming by the end of the year. The dollar has peaked and will probably decline this year under President Trump. That's according to UBS Group's Wealth Management Unit, which expects the currency's impending weakness to benefit prices of base and precious metals. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index has lost almost 2% this year after closing 3 weeks ago at the highest since at least 2005. Shares of Boeing surged to an all-time high today as the 787 Dreamliner emerged from a decade of losses and helped the plane maker weather a turbulent market. Adjusted EPS was $2.47 a share. That is 15 cents higher than the consensus estimate. Boeing has pledged to buy back shares and boost its dividend as a near-record order backlog shelters the manufacturer from market shocks. And that is your Business Flash update.
Up next, will the president keep his campaign promise to support ethanol? We'll look at biofuel credits next. This is Bloomberg.
Chris, let's start with oil. Everyone's looking for some kind of regime change in markets. We're not really getting it in oil, according to Brian Belsky of BMO Capital Markets. So he went to Europe and he spoke with clients there, and he said that nobody believes the WTI trading range is about to change anytime soon. This week's announcement of movement on the Keystone and Dakota pipelines is positive, but WTI over here, Matt, really needs to break out and stay above $60 a barrel to confirm that this $40 to $50 range we've been stuck in is firmly behind us. That is easier said than done, because look at this. What is this? 2-decade-long range that WTI has been stuck in, and it really didn't get going until about 2004, 2005 with the China story. So that is your backdrop.
So we could be in around here forever.
We could be in the 50s. We always say that WTI is around $50 a barrel. We could be saying that for a long time.
All right, let's talk about energy some more, and let's talk about one chart that really crystallizes how this new administration might be changing energy policy. This is a chart of RINs, which is basically renewable identification numbers. So basically when a company makes biofuels, they get a credit for this, and they can sell that credit to other companies that need credit for legal reasons. And so the theory is that if there are rule changes, companies won't need to buy those credits. They won't need to have as many of them. And so the price of RINs has totally collapsed. They were around $1 per credit right before the election. They've collapsed to 55 cents per credit now. Carl Icahn is a big critic of the RIN system, and of course, he's been advising Donald Trump. So sort of a fascinating little market we don't talk about a lot, but the movement of which tells you something about how traders are anticipating policy changes.
This is fantastic. I think we should get Carl Icahn on to talk specifically about
Sounds good. Let's
RINs.
call him up.
All right. Let's get you the market close numbers. Of course, we're not quite there yet, but look at that. Above 20,000, 69 points above there.
I think we're going to hold.
I think we're going to hold. I think it's safe to say. It is actually a record day for all three major indexes. This is Bloomberg.
Bienvenidos a la sección de Monoblock, con las noticias del sector automotriz más importantes. Arrancamos. BMW abrirá planta en México en 2019 pese a Trump. La compañía alemana mantendrá sus planes de abrir una planta en el país dentro de 3 años. Ciudad de México, principal destino de los autos verdes. La capital del país es el principal mercado donde se adquieren autos eléctricos e híbridos, pues 46.5% de las unidades comercializadas de enero a octubre de 2016 en el país se desplazaron en esta entidad. México puede defenderse ante impuestos fronterizos de Donald Trump. El país cuenta con las herramientas necesarias para defenderse si el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, decide poner un gran impuesto fronterizo, dijo Eduardo Solís, presidente de la Asociación Mexicana de la Industria Automotriz, AMIA. Mercedes-Benz rejuvenece autos compactos. La marca alemana presentó en Detroit los primeros ejemplos de rejuvenecimiento de la marca en vehículos compactos de la clase A y B. La próxima semana hablaremos de la importancia del sector automotriz de México para Estados Unidos y por qué Trump no debe imponer impuestos. Soy Axel Sánchez, nos vemos en el camino.
María Scherer, Kiren Miret y Javier Risco. Urna tras otra. El único programa sobre las elecciones rumbo al 2018. Todos los martes, 7:30 de la noche. El financiero Bloomberg.
El financiero Bloomberg. Power Business.
Ya casi son las 3 de la tarde en el centro de México. Soy Víctor Pizzi y le doy la bienvenida al financiero Bloomberg en este miércoles 25 de enero. Como todos los días, vamos ya al campanazo de cierre de operaciones en Wall Street, que hoy lo encabezan ejecutivos de AB InBev para celebrar la continuación de una sociedad entre Stella Artois y la organización Water.org. El 25 de enero de 2017 será recordado como el día en que el índice Dow Jones de la Bolsa de Nueva York, el de las grandes industrias, alcanzó los 20,000 puntos por primera vez en la historia de Wall Street. Vamos con Carla Palomo a los cuarteles generales de Bloomberg en Nueva York con los cierres de los mercados allá en Manhattan. Carla, buena tarde.
Buenas tardes, Víctor. Un día histórico en Wall Street este miércoles 25 de enero y es que por fin el promedio industrial Dow Jones superó por primera vez la barrera psicológica de los 20,000 puntos, algo que consiguió en tan solo 42 días. Esta fue la segunda vez que el índice se eleva 1,000 puntos a un nivel tan rápido después que en 1999, en la era de la burbuja.com, pasara de 10,000 a 11,000 unidades en 24 días de negociación bursátil. El principal indicador de Wall Street logra este importante nivel en medio de los reportes trimestrales de empresas que han generado optimismo sobre el crecimiento y después de que el presidente Donald Trump firmara una serie de decretos, incluyendo la orden para comenzar a construir un muro en la frontera con México, tal y como lo prometió durante la campaña electoral. En la sesión, no solo el Dow Jones tocó máximos históricos, también el S&P 500 y el Nasdaq. Dentro de las materias primas, el petróleo cayó casi 1% después que el Departamento de Energía mostrara que los inventarios de crudo y gasolina subieron rápidamente. A nivel empresarial, antes de la apertura, Boeing, que hoy encabezó las ganancias del Dow Jones, divulgó beneficios de $2.47 por acción, 12 centavos por encima de las estimaciones de los analistas. Los ingresos de la aeronáutica también batieron los pronósticos. Boeing dijo que espera vender hasta 765 aeronaves este año en comparación a 748 el año pasado. Las acciones financieras también dieron impulso a los mercados. Entre las ganadoras destacan los títulos de Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo y Morgan Stanley. United Technologies también rindió cuentas al mercado y fue uno de los mayores perdedores del Dow, pese a que sus ganancias e ingresos estuvieron casi en línea con las proyecciones del mercado, los cuales se vieron apoyados por las mejores ventas en su división de motores Pratt & Whitney. Tras el cierre de los mercados, eBay, AT&T y Qualcomm son solo algunas de las compañías que divulgarán sus resultados trimestrales. Y por último, los ADRs de la cementera mexicana Cemex avanzaron aquí en la bolsa neoyorquina, ya que se vería beneficiada por los planes de Trump de construir un muro en la frontera de México y Estados Unidos que tendría un costo de unos $15,000 millones, si no más. Ahí pueden ver Cemex ganando más del 3% en la bolsa neoyorquina. Así que, Víctor, la pregunta ahora es si el cielo es el límite para el Dow Jones, que finalmente superó la barrera de los 20,000 puntos y que era algo que el mercado estaba anticipando, y este fuerte avance en las bolsas se dio principalmente luego del resultado electoral en el que Donald Trump sorprendió a todos con su victoria. Y también para darnos una idea de cómo estuvo hoy el día aquí, el temido índice de la volatilidad, el VIX, hoy en mínimos de 2 años y medio. Eso es todo por mi parte. Regreso contigo a México.
Gracias, Carla. Y ahora vamos a la redacción con Abraham González, quien nos tiene el reporte de cierre de la bolsa mexicana, que de última hora pasó del rojo al verde. Abraham.
¿Qué tal, Víctor? Muy buenas tardes. Así es, vamos con lo más relevante del mercado mexicano, que hoy registró un comportamiento atípico, pues abrió con ganancias, luego pasó al terreno de pérdidas y durante la última hora de operación registró un fuerte rally alcista. Al cierre de la jornada, el índice de precios y cotizaciones marcó un descenso de 0.26%, con lo que se ubicó por lo pronto en 48,275 puntos. Con ello, alcanzó ya los niveles previos a la elección de Estados Unidos, en una jornada en la que la fluctuación fue de alrededor de 700 puntos durante la jornada. Entre las principales ganancias del día destacaban entre las principales pérdidas del día destacaban los movimientos de Grupo México, de Grupo Aeroportuario del Pacífico, Grupo Financiero Banorte y Alpek. En contraste, entre las principales ganancias estaban promotora y operadora de infraestructura, OHL México, Grupo Lala y Alsea. El comportamiento volátil del IPC durante la jornada estuvo fuertemente ligado a la información proveniente de Estados Unidos, en donde el presidente Donald Trump finalmente firmó una orden ejecutiva para construir un muro en la frontera con México. Sin embargo, en su discurso Trump fue conciliador con México, lo que por supuesto provocó reacciones abruptas en el mercado mexicano. En este caso fueron reacciones positivas. Lo que es seguro por ahora es que en caso de mantenerse este intenso flujo de información en lo que resta de la semana, veremos una mayor volatilidad en el mercado mexicano. Por lo pronto, esto es lo más relevante. Víctor, volvemos contigo al estudio. Buenas tardes.
Gracias, Abraham. Buena tarde.
Buenas tardes.
Y la moneda mexicana ligó su cuarto día de ganancias ante la divisa estadounidense, que este miércoles en operaciones reportadas por el Banco de México retrocedió 18 centavos y cerró en 21 pesos con 24 centavos. Es su menor nivel desde el pasado 6 de enero. Pero miren, en este momento el dólar en operaciones al mayor está en 21 pesos con 2 centavos. 21 pesos con 2 centavos. Sigue bajando el dólar durante las últimas 4 jornadas que coinciden con los días que lleva Donald Trump en la Casa Blanca. El peso ha recuperado 69 centavos, el 3.1%. En ventanillas de los bancos, el billete verde se vende esta tarde en 21 pesos con 55 centavos, precio que está 25 centavos por abajo de su nivel previo. El mercado cambiario continúa a la espera de que se inicien conversaciones entre México y Estados Unidos sobre la renegociación del Tratado de Libre Comercio, que podría plantearse en el marco de las reuniones de los secretarios de Relaciones Exteriores y de Economía con funcionarios de alto nivel en la Casa Blanca. El tipo de cambio irá respondiendo durante los próximos días a la información relacionada con este tema. Y el 25 de enero de 2017 será recordado como el día en que Donald Trump ordena formalmente la construcción de un muro en la frontera sur de Estados Unidos y reitera además que México pagará su construcción. Vuelvo al peso. En lo que va de la administración Trump, la moneda mexicana es la más ganadora ante el dólar. Esteban Rojas, tu adelanto.
Así es, Víctor, la fragilidad del dólar en el mercado internacional saca a flote a la moneda mexicana. En unos momentos los detalles.
Esperemos que siga así, Esteban. La minera mexicana Fresnillo, productora de oro y plata, ¿qué expectativas tiene para este año? Axel Sánchez, tu avance.
Así es, a pesar de que tuvieron un año récord histórico en la extracción de oro, para 2017 ven cifras negativas. Más adelante les cuento los detalles de lo que ve esta subsidiaria de Industrias Peñoles.
Ahora lo vemos, Axel, gracias. Y se firma el contrato de la red compartida y se entregan también los títulos de concesión al grupo ganador, el consorcio Altán. Y así como todos los días, con información en tiempo real, le tengo el pulso de los mercados, la economía y las empresas. El INEGI informó esta mañana que en noviembre de 2016 los ingresos por suministro de bienes y servicios en las empresas comerciales al por menor, que no son otra cosa más que las ventas minoristas, incrementaron 1% a tasa mensual con datos desestacionalizados. Pero en su comparación anual, lo vemos aquí en pantalla, los ingresos del comercio al por menor se dispararon 10.6% respecto a noviembre de 2015, lo que representa el mayor incremento en las ventas minoristas en México, al menos desde 2009, año en que inició el registro de este indicador por parte del INEGI. Los datos ajustados por efectos estacionales señalan que durante octubre y noviembre de 2016 las ventas al por menor crecieron a tasas de doble dígito, comportamiento nunca visto en la historia de la serie. Y el INEGI también informó que con cifras desestacionalizadas durante noviembre del año pasado, los ingresos reales obtenidos por la prestación de servicios privados no financieros crecieron 0.2% con relación al mes previo. A tasa anual, el índice agregado de los ingresos por la prestación de servicios se incrementó 7.3% respecto a noviembre de 2015. Esto representa su menor avance desde agosto pasado y marca también una desaceleración frente al 9% de crecimiento registrado en octubre de 2016. Y desde que Donald Trump asumió la presidencia de Estados Unidos, el peso mexicano se ha recuperado alrededor de 3% ante el dólar, lo cual lo ha colocado como la moneda con mejor comportamiento en el mundo durante este periodo. Esteban Rojas, ¿qué factores pueden explicar esta situación y hacia dónde apunta la tendencia del peso? Esteban, buena tarde.
Muy buena tarde, Víctor. Así es como tú lo apuntas, el marcador sigue 4-0 a favor de México, pero todavía quizás no sea suficiente para cambiar la tendencia principal, como ahorita lo vamos a ver, Víctor. Uno de los factores que puede estar explicando la fuerte revaluación que ha tenido la moneda mexicana en las últimas 4 sesiones es el comportamiento del dólar a nivel internacional. Después de que Trump gana la presidencia de los Estados Unidos el pasado 8 de noviembre, la moneda norteamericana se apreció 3.7%, alcanzando un máximo a principios de este año no visto en los últimos 14 años. Y esta situación ya los mercados habían estado advirtiendo de que un dólar fuerte pudiese descarrilar la recuperación de la economía norteamericana, y esto fue retomado por el todavía presidente electo, quien se mostró preocupado por la fortaleza del billete verde, y que últimamente el nominado para el Departamento del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos también volvió a advertir que un dólar fuerte no era conveniente para los intereses de los mismos Estados Unidos. Y podemos ver cómo desde lo que va, digamos, de principios de noviembre a la fecha, el dólar ha retrocedido en el mercado internacional 2.7%, y esto también ha favorecido a la moneda mexicana, puesto que los mercados también se han dado cuenta de que un dólar fuerte no es compatible con una política proteccionista de los Estados Unidos, porque muchos de sus efectos pudiesen verse diluidos con esta fortaleza del dólar a nivel internacional. En cuanto al comportamiento, digamos, que ha tenido el peso con el dólar, sí podemos apreciar cómo se ha apreciado la moneda mexicana desde que alcanzó los 22.04 unidades por dólar hasta los 21.02 que alcanzó el día de hoy. Pero a pesar de esta recuperación, podemos observar todavía cómo se encuentra dentro de un periodo lateral en donde se ha visto bastante volatilidad, y esta situación bajo presión de la moneda mexicana todavía puede continuar en dado caso que no rompa a la baja los 20.68 unidades y en la parte de arriba los 22.04. De esta manera, Víctor, es muy importante este sesgo positivo que se ha tenido previo a negociaciones importantes globales que se avecinan en los próximos días, y todavía podemos esperar que todavía, digamos, persistan una alta volatilidad en el tipo de cambio, Víctor.
Seguramente, Esteban, pero mira, ya tenemos en pantalla 20 pesos con 99 centavos. Ya rompió el piso de los 21 y ojalá siga así.
Ojalá,
se ve complicado.
Víctor.
Gracias, Esteban. Buena tarde. Y sobre la evolución del peso mexicano tras la llegada de Donald Trump a la Casa Blanca, voy a conversar ahora con Hernán Yelati, él es director de análisis y estrategia de Bank Trust, en este enlace desde Bloomberg en Nueva York. Hola Hernán, buena tarde. Te pregunto si la gran diferencia del peso mexicano con otras monedas emergentes sigue siendo Donald Trump, quien no solo quiere detener la migración de fábricas estadounidenses y empleos a México, sino también de personas con la construcción de un muro fronterizo.
Sí, a mí me parece que el peso mexicano tuvo el peor golpe ya antes de la inauguración del presidente Trump. Lo que quiero decir es que cuando el presidente Trump ganó las elecciones e incluso antes, el impacto se estaba sintiendo de manera más fuerte por la incertidumbre y la ansiedad de los mercados. Lo que me parece que estamos viendo ahora es qué es lo que realmente va a quedar de esa incertidumbre y toda esa ansiedad que tenía el mercado con respecto a las noticias del muro, de restricciones inmigratorias y de incentivos para repatriar manufacturas. Entonces lo que me parece importante remarcar es que esta mañana, con la noticia que finalmente el presidente Trump va a avanzar con la construcción del muro, lo que se ve es que el peso mexicano y los activos mexicanos en general no mostraron el nerviosismo que mostraron en el pasado con un efecto de expectativas. Entonces, sí es verdad que el peso mexicano tuvo una depreciación mayor a otras monedas en América Latina, pero no creo que ese va a ser el caso hacia adelante.
Hernán, no ha ocurrido el peor escenario, pues no ha habido un anuncio de salida de Estados Unidos del NAFTA en el corto plazo. ¿Es eso lo que está detrás de la recuperación que ha mostrado el peso?
Sí, yo creo que en parte es por una expectativa de que el NAFTA se va a renegociar y no va a ser una salida unilateral de los... Creo que con un peso más débil, lo que México puede lograr es una negociación mejor con los Estados Unidos, de cara a esta postura más agresiva del presidente Trump. Y es importante también que los Estados Unidos también comprenda de manera completa cómo México también puede ayudar a la producción en los Estados Unidos. Porque también es cierto que hay productos que sí funcionan como producción en los como producción en México local para que los Estados Unidos pueda ensamblar y hacer producción de bienes complementarios como es la industria automotriz.
El inicio de la administración Trump, diferente a lo que estábamos acostumbrados en los últimos años, ¿será un factor para que se mantengan la especulación contra el peso, la volatilidad de los mercados durante las próximas semanas y meses?
Bueno, yo sí espero que haya cierta volatilidad. Claramente es una administración distinta, como bien dices. Tiene cierta urgencia de cumplir con muchas de las cuestiones que fueron mencionadas en la campaña. Entonces yo sí creo que hay que estar preparados para cierta volatilidad, pero no me parece que México en particular va a ser un país en donde los mercados van a continuar sufriendo, sino por el contrario, creo que México va a poder mostrar sorpresas positivas dada una renegociación del NAFTA que va a ser mejor a lo esperado por el mercado.
Bien, ojalá que así sea. Hernán Gelati, gracias y buena tarde.
Muchísimas gracias.
Y seguimos analizando el comportamiento del peso ante el dólar, que no solo ha resistido los primeros días de la administración Trump, sino que incluso se ha fortalecido, como estamos viendo ya. Abordo el tema con la doctora Gabriela Siller Pagasa, ella es economista en jefe de Banco Base. Hola Gabriela, buena tarde. Te quiero preguntar primero si se redujo la sensibilidad del peso mexicano a las noticias sobre Trump o qué pasó en los últimos días, incluso esta tarde en que sigue apreciándose.
Buenas tardes. No, en realidad los movimientos que vimos hoy, una disminución hasta 21.95 pesos por dólar, una apreciación que no se veía, 2.27%, apreciación que no se veía desde septiembre, nos muestran lo sensible que es el peso mexicano ante cualquier declaración de Donald Trump. Ayer cuando anunció que se construiría el muro, pues el tipo de cambio empezó a subir. Sin embargo, hoy cuando cambió un poco la retórica y dijo, bueno, que se construiría el muro, pero que esto ayudaría también a la economía mexicana, pues como que pareciera un Trump diferente, ¿no? Donde está acercándose más a la colaboración y dejando un poco el tono agresivo que había mantenido en los últimos meses. Esto, bueno, pues se tomó con mucho optimismo en el mercado cambiario. Sin embargo, hay que recordar que en otras ocasiones Trump pues ha dado bandazos y cambios rápidos en sus decisiones y en sus declaraciones. Entonces, no nos hagamos a la idea a lo mejor de que el tipo de cambio completamente pueda ir para abajo, porque a lo mejor después sale con que México se iba a pagar por el muro. Sin embargo, si siguiera con esta retórica positiva y sobre todo lo que tiene que ver con el NAFTA, con el Telecan, entonces tipos de cambio acercarse a los 20 pesos por dólar. Hay que recordar que el tipo de cambio de equilibrio está en 18 pesos por dólar más o menos. Hace un año estábamos en 17 pesos. Todo lo que ha subido pues ha sido por Donald Trump. Entonces no es que se está alejando de la retórica de Trump, sino más bien como Trump hoy habló en positivo y más en colaboración con México, por eso se permitió la apreciación del peso.
Gabriela, en términos de una renegociación del Telecan, ¿cuál crees que es el escenario más probable? ¿Qué pasará también con la inversión extranjera que llega a México, que ya está siendo factor para que los bancos revisen a la baja su expectativa de crecimiento?
Bueno, pues la inversión extranjera depende mucho de la incertidumbre. Yo creo que esperarán para ver realmente cuáles son las estrategias de Trump. Y en la renegociación del Telecan, pues a nivel internacional están hablando de que los mexicanos nos estamos poniendo duros, sobre todo después de que el secretario de Economía dijera que México se saldría del Telecan si no fueran favorables las negociaciones. Yo creo que esto también está ayudando y bueno, pues esperemos a ver, ¿verdad? Sobre todo importa cómo quedará lo que tiene que ver con la industria automotriz y de autopartes, que es la que está jalando hacia arriba el crecimiento económico de México. Por lo pronto vemos que en el escenario más probable, pues el del 2017 será un año de renegociación que seguirá la incertidumbre, seguirá un poco la volatilidad, pero ahorita como que hay un escenario un tanto más positivo de lo que teníamos hace 2 semanas. Y bueno, pues a lo mejor este año terminaremos con un crecimiento económico de 1.5% por la incertidumbre, y el tipo de cambio pues seguirá determinado por lo que siga diciendo o la retórica que tome Donald Trump, donde te repito que sí, pues sigue con una retórica positiva como lo hizo el día de hoy, pues entonces podríamos ver cotizaciones a lo mejor de hasta 20 pesos por dólar.
Bien, Gabriela Siller, gracias y saludos.
Gracias a ti, gracias por tenerme en tu programa. Hasta luego.
Gracias. Nos enlazamos ahora con Enrique Quintana, vicepresidente y director general editorial del Financiero, para conocer hacia dónde apuntan sus coordenadas de hoy. Enrique, buena tarde.
Buenas tardes, Víctor. Las coordenadas de este día apuntan a Washington, donde hay 2 hechos que han merecido la atención de los inversionistas mexicanos y en general de todo el público. El primero tiene que ver con el anuncio hecho por el señor Donald Trump en el sentido de que en pocos meses comenzará la construcción del muro fronterizo y otras medidas de protección de las fronteras de los Estados Unidos. Y la segunda tiene que ver con la visita, la primera que realizan funcionarios mexicanos desde que Trump tomó posesión a Washington, en este caso Luis Videgaray, canciller, e Ildefonso Guajardo, secretario de Economía, para iniciar las conversaciones en materia de relación bilateral. En realidad, si vemos los mercados, observamos que no se ven preocupados por el anuncio a propósito del muro, lo cual deja ver claro que esto es un elemento fundamentalmente de carácter político. Los inversionistas a lo que están prestando atención es al avance o no de una posible renegociación del Tratado de Libre Comercio de Norteamérica. Los 2 funcionarios mexicanos, desde antes de salir a los Estados Unidos, plantearon la postura mexicana en el sentido de que si los términos de esa negociación no son convenientes para México, entonces nuestro país está listo para dejar el acuerdo trilateral con Estados Unidos y Canadá. Es relevante que en las conversaciones que ya han tenido Videgaray y Guajardo y en las que próximamente tendrán, dejen claro que esto no es un bluff, no se trata solamente de una posición negociadora, sino es algo real. Si se logra convencer a la administración Trump de que esto es así, probablemente México logre obtener en los próximos días ventajas negociadoras. Sin embargo, pues todavía no hay claridad de lo que vaya a suceder. Tendremos que estar al pendiente en el curso de las próximas horas o de los próximos días para valorar los resultados de esta primera visita, que será el antecedente de la que realizará en principio el próximo 31 de enero el presidente Peña. Así que por lo pronto vamos a ver si los mercados siguen serenos en el curso de las próximas horas y los próximos días. Estas son las coordenadas del día de hoy, Víctor. Muy buenas tardes.
Buena tarde, Enrique, gracias. Ahora hacemos una pausa. Antes les recuerdo mi cuenta de Twitter, @VictorGes. Volvemos.
El Financiero Bloomberg Televisión. El único canal de televisión especializado en política, negocios, economía y finanzas. En alianza con Bloomberg, hacemos una programación exclusiva e incomparable. Análisis, resultados, información inmediata, coberturas especiales, periodismo de vanguardia. El Financiero Bloomberg Televisión. Power Business.
Y tal y como lo adelantó anoche en su cuenta de Twitter, el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, firmó la orden ejecutiva para destinar fondos federales para la construcción de un muro en la frontera sur, tal y como lo también prometió durante su campaña. El mandatario estadounidense sostuvo que la construcción del muro es toral para recuperar el control sobre el flujo de migrantes hacia su país.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, working with myself and my staff, will begin immediate construction of a border wall. So badly needed. You folks know how badly needed it is, as a help, but very badly needed. This will also help Mexico by deterring illegal immigration from Central America and by disrupting violent cartel networks. As I've said repeatedly to the country, we are going to get the bad ones out, the criminals and the drug deals and gangs and gang members and cartel leaders. The day is over when they can stay in our country and wreak havoc. We are going to get them out, and we're going to get them out fast, and John Kelly is going to lead that way.
Trump firmó 2 órdenes ejecutivas para la seguridad interna y fronteriza. Las órdenes incluyen medidas como la construcción del muro a lo largo de la frontera con México, la creación de nuevos centros para detener inmigrantes no autorizados en la frontera sur y la reactivación de un programa federal para agilizar deportaciones. Se aplicarán estrictamente las leyes actuales de migración, se buscará proteger el principio de comunidades seguras con el cual se podrá detener personas solo por ser sospechosas. El Departamento de Estado va a retener visas y utilizar otras herramientas para devolver a personas con antecedentes penales a sus países de origen.
We're in the middle of a crisis on our southern border. The unprecedented surge of illegal migrants from Central America is harming both Mexico and the United States, and I believe the steps we will take, starting right now, will improve the safety in both of our countries. Going to be very, very good for Mexico. A nation without borders is not a nation. Beginning today, the United States of America gets back control of its borders, gets back its borders.
¿Y cuáles fueron los puntos más relevantes de estas órdenes ejecutivas? Le doy la bienvenida aquí en el estudio a Víctor Hugo Michel, director editorial del financiero Bloomberg TV. Víctor Hugo, ¿cómo estás?
Víctor.
¿Qué te pareció?
Importante, interesante lo que hizo el día de hoy Donald Trump. Yo creo que lo podemos dividir en 2 partes, lo que se dijo y lo que se escribió. Es más importante lo que se escribió que lo que se dijo, pero primero terminemos con lo que se dijo y después pasamos a la nota dura, vamos a decirlo así. Parte de lo que anuncia el día de hoy Donald Trump nos da una idea de que va a haber un despliegue histórico de agentes de la patrulla fronteriza en la frontera con México. Estamos hablando de que serán 22,000 agentes, un promedio de 6 agentes por cada kilómetro. Es el máximo histórico. Otro punto importante, Víctor. Estamos hablando ya de 19,500 agentes del Buró de Control y Migración, que es el que busca a los migrantes al interior de Estados Unidos. Va a haber nuevos equipos para cazar migrantes indocumentados. Duro lo que anuncia Donald Trump el día de hoy. También lo que menciona Delfina, las políticas de ciudades santuario. Van a poder entrar ya a ciudades como Nueva York, como Los Ángeles, agentes federales a buscar migrantes indocumentados. No perder de vista eso.
Chicago.
Porque hay millones de mexicanos ahí. Chicago, obviamente. Pero ahora vamos a la parte importante, Víctor, lo que se escribió. Ya está circulando la propuesta completa del presidente Trump en redes sociales y se plantea en la sección 9, se le va a pedir a todas las agencias gubernamentales de Estados Unidos detallar cuánto nos están dando a nosotros, a México, en ayuda militar, económica, bilateral, de desarrollo social. Y en 30 días se tiene que entregar un reporte al Departamento de Estado sobre cuánto dinero nos están dando. Estamos hablando de Iniciativa Mérida, de proyectos agrícolas, de ayuda para desarrollo social, millones de dólares. De ahí, Víctor, es de donde va a salir el dinero para financiar el muro. Ya lo podemos dar, lo podemos adelantar. Esto ya está en la propuesta que está circulando oficialmente. No lo dijo el presidente Trump, pero es su texto. De ahí viene el dinero.
Es decir, que todos estos recursos que tiene presupuestados el gobierno de Estados Unidos para trabajar en colaboración, cooperación con México, va a determinar cuánto le otorga a México cada año.
¿Y cuánto le cobra?
¿Y cuánto le cobra?
Interesante lo que dice la redacción, Víctor. dice que se va a cuantificar lo que nos han dado durante los últimos 5 años. Es decir, no es nada más lo que se tiene asignado
no
para
último,
2017,
claro.
sino lo que nos han dado en 5 años. Aquí la pregunta es, ¿qué quieren hacer con este monto? Es un monto que asciende a varios miles de millones de dólares porque incluye los fondos de la iniciativa Mérida, claro, que han sido estratosféricos. Importante, también destaca que se tiene que ver cuál es el monto de la asistencia militar que nos han dado. Víctor, el 75% de las armas que compra la Sedena y la Marina vienen de Estados Unidos, del Pentágono. Estamos hablando de mucho dinero, lo van a cuantificar y en 60 días, en 30 días se entrega el reporte y en 60 días el Departamento de Estado determinaría, haría la matemática de cómo nos cobra. Claro. Así que es información importante la que
no
estamos
sé si
dando.
sea así, pero sería equivalente a quitarle esos recursos a México y con esos recursos financiar la construcción del muro.
Vamos a verlo, yo creo que hay dos opciones. En un caso positivo, sí nada más nos quitarían lo que viene para el próximo año. En el caso negativo, y ahí es donde me llama la atención que estén cuantificando lo que nos han dado en 5 años.
Claro.
Nos cobrarían lo de los últimos 5 años.
Serían los intereses.
Los intereses. Entonces, ya encontraron de dónde sacar el dinero. Y lo repito, está ya en redes sociales, ya está en internet, ya pueden checar la propuesta. La sección 9 plantea que se instruya a todas las agencias gubernamentales del gobierno estadounidense a revisar cuánto nos dan en programas bilaterales y multilaterales. Y en 30 días vamos a saber cuánto nos querrían cobrar.
Híjole.
Información importante, Víctor.
Claro. Gracias, Víctor Hugo.
Un gusto, Víctor.
Gracias a ti y más información de esto en los siguientes espacios del Financiero Blog.
Por supuesto, lo estaremos dando a conocer.
Gracias, Víctor Hugo.
Gracias, Víctor.
Y para revisar el tema y los anuncios de hoy, agradezco este enlace por Skype a Boston con el doctor Miguel Bazáñez, ex embajador de México en Washington. Doctor Bazáñez, buena tarde. Una primera opinión le quiero pedir sobre la firma del decreto mediante el cual Donald Trump ordena la construcción de un muro en la frontera con México. ¿Será la mejor manera de resguardar la frontera, como dice el propio Trump?
Desde luego que no, Víctor. Buenas tardes. Pero déjame antes hacer una mención a lo que te estaban hablando ahorita del dinero de Iniciativa Mérida. Esas ayudas son cacahuates. Por favor, hay que ponerlo en dimensión. México gasta al año 20 veces más de lo que en los 5 años han gastado los Estados Unidos. Es decir, en total, México ha gastado 100 veces más que lo que Estados Unidos ha dado. Es decir, es verdaderamente ridículo, es simbólico únicamente. La función principal del dinero de Iniciativa Mérida era la coordinación y el acceso privilegiado a información e intercambios, pero el monto es verdaderamente menor, de manera que esto que están diciendo que de ahí se financia el muro es totalmente imposible. Ahora, regresando a tu pregunta, el muro no es más que otra cosa simbólica y propagandística de Trump. No tiene mayor relevancia, es por supuesto el simbolismo de querer apartarnos como amigos y como aliados, ese es enorme. El de detener flujos migratorios o de drogas absolutamente no tiene ninguna funcionalidad.
El lunes pasado el presidente Peña Nieto dijo que con Estados Unidos ni confrontación ni sumisión, pero hay quien cree que la orden sobre la construcción del muro es un mensaje de subordinación. ¿Qué piensa usted?
Me parece que es un mensaje muy agresivo y una forma de empezar con el pie izquierdo. Evidencia que su intención no es negociar, sino lo que quiere es imponer sus criterios. Yo estoy con el grupo que piensa que el presidente Peña Nieto debe de cancelar su viaje a los Estados Unidos y que debemos de entrar a otra fase de cuáles deben ser las medidas frente al cumplimiento de amenazas que Trump está haciendo ya.
Están los secretarios de Relaciones Exteriores y de Economía en Washington. Le pregunto, ¿se debe privilegiar el diálogo y la negociación o habrá que enviar una señal de dureza al nuevo gobierno de Estados Unidos? Que podría ser esta, la que usted dice, la cancelación de la reunión anunciada del presidente Peña con Trump.
Desde luego que debe privilegiarse en primer término el intento de diálogo y de negociación, pero dejando claro que no va uno en una posición de sumisión, sino de apertura y dispuestos a levantarse de la mesa en el primer momento en donde se constate que las condiciones no son adecuadas ni en beneficio de ambas partes. de manera que esta cancelación de la visita del presidente sería una forma de decirlo. Circulan ya en redes, por supuesto, la expulsión de los agentes de seguridad que están en México, de la DEA, del FBI, de las agencias americanas, y es otro paso. Y también, bueno, el gobernador de Guerrero ha hablado de formar la compañía Heroína Americana, Sociedad Anónima, para legalizar, porque hay que pensar que México solo suministra el 5% de la heroína que consumen los Estados Unidos y nos cobran muy cara esa factura en términos de propaganda. Cada vez me queda más claro que Trump está utilizando las enseñanzas de Goebbels, el ministro de comunicación de Hitler, decir una mentira y repetirla 1000 veces y propagarla en todos los medios hasta que el público queda totalmente confundido, y el caso de la heroína es algo parecido.
Bien, doctor Bazáñez, gracias por este enlace para el financiero Bloomberg.
Al contrario, Víctor, gracias por la llamada.
Gracias, buena tarde. Y hay que recordar que desde esta mañana se encuentran en Washington, como decíamos, el secretario de Relaciones Exteriores, Luis Videgaray, y el secretario de Economía, Ildefonso Guajardo. Ellos viajaron para reunirse con el equipo del presidente Donald Trump para preparar el próximo encuentro entre el presidente Peña Nieto y Donald Trump allá en Washington. Fueron recibidos con la noticia del muro fronterizo y las nuevas medidas de seguridad interna de Estados Unidos, donde el control de migración tiene un papel fundamental, aunque desde ayer informaron que enfocarían las negociaciones en el tema del Tratado de Libre Comercio. Y para la defensa de la renegociación del Tratado de Libre Comercio con Estados Unidos, el gobierno mexicano llamó a Jaime Zabludovsky, Herminio Blanco, Moisés Kalach y Valentín Díez Morodo. Blanco y Zabludovsky participaron en las negociaciones del tratado de este tratado en la década de los 90 del siglo pasado. Finalmente, la adición de Díez Morodo implica tener a uno de los empresarios mexicanos más exitosos, pues fue uno de los artífices del crecimiento y consolidación de Grupo Modelo y su cerveza Corona en el mundo entero. Ante este panorama, la Confederación Patronal de la República Mexicana, la Coparmex, demandó acciones urgentes para fortalecer al sector productivo nacional y al mercado interno a fin de enfrentar los cambios esperados en la relación bilateral México-Estados Unidos.
Los centros empresariales de Coparmex en todo el país están trabajando con los ciudadanos, con los académicos, con los funcionarios y construyendo propuestas para realizar las transformaciones que urgen a México en temas tan prioritados como lo son el Estado de Derecho, el combate a la pobreza, la mejora en la calidad de la educación, la mayor competitividad de las empresas y la creación de empleos suficientes. También la disciplina en las finanzas públicas y un ejercicio más eficiente y transparente del gasto público.
El presidente de la Coparmex, Gustavo de Hoyos, señaló que de forma paralela es preciso construir una visión de futuro para saber hacia dónde avanzar en materia de generación de empleo, combate a la corrupción, manejo eficiente del gasto por parte del gobierno y la atracción de inversiones.
Para preservar las inversiones y atraer más capitales, el reto fundamental es mejorar el Estado de Derecho. Ello implica responsabilidad compartida de los tres poderes de la Unión. No podemos soslayar que retrocedimos 9 sitios en la más reciente evaluación del Índice General de The World Justice Project en materia de Estado de Derecho, donde caímos del lugar número 79 al lugar número 88 dentro de 113 países que son evaluados. Ahí tenemos una dimensión del gran desafío.
Hacemos una pausa. Al volver, los detalles de la firma del contrato de APP para la red compartida. Volvemos.
Análisis de negocios.
Cuando Wall Street y la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores bajan la cortina. Aquí le tengo toda la información económica, financiera y de negocios que necesita para tomar decisiones. Yo soy Susana Sainz y lo espero de lunes a viernes a las 4 de la tarde por el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
México cayó 28 lugares en el índice de percepción de corrupción de Transparencia Internacional. El país obtuvo una calificación de 30 puntos que lo ubica en la posición 123 de 176 países evaluados por la organización. Transparencia Mexicana indicó en este reporte que las reformas anticorrupción y la primera etapa de implementación del Sistema Nacional Anticorrupción no fueron suficientes para reducir el efecto de los continuos escándalos de corrupción. Y se firmó el contrato de asociación público-privada que da inicio formal a la red compartida, proyecto de telecomunicaciones considerado el más grande en la historia de México. El consorcio Altán, ganador del proyecto, ya inició el despliegue de torres. Vamos ahora a la redacción con Itzel Castañares, quien nos tiene más detalles de esta información. Itzel, buena tarde.
Hola Víctor, buena tarde, así es. La SCT ya definió, ya se dio el avance de las redes y Altán Redes ya confirmó que inició el despliegue después de la firma del contrato de asociación pública-privada entre 7 y 8 torres diarias. Serán las torres desplegadas para la etapa inicial de la red compartida como parte de este proyecto, que superaría las 3,000 en un año. Eugenio Galdón Burgarolas, el presidente de Altán Redes, señaló que tras la firma de este contrato entre Altán y Promptel, que el consorcio ya empezó a trabajar en las primeras estaciones para que estén listas antes de que finalice el primer semestre de 2017. Cabe recordar, Víctor, que el proyecto contempla que en marzo de 2018 la red compartida tenga una cobertura del 30% de la población y el 25% de los pueblos mágicos del país. Sin embargo, el empresario espera que se cumpla con esta meta antes de la fecha establecida, a fin de poder ofrecer los servicios mayoristas a los interesados, los cuales, adelantó, ya superan la decena. Altán considera que la red va a ayudar a transformar México, pues en tiempos de muros, dijo, la red compartida será un anchísimo puente para una sociedad más comunicada. Asimismo, adelantó que de los interesados en ser proveedores de equipo, Altán Redes seleccionará a 2 firmas a fin de mantener niveles de competencia y aprovechar mejor sus capacidades tecnológicas, Víctor.
Bien, Itzel, ¿qué comentó el secretario Ruiz Esparza sobre este tema?
Pues te comento, Víctor, que recordemos que hay una demanda anunciada por parte de la Secretaría contra el consorcio Rivada, que fue quien descalificado de este concurso. El secretario dijo que están en proceso de definir cuándo serán estas demandas y será en tribunales tanto de México como de Estados Unidos, y eso será anunciado en los próximos días, Víctor.
Así es, la demanda de Rivada, el grupo inconforme, el perdedor de la licitación y que, bueno, sigue en litigio. Gracias, Itzel.
Buena tarde.
Buena tarde. Sobre este proceso voy a conversar en este momento con Fernando Borjón, director general del organismo promotor de inversiones en telecomunicaciones Promptel. Fernando, buena tarde. Finalmente se firmó el contrato de APP y se entrega el título de concesión a Consorcio Altán, el grupo ganador, pero fue un proceso complicado, no fue fácil llegar a este punto.
Fue un proceso complicado, como bien dices, buenas tardes, así es toda tu audiencia. Fue un proceso complicado, empezamos hace prácticamente un año, el 29 de enero de 2016, se publicaron las bases de licitación, hubo un proceso ahí que fue seguido por Transparencia Mexicana, por el órgano interno de control, fue un proceso transparente, actos públicos que se transmitieron en streaming en cuanto a la presentación de ofertas, aclaraciones, en fin, fue un proceso largo, pero afortunadamente estamos llegando muy bien al final con una oferta de cobertura que no tenemos en el país. 92.2% de la población con servicios de cuarta generación, es decir, que podamos tener internet móvil al menos al 92.2% de la población. Hoy hay una cobertura del 92%, pero no es 4G todavía. Entonces vamos a tener esta oferta para servicios mayoristas, mejorar calidad, impulsar cobertura y promover más competencia.
¿Qué viene a partir de este momento? ¿Cuáles serán las primeras inversiones y en qué se tendrá que invertir? Ya nos decía Itzel ahora que viene un despliegue importante en la parte de torres de redes.
Sí, viene un despliegue importante. Ayer que firmamos el contrato arranca todo el proceso ya de manera formal y nosotros vamos en una asociación público-privada. Quiere decir que el Estado, representado por el organismo que yo encabezo, Promptel, tiene la parte de contribuir con el espectro radioeléctrico y vigilar que se cumpla el contrato que firmamos, ¿no?, que establece compromisos de cobertura. Altán, por su parte, tiene que construir la red y prestar este servicio mayorista. Todo se va a operar con un fideicomiso y diversas partes para transparentar perfectamente la operación de este consorcio, lo que es la gobernanza de este consorcio, y podamos contar con el 30% de cobertura de la población para el 31 de marzo de 2018. Posteriormente vamos a ir avanzando gradualmente hasta llegar al 92.2% de la población.
Por último, Fernando, después de un año, la pregunta es si Altán Redes fue la mejor opción para el despliegue de la red compartida, entendida como el proyecto de telecomunicaciones más grande de México.
Estoy totalmente convencido que así fue. Este proceso se dio en condiciones de competencia. No solo fue quien llegó a presentar la oferta, sino arrancamos con más de 19 interesados del proceso que participaron en la Junta de Aclaraciones, que tuvieron más de 900 preguntas que fueron atendidas tanto por la Secretaría como por el Instituto Federal de Telecomunicaciones, y en este proceso de selección se fueron viendo posibilidades de inversionistas, ¿no?, con distintos bancos. Los que llegaron fueron finalmente dos grupos. Como bien destacabas, uno de ellos fue descalificado por no presentar a tiempo la garantía de seriedad de su postura, y el otro fue quien nos presentó todos los elementos completos y lo que consideramos que es una muy buena oferta de cobertura, el 92.2% de la población al menos para esta red compartida.
Bien, Fernando Borjón, gracias y buena tarde.
Buenas tardes, un gusto saludarte.
Gracias. Fresnillo estima una menor producción de oro para este año, por eso es la empresa del día. Axel Sánchez nos cuenta la historia. Axel, buena tarde.
Muy buena tarde, Víctor. Así es, la empresa minera Fresnillo PLC, subsidiaria de Industrias Peñoles, estima que producirá entre 870,000 y 900,000 onzas de oro durante 2017, lo que supondrá una reducción respecto a lo reportado el año pasado entre 3.8 a 6.9%. Según lo publicado por la empresa en la Bolsa de Londres, Octavio Alvidres, director general de la compañía, dijo que esto se deberá a los ajustes operativos que están realizando en algunas de sus minas, pero que esperan que durante el año se vayan estabilizando. Durante 2016, la empresa, que es propiedad de Alberto Bayer, es uno de los hombres más ricos del país, obtuvo 935,513 onzas de oro de sus proyectos ubicados en México, lo que significó un aumento de 22.8% comparado con un año antes. Respecto a la plata, la empresa espera extraer este año entre 58 a 61 millones de onzas, lo que significaría un aumento de 15.3 a 21.3% comparado con 2016. En el año pasado extrajeron 50.3 millones de onzas del metal plateado, cifra récord para la empresa y un aumento de 7.1% comparado con el resultado obtenido durante 2015. Este anuncio afectó las acciones de la empresa durante la jornada. Vimos que la holding Industrias Peñoles en la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores tuvo durante esta jornada del miércoles un valor de 509.3 pesos por acción. Iba mostrando una reducción de 0.6% durante esta jornada comparado durante el martes, pero al final cerró con un precio de 517.47 pesos, que fue un incremento de 0.89, o sea, mantiene un aumento durante las últimas 3 jornadas, pues al final de la jornada mostró un rally en las acciones. Fresnillo PLC, reconocida como la principal empresa minera productora de plata a nivel mundial, tiene el plan de extraer anualmente 65 millones de onzas de plata hacia 2018, aunque en oro parece tener otros planes, momentos donde justamente se está revaluando mucho este metal en los mercados internacionales por los movimientos que está haciendo Donald Trump. Hasta aquí la información, Víctor.
Así es, Axel. Los metales preciosos, el oro, la plata, han servido de refugio para los inversionistas en estos tiempos de volatilidad. Axel, gracias.
Buena tarde.
Buena tarde. La Asociación Mexicana de Internet realizó un estudio sobre la banca por la red. Para conocer sus resultados, saludo ahora a Janet Leiva. Janet tiene los resultados. Janet, buena tarde.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, Víctor. Pues sí, la Asociación Mexicana de Internet, conocida como MIXI, dio los resultados de banca electrónica. Hoy en México hay casi 70 millones de internautas, alrededor de 45 millones hacen ya banca en línea. Sin embargo, Víctor, hay un 44% que aún prefiere acudir a las sucursales bancarias porque consideran que la banca electrónica es difícil de usar, es insegura y es cara. De acuerdo con los resultados de la Asociación de Internet, hubo porcentualmente una reducción de internautas que usan la banca en línea en el país en comparación con 2014, que era el 80%. Actualmente es el 64%. 25%, pero es mayor la población de usuarios en el 2016. Es necesario, consideran, impulsar el uso de este medio digital entre la población. Para ello es necesario concientizar sobre los beneficios, ya que un 44%, como dijimos, prefiere acudir a una sucursal, un 35% considera es difícil de usar y un 34% requiere mayor información sobre la banca limpia. También, Víctor, hay una percepción de inseguridad. El 32% considera que es inseguro usar banca en línea y un 35% indicó que la usaría si se cobraran menos comisiones. Es importante ver, Víctor, que el perfil del usuario de la banca en línea es de una edad de 37 años en promedio y el 87% vive en zonas urbanas. Y uno de los retos, sin duda, es fomentar la educación financiera y la educación del uso de banca en línea. Víctor, muy buenas tardes.
Gracias, Janet. Buena tarde. La cementera mexicana Cemex fijó un precio de entre 95 y 115 pesos para los títulos que componen su participación de 23% en el local Grupo Cementos de Chihuahua y que planea ofrecer en venta en el mercado de México y en una colocación privada en el extranjero. Las empresas informaron que la oferta incluye un total de 76 millones de acciones, más o menos poco más. Al precio máximo fijado significaría una recaudación de más de 8.795 millones de pesos. Y Cisco llegó a un acuerdo para adquirir la compañía de software inteligente, APP Dynamics, por aproximadamente $3.700 millones en efectivo, más un paquete accionarial. La operación prevista para completarse en el tercer trimestre del ejercicio fiscal 2017 permitirá mejorar el servicio que Cisco presta a otras compañías en materia de las aplicaciones empresariales. Vamos a un corte y regresamos con detalles de la quinta cumbre de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños. Volvemos.
Héctor Jiménez Landín presenta un segmento de investigación sobre la economía ilegal de nuestro país, contrabando, piratería, mercados ilícitos, México Pirata, con Héctor Jiménez Landín, todos los lunes, 5:45 de la tarde. El Financiero Bloomberg, Power Business.
En la redacción se encuentra nuestro compañero Atzayael Torres, quien nos habla sobre los responsables en la baja producción de gasolinas en México. Atzayael, buena tarde.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Víctor? Te saludo con gusto. Pues bueno, los culpables de que las 6 refinerías de nuestro país no trabajen al máximo de su capacidad y así nos ayuden a reducir la dependencia de las gasolinas que tenemos con Estados Unidos son el hidrógeno y el agua. Sí, de hecho, 74% de los paros no programados en los trenes de refinación se deben a la ausencia de alguna de estas dos sustancias durante el proceso de producción de las gasolinas. Antes, en la prehistoria energética, las refinerías estaban conformadas por plantas auxiliares que le proveían de insumos que hoy en día se compran. Todo ello en el mismo terreno y propiedad de la misma petrolera nacional. Obedeciendo a la lógica del All Made in Mexico o del nacionalismo energético, dentro de las refinerías de Pemex existen termoeléctricas que tienen un uso intensivo de agua, así como plantas de hidrógeno que suministran estos insumos a la refinación. Cabe recordar que ni la producción de hidrógeno ni de la producción de electricidad son negocios de Pemex, pero insisto, antes en la prehistoria y estatista industria energética así se hacía. Hoy estas plantas de hidrógeno y las termoeléctricas de las refinerías mexicanas se encuentran detenidas buena parte del tiempo porque no tienen material para trabajar, lo que ha ocasionado que el índice de paros no programados en esos centros de refinación sea 3 veces más al promedio mundial, de acuerdo con información de la propia Pemex. En el proceso de refinación de gasolinas, el hidrógeno sirve para limpiar los combustibles de minerales y otros componentes químicos impronunciables. En resumen, las pérdidas económicas y operativas de tener detenidos mantenidas las refinerías son de casi 100,000 millones de pesos al año. Para abatirlo, afirma Pemex tendrá que consumar alianzas estratégicas con otras empresas que le suministren lo que le hace falta, aunque hasta el momento no ha detallado al respecto. Hasta aquí con mi comentario y lo invito a visitar Energía con H al final en la barra de opinión de la página del Financiero, así como en nuestras redes sociales. Regresamos contigo al estudio.
Gracias, Atzayael. En información internacional, los mandatarios de América Latina y el Caribe debaten este miércoles en República Dominicana su primera respuesta conjunta a los desafíos del presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, materializados en el tema comercial. La quinta cumbre de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, la CELAC, aborda cuestiones históricas como la pobreza, pero las propuestas proteccionistas que vienen desde la Casa Blanca agitan la reunión. El presidente Enrique Peña Nieto canceló su gira de trabajo para participar en este foro debido a razones de agenda interna. La primera ministra británica, Theresa May, publicará su plan para la salida del Reino Unido de la Unión Europea en un libro blanco para permitir que el Parlamento lo analice. La semana pasada, May afirmó que su país abandonará el mercado único de la Unión Europea cuando deje el grupo continental, abriendo el camino a una ruptura total con el mayor bloque comercial del mundo. Es momento de ir a la mesa digital, ya está listo Isaid Mera con las notas más leídas en nuestro sitio El Financiero hasta esta hora. Isaid, buena tarde.
Hola Víctor, buenas tardes. Pues Donald Trump firmó la orden para construir el muro en la frontera con México y es el tema más visto. En nuestro sitio encontrarán la información de última hora con los detalles sobre el muro que pretende el presidente de Estados Unidos, así como el análisis que hacen nuestros columnistas como Enrique Quintana y Raimundo Riva Palacio. Otra de las notas vistas es sobre el peso, que a pesar de que la caída que tuvo ayer por la noche, logró brincar el muro de Trump. En este material les explicamos por qué la moneda mexicana no se ha depreciado por el anuncio. En primera instancia, el peso se beneficia de la debilidad del dólar en el mercado internacional, ante los temores de que el billete verde está perdiendo fuerza. Otra de las razones que también favorecen al fortalecimiento de la moneda mexicana, a pesar de las noticias sobre la construcción del muro que ordenó este miércoles Trump, es que el tipo de cambio efectivo, es decir, la paridad del peso con el dólar que considera los diferenciales entre inflación entre México y Estados Unidos, está en su nivel más bajo desde 1994. Esto significa que la moneda mexicana se encuentra sobrevendida en los mercados internacionales. Y otro factor es que en el reciente discurso de Donald Trump que dio hace unos minutos se mostró, digamos, un tanto amigable con los mexicanos e incluso habló de trabajar juntos para reforzar la seguridad fronteriza y el desarrollo económico. Sin más por el momento, Víctor, invito a todo a mantenerse informado de estos y otros temas en www.elfinanciero.com.mx.
Gracias, Isaid.
Buena tarde.
Buena tarde. Y así terminamos. Continúe en el Financiero Bloomberg. Gracias y buena tarde.
Minutos para informarte de cultura, deportes y espectáculos.
Soy Mauricio Mejía, los invito todos los días a las 4:45 y a las 6:45 de la tarde a que nos tomemos un espresso doble para platicar de lo mejor de los deportes, la cultura, el espectáculo y la buena vida. Por supuesto aquí en el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
The thought of cars without drivers is both exciting and terrifying. There's now little doubt robots will one day be behind the wheel. They offer hope for the elderly, disabled, and, well, even bad drivers. So here's the situation. Car companies like BMW are pouring billions into developing vehicles that use sensors and cameras to react to traffic, infrastructure, and people. Luxury lines have already taken the lead in adding features like hands-free driving or self-parking cars. A driverless future is so appealing that it's not just automakers in the race. Tech giant Google has clocked over 2 million miles testing its driverless cars and has struck a deal with Fiat Chrysler to develop another 100 self-driving prototypes. The guys that make iPhones, they're involved too. It's also a technology that could save lives.
Driving accidents are the #1 cause of death for young people.
Currently, driver error is blamed in 94% of crashes. And globally, around 1.2 million people die every year on the roads. The speed of invention is overtaking the ability to regulate. The first cars capable of talking to each other will be driving soon, but the rules of the road are yet to be finalised. The current crop of so-called semi-autonomous vehicles being tested came under scrutiny after a fatal accident involving a Tesla driving on autopilot. There's also a major ethical dilemma. Can we really hand life or death decision-making over to a robot? If a car's to hit another vehicle or a person, who does it pick? The question of liability could also completely rework the insurance industry. And while the cars of the future might not look like this, the big automakers see a changing dynamic between vehicles and humans. With more and more people moving into cities, they see fleets of autonomous pods replacing the family car in the driveway, reducing pollution, easing traffic, and saving lives along the way.
En su campaña, el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, firma orden ejecutiva para la construcción de un muro fronterizo con México. También anuncia una serie de medidas contra la migración ilegal y la deportación de miles de personas, incluso de ciudades santuario. El peso resiste y suma su cuarto día con ganancias frente al dólar. En Europa, Santander anuncia ganancias por 1.600 millones de euros por mayores ingresos y operaciones. Hola, ¿qué tal? Yo soy Susana Sáenz y le doy la bienvenida a este espacio informativo del financiero Bloomberg. Tal como lo adelantó anoche en su cuenta de Twitter, el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, firmó la orden ejecutiva para destinar fondos federales para la construcción de un muro en la frontera sur. Así lo prometió durante su campaña. El mandatario estadounidense sostuvo que la construcción de este muro es toral para recuperar el control sobre el flujo de migrantes hacia su país.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, working with myself and my staff, will begin immediate construction of a border wall. So badly needed. You folks know how badly needed it is, as a help, but very badly needed. This will also help Mexico by deterring illegal immigration from Central America and by disrupting violent cartel networks. As I've said repeatedly to the country, we are going to get the bad ones out, the criminals and the drug deals and gangs and gang members and cartel leaders. The day is over when they can stay in our country and wreak havoc. We are going to get them out, and we're going to get them out fast. And John Kelly is going to lead that way.
Trump firmó 2 órdenes ejecutivas para la seguridad interna y fronteriza. Las órdenes incluyen medidas como la construcción de un muro a lo largo de la frontera con México, así como la creación de nuevos centros para detener inmigrantes no autorizados en la frontera sur y la reactivación de un programa federal para agilizar las deportaciones. Se buscará proteger el principio de comunidades seguras, con el cual se podrá detener solo personas por sospechas y se acaban las ciudades santuarios. Así lo dijo. El Departamento de Estado además va a retener visas y utilizar otras herramientas para deportar a personas con antecedentes penales a sus países de origen.
We're in the middle of a crisis on our southern border. The unprecedented surge of illegal migrants from Central America is harming both Mexico and the United States, and I believe the steps we will take starting right now, will improve the safety in both of our countries. It's going to be very, very good for Mexico. A nation without borders is not a nation. Beginning today, the United States of America gets back control of its borders, gets back its borders.
Y Y contra todo pronóstico, la moneda mexicana se fortaleció este miércoles durante el discurso de Donald Trump. Como lo podemos ver en la gráfica que le mostraré en pantalla, desde que inició el discurso empezó a repuntar, impulsado por un mensaje de mayor colaboración con México. La moneda mexicana ligó su cuarto día de ganancias ante la divisa estadounidense, que este miércoles en operaciones reportadas por el Banco de México retrocedió 18 centavos y cerró en 21 pesos con 24 centavos. En ventanillas de los bancos, el billete verde se vende esta tarde en 21 pesos con 35 centavos. Para analizar el impacto en el peso y la economía mexicana del anuncio de Trump, saludo ahora vía telefónica a Gabriel Casillas, quien es economista en jefe de Banorte. ¿Qué tal, Gabriel? Muy buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal, Gabriel? ¿Nos escuchas?
Sí, escucho bien, ¿ustedes?
Muy buenas tardes, sí, perfecto. Pues cuéntanos cómo explicar esta fortaleza del peso frente al dólar después del anuncio de Donald Trump el día de hoy.
Muchísimas gracias, siempre me gusta anunciar. Mira, la verdad es que un punto bien importante, y tú lo conoces muy bien, es que los mercados se adelantan. Entonces estaban descontando ya muy malas noticias, posibilidades de escenarios extremos, como la posibilidad de que el viernes pasado Donald Trump pudiera haber dicho en su discurso inaugural, me salgo del Tratado de Libre Comercio, o cosas mucho más fuertes, o sabe que voy a construir muro y a partir de hoy le voy a poner un cobro especial al gobierno de México, le voy a retirar estos fondos, cosas así, y al no suceder, pasa lo otro clásico del libro de texto, ¿no? De compra el rumor, vende el hecho. Entonces, a la medida que se van materializando cosas que no son el escenario más catastrófico, pues la gente que ya había estado corto peso, largo dólar, empieza a tomar utilidades y se empieza a apreciar el peso.
¿Qué panorama podríamos vislumbrar para los próximos días, pues con estos planes que está anunciando Donald Trump, como ya lo había hecho en su campaña?
Bueno, yo creo que sí podemos ver todavía un poquito más de rally del peso. Sin embargo, yo pensaría que está acotado, porque al final del día, el muro es una señal muy fuerte, pero no es algo que tenga un impacto económico negativo tan fuerte. Pero en cuanto empecemos a escuchar ya cómo van las negociaciones del Tratado de Comercio, o cómo van a ir esos temas que son realmente los principales, ahí es donde de repente pueda haber algún susto o alguna cosa así, y ahí es donde podríamos ver que pare el rally del peso. Y además, pues recordemos que al final del día todavía faltan muchos días para que terminen los primeros 100 días de Donald Trump, y todavía hay muchas cosas, muchas declaraciones que puede hacer a su estilo, y esto puede poner nerviosos a los inversionistas. Y hacia adelante, si pensamos un poco más en el mediano y largo plazo, pues también hay procesos electorales en Europa donde, no pensamos que va a ser un Brexit, pero sí, por ejemplo, los comicios en Holanda, en Francia, puede poner nervioso al mercado y seguir utilizando al peso mexicano como cobertura. Y más hacia final del año, pues en el caso de México, nos vamos a acercar al ambiente electoral de 2018, y conforme está la tasa de aprobación del presidente en México y todo, pues parecería que se puede poner también nervioso el mercado con las elecciones. Entonces yo creo que este rally muy bienvenido porque se acerca más a los fundamentales del país, pero yo creo que es acotado.
Bien, pues gracias por este análisis, Gabriel Casillas, economista en jefe de Banorte. Muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, un gusto.
Igualmente. Ahora saludo a Fernando Bolaños, gerente de análisis de Monex. ¿Qué tal, Fernando? Muy buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes, Inés. Un saludo a tu auditorio.
Susana, pues bueno, ¿cómo explicar este repunte del peso durante y después del discurso de Donald Trump, en el que habla sobre medidas migratorias, en el que habla de la construcción del muro, donde firma estas órdenes ejecutivas?
Mira, lo que consideramos es que el tono justamente después de todas esas medidas, si bien obviamente no son positivas ni amistosas a lo mejor hacia nuestro país, hay algunos matices o algunos pequeños detalles que parecen estar indicando que a lo mejor no todo va a ser tan negativo como en algún momento se pensaba. Estos comentarios sobre que realmente el crecimiento económico de México también es algo que le conviene hacia Estados Unidos, es algo que consideramos que ha podido impulsar un poco o explicar un poco de la apreciación que está teniendo el día de hoy el peso frente al dólar. Entonces consideramos que ese es un tema importante. Por otro lado, también algunas corredurías a nivel internacional han estado pues comentando realmente que el peso se encuentra bastante subvaluado, que inclusive pudieran estarse muy alejados de los fundamentales a pesar del entorno en el que se encuentra, y que obviamente pues también esto en general pudiera estar explicando la apreciación del tipo de cambio. Finalmente, también un tema, a lo mejor es un detalle, pero el caso de que en los comentarios parece que Trump estaría buscando que la construcción de este muro pues sea primero fondeado por los impuestos de los mismos americanos, y ya luego después estarían buscando alguna forma, algún mecanismo para que México estuviera pagando por este muro. Entonces esa es una circunstancia que obviamente genera una idea de, bueno, pues primero lo van a estar pagando ellos. Eso, bueno, sería muy dentro de su derecho constitucional de estar construyendo dentro de su territorio cualquier muro que ellos pudieran considerar. Sin embargo, pues obviamente es un tema que mientras sea así, que sea fondeado por su parte, pues nosotros no creo que no debería de haber un mayor tema.
¿Qué panorama vislumbrar en tipo de cambio en los próximos días, cuando estamos viendo que, bueno, casi todas las promesas de campaña de Donald Trump pues las está poniendo ya sobre la mesa, no está dejando pasar los días, y desde el día que inició su administración, pues manos a la obra?
Sí, efectivamente ha sido muy rápido y ha estado ejecutando bastantes órdenes. Es un tema que consideramos que va a generar bastante volatilidad en el mercado. Sin embargo, consideramos que la apreciación del tipo de cambio todavía se podría encontrar acotada. Efectivamente es una apreciación importante, pero hay que tomarlo en cuenta en perspectiva de toda la depreciación que ha tenido el peso en los últimos meses. Estaríamos considerando que pudiera estar consolidando el dólar cerca del 20,90 y bueno, esperar a ver cuáles son las siguientes, pues sobre todo negociaciones con respecto al Tratado de Libre Comercio, para ver si existe a lo mejor algún camino mayor para que haya mayores apreciaciones por parte del peso, o en su defecto pues que se renovara esta depreciación.
Así es, pues estamos muy pendientes de la reunión del próximo viernes del presidente Donald Trump con el presidente de México, Enrique Peña Nieto, para ver pues cómo afecta también al tipo de cambio. Muchas gracias, muy buenas tardes.
Muy buenas tardes, hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Gracias, Fernando Bolaños, gerente de análisis de Monex. Y bueno, esta mañana en entrevista con la cadena ABC, Donald Trump afirmó que negociará con el presidente de México el pago de la construcción del muro. Vamos a escucharlo.
We're going to be starting those negotiations relatively soon, and we will be in a form reimbursed by Mexico, which I've always said.
So they'll pay us back?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So the American taxpayer will pay for the wallet first?
All it is we'll be reimbursed at a later date from whatever transaction we make from Mexico.
Mexico's president said in recent days that Mexico absolutely will not pay, adding that it goes against our dignity as a country and our dignity as Mexicans. He says, quite simply, they're not paying.
David, I think he has to say that. He has to say that. But I'm just telling you, there will be a payment. It will be in a form, perhaps a complicated form. And you have to understand, what I'm doing is good for the United States. It's also going to be good for Mexico. We want to have a very stable, very solid Mexico.
Pero ¿quiénes son los mexicanos que acompañan en las negociaciones a los secretarios de Hacienda, Energía en Washington y en los distintos temas que son cruciales para la relación en México y en Estados Unidos? ¿Acaso se ha dejado de invertir, de ser una prioridad en el gobierno de nuestro país? Vamos a ver.
Justo cuando más la necesita, México ha abandonado una de las herramientas más importantes: contratar cabilderos en Washington para defender los intereses del país. Al inicio de la era Trump, el gobierno mexicano no tiene quien hable a favor suyo en los pasillos del poder de la capital estadounidense. Por primera vez desde el sexenio de Carlos Salinas, México no tiene contrato alguno asignado a una de las grandes cabilderas de Estados Unidos, ausencia que llama la atención a expertos de lobbying, en especial ante el ambiente hostil que priva al norte.
Siento que no hay una coordinación entre, digamos, la parte diplomática, por llamarla de alguna forma, junto con la parte económica y, por supuesto, incorporando también al sector privado y a las organizaciones civiles, no gubernamentales. Entonces hay mucho por hacer. Creo que México debe de tener muchísima mayor presencia a través de precisamente acciones de lobbying.
México tiene la oportunidad, evidentemente como una de las economías más importantes del mundo, de contratar a los mejores abogados, a los mejores cabilderos, a los mejores asesores en el contexto estadounidense. Tener aquellos asesores jurídicos que nos coloquen en una posición competitiva, porque muchas veces México ha perdido paneles internacionales y paneles de controversia porque nuestros abogados o nuestros representantes no hablan inglés.
Antes del abandono hubo éxitos. La era de oro del lobby mexicano con Estados Unidos vino durante la negociación del Tratado de Libre Comercio de América del Norte. Según datos de The Wall Street Journal, en 1993 el gobierno de México tenía contratadas a más de 20 agencias de asesoría y relaciones públicas para convencer a legisladores clave de apoyar al país. Se estima que el costo de la campaña para promover el Tratado de Libre Comercio rebasó los $45 millones. Posteriormente, estas fueron las inversiones que se hicieron en los sexenios de Vicente Fox y Felipe Calderón en la materia. Pero desde entonces, la cifra asignada al lobby por parte de México a asuntos políticos se ha ido en picada. No ha habido consistencia en un gasto altamente estratégico y que otros países emprenden con regularidad para avanzar sus intereses ante el legislativo y ejecutivo estadounidense, como es el caso de países árabes, europeos o incluso Canadá, otro socio del Tratado de Libre Comercio que mantiene una robusta campaña de cabildeo en Washington.
En esta ocasión, a través de otra de las empresas del grupo WPP, al cual, como te comentaba, pertenece Ogilvy, hemos estado trabajando para Marca México. Sin embargo, en los 2 sexenios previos sí tuvimos una mucho mayor participación, pues desde la parte estratégica y la parte operativa, sobre todo muy enfocado en la cuestión de turismo y en la cuestión de inversiones.
El director del Grupo Consultoría Estratégica consideró que con el panorama actual hay que destinar mucho más presupuesto en el tema.
Si en el 93 se invertían 45 millones de dólares, pues si actualizáramos esa cifra estás hablando de 250 millones de dólares. Pero eso no lo sabes hasta que no veas la amplitud y el tamaño de animal que tienes enfrente.
En reserva, México tiene 11 agencias que están registradas ante el Departamento de Justicia de Estados Unidos para defenderle. Pero en este sexenio apenas se han contratado algunas, y no para temas de importancia central. Datos oficiales revelan que la mayoría de los servicios contratados en la actual administración se han centrado en promover el turismo. Lo anterior, pese a que hoy se halla en la balanza el destino de la economía mexicana y de millones de migrantes en territorio estadounidense. Con imágenes de Rodrigo Díaz y Miguel Azúa, para el financiero Bloomberg, Susana Sainz.
Para hablar más sobre lo que anunció el día de hoy el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, nos enlazamos con Mark Jones, quien es investigador de la Universidad de Rice en Houston. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, Mark. Pues a pesar de que era una noticia que ya conocíamos, la construcción del muro, anunciarlo días antes de la reunión con el presidente Enrique Peña Nieto y su equipo, digamos que es una mala señal para la relación entre ambos países.
Bueno, es que ya sabíamos que era muy probable algún anuncio así. Lo que es medio impactante es el hecho que lo hacen ahorita y justo antes que viene el presidente de México, Enrique Peña Nieto. Obviamente, este orden ejecutivo es una mala noticia para las relaciones bilaterales entre México y los Estados Unidos y seguramente va a hacer que esa reunión con el presidente Peña Nieto sea más difícil que hubiera sido sin este anuncio.
Mark, algunos analistas han dicho que sería conveniente cancelar o posponer esta visita a Washington. ¿Qué opinas al respecto?
creo que ese va a venir mucho más del lado del presidente Peña Nieto. Al presidente Trump probablemente no le importa mucho, pero me parece que después de este anuncio, el presidente Peña Nieto debe repensar su viaje a los Estados Unidos, porque obviamente las condiciones han cambiado desde el momento que fue pactado la reunión inicial. Para Trump hay que mirar a ese anuncio del muro más como un hecho y acto simbólico que realmente un cambio fuerte en las políticas públicas en cuanto a la construcción de un muro, porque es muy fácil anunciar que vas a construir un muro, es mucho más difícil encontrar los billones de dólares que va a necesitar para construir un muro, que realmente me parece que vamos a quedar probablemente con algunas millas de un muro real y algunos mejoramientos en las cercas eléctricas y de agentes del control fronteriza, pero mucho más que eso, no.
Precisamente el gobierno de Estados Unidos ya iniciará a buscar fondos federales para la construcción del muro, pero Trump siempre ha sostenido que México finalmente tendrá que pagar por esto. ¿Cómo afecta a la relación, a su próxima reunión?
Sí, es que claramente no hay fondos en las arcas federales de los Estados Unidos para construir un muro y pagar para todo el muro. Lo que está diciendo el presidente Trump es que él va a quizás poner la plata al principio, pero después cobrar al gobierno mexicano. Me parece que para el gobierno mexicano sería imposible pagar una factura que viene de los Estados Unidos para construir un muro. Pero lo que sí el presidente Trump podría hacer es poner algún tipo de impuesto en las remesas que mandan los mexicanos, americanos y otros aquí en los Estados Unidos con destino a México. Y ese sería muy factible y podría generar algunos recursos para poner al lado de la construcción del muro.
¿Cuánto se estima que costará este muro y el Congreso permitiría que México pagara a través de las remesas, de un impuesto a las remesas, este muro?
Bueno, el costo de construir un muro por toda la frontera, y bueno, nadie está, incluso los halcones más fuertes no están pensando en construir un muro desde Brownsville hasta San Diego, pero en general, el costo de construir un muro en parte y cercas eléctricas en otros y poner sensores varía entre 10 billones de dólares y 20 billones de dólares. No creo que el Congreso de los Estados Unidos va a poner esos montos para la construcción de un muro, pero sí es posible que ellos estarían dispuestos a poner algún tipo de impuesto a las remesas, porque al final del día la mayoría de las personas que van a pagar los impuestos no votan en sus distritos y no son seguidores del Partido Republicano, que tiene mayorías tanto en la Cámara de Representantes que en el Senado.
Mark, ¿consideras que el gobierno de México debería de hacer una mayor inversión en agencias de cabildeo para negociar este tipo de problemas, estos temas con Estados Unidos, como se hizo en otros sexenios, como es el caso del Tratado de Libre Comercio, donde se invirtieron millones de dólares?
No creo que una inversión así tendría un impacto muy positivo no creo que una inversión de dinero en lobbying sería un buen uso de los fondos fiscales del gobierno de México. Por parte es que no creo que el presidente Trump este es un tema donde todo el mundo tiene su posición. La gente de Trump, la gente de los negocios y el Partido Demócrata. Y no creo que un esfuerzo de lobbying va a cambiar esas posiciones. Lo que el gobierno mexicano, y en el caso que el gobierno mexicano contrata una firma para hacer un bufete para hacer lobbying, ese podría teóricamente incluso ser un boomerang, que haría que el esfuerzo del gobierno mexicano quedaría reducido por la visión que el gobierno está intentando meterse en la política interna de los Estados Unidos. Por eso es realmente cuando pensamos en la administración Trump y su impacto en las relaciones exteriores, no hay ningún país más que queda más perjudicado que México. No solo sobre el tema de inmigración, pero también de la renegociación que Trump va a impulsar sobre el Tratado de Libre Comercio.
Finalmente, Mark, ¿cuál debería de ser la posición de México ante la construcción del muro en la frontera en la próxima reunión, sabiendo que pues no hay vuelta atrás en esta decisión?
Creo que por ahora lo que el gobierno mexicano puede hacer es señalar su oposición y esperar que al final ese quede más como un acto simbólico, que Trump sí va a poner más recursos en la seguridad de la frontera, pero que al final del día no va a encontrar los fondos gigantes que necesitaría para construir un muro desde Brownsville hasta Tijuana. También para el presidente Peña Nieto es muy difícil la situación y muy complicada, porque si hace demasiada resistencia a la administración Trump, podría quedar muy perjudicado la economía mexicana. Pero al mismo tiempo, si más o menos acata lo que dice Trump, ese abre una grieta en el sistema mexicano que podría aprovechar alguien como Andrés Manuel López Obrador para ganar las elecciones presidenciales de 2018, que significaría un conflicto mayor entre los Estados Unidos y México.
Bien, pues gracias por este análisis, Mark Jones, investigador de la Universidad de Rice en Houston. Y ahora nos venimos al otro lado de la frontera para analizar el mensaje del presidente de Estados Unidos por parte del doctor José María Ramos, quien es investigador del Departamento de Estudios de Administración Pública del Colegio de la Frontera Norte y el experto en temas de gestión y seguridad. ¿Qué tal, doctor? Muy buenas tardes.
¿Qué tal, Susana? Buenas tardes.
Pues, ¿cuál debería de ser la posición del gobierno mexicano en la próxima reunión con el gobierno estadounidense sobre esta construcción del muro, la seguridad en la frontera, este plan que ha presentado el presidente Donald Trump?
Bueno, Susana, pues en primer lugar destacar los logros que hemos tenido en el marco de la frontera del siglo XXI, que son logros en donde, si bien se ha fortalecido el control fronterizo por parte de Estados Unidos, también se han promovido acciones para agilizar los cruces fronterizos. Sin embargo, el día de hoy el gobierno de Estados Unidos plantea una estrategia interesante. ¿En qué sentido? Que nos plantea que el muro es una alternativa para salvar vidas de migrantes y también para detener el tráfico de drogas. Desde esa perspectiva, pone una situación particularmente interesante, tomando en cuenta la relevancia que tiene el tráfico de drogas. Y el tema de los migrantes, bueno, hemos visto que en los últimos años se ha reducido cerca de un 40% la inmigración de Estados Unidos. Por lo tanto, el tema de salvar vidas, si consideramos que el número de muertes en comparación a la migración es muy inferior. Pues aquí el reto es cómo planteamos la redefinición sobre todo el tema de los logros que hemos tenido en materia de seguridad fronteriza y particularmente en donde la vulnerabilidad terrorista de parte de Estados Unidos se ha reducido por la colaboración mexicana.
Con el mensaje que dio el presidente Donald Trump, mucho más colaborativo el enfoque hacia México, podríamos esperar pues mejores resultados de esta reunión. No que se eche para atrás la decisión de construir el muro, por supuesto que no es una decisión tomada, por la cual ya se ha firmado una orden ejecutiva, pero ¿qué podríamos esperar?
Bueno, esperar en el caso de Estados Unidos es si efectivamente el Congreso va a avalar los cerca de $14,000 millones que implica el muro, en un contexto de que tiene otro tipo de prioridades. Y en segundo lugar, que se esperarían acciones críticas por parte de los representantes demócratas, porque si se asocia lo del muro a las restricciones para que las ciudades de Estados Unidos, gobernadas en su mayoría por demócratas, sean objeto de menores recursos federales porque se niegan a colaborar con las acciones de Estados Unidos, ahí se estaría dando una situación de carácter político y en parte legal que confrontaría al interior de Estados Unidos a los dos actores, republicanos y demócratas. Sin embargo, en el caso mexicano, en reiterar los enormes aportes que está dando la migración y sobre todo algo que no hemos explorado y que yo creo que vale la pena destacar, que cerca del 60% se concentra en esas ciudades suntuarias, es decir, estamos hablando de ciudades como Los Ángeles, Houston, Chicago, Nueva York, en donde creo que México debería explorar opciones de mercados laborales sectoriales en donde, pues la mano de obra va a trabajar, se pueda regresar, entonces este debate se podrá disminuir. Pero esto implica de alguna manera, como lo comentaba el profesor, temas de cabildeo, negociación y sobre todo ver el tema de la gestión de diferentes agendas: seguridad, narcotráfico, terrorismo, tratado de libre comercio, que, como se pueden apreciar, están influyendo de manera importante en este debate.
Bien, pues gracias José María Ramos, investigador del Colegio de la Frontera Norte, por este análisis. Seguimos en contacto. Muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Sonateli. Un abrazo de Tijuana. Hasta pronto.
Gracias, igualmente. Con esto hacemos una pausa y regresamos con más información sobre las implicaciones del anuncio de Donald Trump. Regresamos.
Un espacio de alto nivel para entender las tendencias que marcan al país y al mundo.
Negocios, finanzas, tecnología, estilo de vida, turismo y los eventos más importantes a nivel internacional. De todo eso hablamos a las 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes por el Financiero Bloomberg.
El Financiero Bloomberg.
Continuamos en el Financiero Bloomberg. Para conocer la reacción del sector industrial sobre el mensaje emitido hoy por Donald Trump, nos enlazamos con Raúl Rodríguez, vicepresidente nacional de Concamini Canacintra y colaborador de este espacio. ¿Qué tal, Raúl? Muy buenas tardes. Cuéntanos cuál es su lectura sobre el mensaje de Trump a unos días de la visita del presidente Enrique Peña Nieto a Washington.
Hola Susi, buenas tardes, qué gusto saludarte. Pues bueno, como hemos venido comentando de tiempo atrás contigo en la colaboración, pues es un mensaje que ahora creo que ha sido un poco más, déjame decirlo, más suave, un poco más conciliador, donde él habla ya de que una economía fuerte y saludable en México es benéfica para Estados Unidos. Él habla de que va a gobernar no con partidos, no con ciudadanos. Entonces creo que puede abrirse ahí una ventana de oportunidad para conciliar temas que veíamos hace unos días de manera muy complicada. Creo que esto es una oportunidad para el gobierno mexicano y la industria organizada, los organismos empresariales Concamini y Canacintra, acompañando a nuestro gobierno mexicano en esa posición, Susi, que debe ser firme, creativa y digna. Y creo que es un tema muy importante porque tiene que ver mucho con los 10 objetivos de la negociación que presentó el presidente Peña hace unos días en el punto número 1, y tal como tú lo dices. Creo que debe existir el compromiso de los Estados Unidos para respetar el derecho de los migrantes mexicanos. Y nosotros como industriales, por lo que estamos pidiendo en este proceso de negociación y en este avance del diálogo que se va a establecer en estos días y el próximo martes 31 que estará el presidente en la Casa Blanca, pues el hecho de buscar un blindaje, déjame decirlo así, que lo hemos dicho muchas veces, un blindaje productivo para enfrentar las negociaciones con éxito, Susi.
Precisamente hablando de temas migratorios, sobre la construcción del muro, ¿cuál debería de ser la postura del gobierno mexicano en la próxima reunión ante una decisión que, como ya lo decíamos, pues no hay vuelta atrás? ¿Y cómo blindarnos, como dices?
Sin duda, eso lo teníamos por descontado, tú misma lo has venido comentando en tus emisiones. El tema es que él se ha mantenido, el muro va para adelante. Creemos nosotros como sector empresarial que en estos momentos nunca debe existir la discusión de quién no paga el muro. La discusión es que no debe haber muro, pero ante esta posición del presidente Trump, creo que nosotros lo que debemos defender es nuestra soberanía nacional, estar unidos hoy más que nunca, Susi, los industriales, con el gobierno, con los sectores productivos, con los sectores sociales, en pro de la defensa de nuestros intereses de México. Y lo que nos referimos en cuanto al blindaje, hablando particularmente como sector empresarial, pues al blindaje productivo nos referimos particularmente en que debemos priorizar o profundizar trabajo para priorizar
acciones que deriven de este blindaje productivo, otorgando, déjame decirte ejemplos, especial atención a la integración de mayor contenido nacional en nuestros productos, la modernización e integración de las pymes, de las pequeñas y medianas empresas a los encadenamientos productivos y algunos otros temas que debemos estar platicando con el gobierno federal, con las instancias correspondientes para incentivos fiscales, para ser más fuertes nosotros y poder enfrentar este proceso y también de lo que esto resulte, poder buscar otros mercados donde México tiene gran potencial, Susi, no solamente en el mercado norteamericano.
Bien, pues estamos muy pendientes de las conclusiones de esta reunión y ya estaremos platicando más adelante. Gracias, Raúl Rodríguez, vicepresidente nacional de Concamín y Canacintra.
Buenas tardes, gusto saludarte.
Igualmente, muy buenas tardes. Y el Consejo Mexicano de Asuntos Internacionales presentó los 12 principios para guiar la relación bilateral México-Estados Unidos. Para conocer de qué se trata, nos enlazamos con Agustín Barrios Gómez, miembro fundador de Comexi. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, Agustín.
Muy buenas tardes.
Pues cuéntanos sobre estos objetivos, estos principios. ¿Cuál es el objetivo y qué diferencia tienen con los presentados por el gobierno federal?
Mira, este grupo de trabajo que se armó dentro del Consejo Mexicano de Asuntos Internacionales, que es el think tank de mayor prestigio, pues, en temas de relaciones internacionales de México, se conformó por los co-chairs, en este caso el doctor Jaime Zabludovsky y un servidor bajo la presidencia de Luis Rubio. Lo que nosotros estamos planteando, con el apoyo de pues, todos los diferentes expertos que participan en el Consejo, es el hecho de que esta relación se tiene que ver en conjunto, es decir, no es una negociación comercial. Ya esto incluso ya rebasó el ámbito del Telecán. Se necesita plantear el hecho de que, de entrada, la seguridad nacional y la prosperidad de Estados Unidos dependen directamente de un México cooperativo y estable. Lo que hemos estado viendo por parte del nuevo presidente estadounidense es que ha habido una serie de agresiones, humillaciones y una serie de temas que van más allá de lo que sería una verdadera negociación, si es que esta se pudiera dar. Entonces yo creo que finalmente el gobierno federal se está dando cuenta que esto ya rebasó la posición de una simple petición de renegociación y más bien pues entender que todo está en la mesa, incluyendo la seguridad nacional de los Estados Unidos. Entonces, si Estados Unidos sigue con este presidente, sigue agrediendo a México, pues México tendrá que repensar y replantear toda la relación en su conjunta.
Entonces, ¿cuál debe de ser el posicionamiento de México en la próxima reunión, el 31 de enero, con el gobierno estadounidense?
Mira, de entrada, nosotros, y esto es más reciente de los 12 puntos que sacamos, pero a partir de que llegaron el secretario Videgaray y el secretario Guajardo a Washington el día precisamente en que el presidente firma este terrible petición, orden pues de lo del muro, y no sé si viste la conferencia de prensa, pero toda la conferencia de prensa estaba basada en alentar la animosidad para con los inmigrantes, en generar una especie de estado de violencia reminiscente de nazi, ¿no? Entonces, o sea, verdaderamente hay una serie de cosas que no son aceptables. Entonces, más bien, hoy en día, lo que un par de nosotros dentro del grupo estamos planteando es que el presidente no debe de ir el 31. No se están dando las bases para que acuda el presidente el 31. No se debe de negociar bajo estas amenazas y estos chantajes que se nos están arrojando.
Bien, pues gracias por este análisis. Agustín Barrios Gómez, miembro fundador de Comexi. Estamos muy atentos a lo que ocurra en esta próxima reunión y seguiremos platicando más adelante.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a ti, muy buenas tardes. Y ahora nos vamos hasta el buró de Bloomberg en Nueva York con Carla Palomo, quien nos tiene los resultados de los mercados en Wall Street. ¿Qué tal, Carla? Muy buenas tardes.
Muy buenas tardes, Susana. Por fin, el promedio industrial Dow Jones superó por primera vez la barrera psicológica de los 20,000 puntos y a la fiesta que se vivió hoy en Wall Street se sumaron el S&P 500 y el Nasdaq, que también cerraron en máximos históricos. El principal indicador de Wall Street logró alcanzar este importante nivel en medio de los reportes trimestrales de empresas que han generado optimismo sobre el crecimiento y después de que el presidente Donald Trump firmara una serie de decretos, incluyendo la orden para construir un muro en en la frontera con México, tal y como lo prometió durante la campaña electoral. Para tener una idea, y como puede ver ahí en la gráfica, al Dow Jones le tomó tan solo 42 días para tocar las 20,000 unidades. Esta es la segunda vez que consigue una hazaña como esta a un nivel tan rápido. Recordemos que en 1999, en la era de la burbuja.com, pasó de los 10,000 a 11,000 puntos en 24 días de negociaciones bursátiles. Al cierre de la sesión, el Dow terminó con una revalorización de 0.78% a 20,068.51 unidades y el Nasdaq ganó más del 1% a 5,656 puntos. Dentro de las materias primas, el petróleo cayó 0,5% después que el Departamento de Energía mostrara que los inventarios de crudo y gasolina subieron rápidamente. A nivel empresarial, antes de la apertura, Boeing, que hoy encabezó las ganancias del Dow Jones, divulgó beneficios de $2.47 por acción, 12 centavos por encima de las estimaciones de los analistas. Los ingresos de la aeronáutica también batieron los pronósticos. Boeing dijo que espera vender hasta 765 aeronaves este año en comparación a 748 el año pasado. Las acciones financieras también dieron impulso a los mercados como Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo y Morgan Stanley. Apple también sobresalió, alcanzando máximos de 52 semanas y casi duplicando los avances de la industria tecnológica. Entre los ganadores de hoy también sobresalieron los ADRs de la cementera mexicana Cemex, que avanzaron 3.72% aquí en la bolsa neoyorquina, ya que se vería beneficiada por los planes de Trump de construir un muro entre la frontera de México y Estados Unidos, que tendría un costo de $15,000 millones o más. Entre los perdedores del Dow se encontró United Technologies, pese a que sus ganancias e ingresos estuvieron casi en línea con las proyecciones del mercado. Sus resultados se vieron apoyados por las mejores ventas en su división de motores Pratt & Whitney. Tras el cierre de los mercados, la atención se centró sobre AT&T, cuya previsión de crecimiento para el 2017 estuvo en línea con los estimados de los analistas, a medida que el gigante de telecomunicaciones se enfoca más en la demanda de videos por Internet. En el cuarto trimestre, los beneficios por acción de AT&T subieron a 66 centavos, mientras que las ventas se deslizaron a $41,800 millones. Tras sus resultados, sus acciones suben ligeramente en After Hours. En tanto, eBay podría registrar ingresos este año fiscal que bien podrían superar los estimados de Wall Street. Sus ventas ascenderían hasta $9,500 millones. eBay, que se dispara 8% en After Hours, también divulgó un beneficio por acción de 54 centavos en el cuarto trimestre, batiendo los estimados e ingresos de $2,400 millones, que estuvieron en línea con lo esperado por el mercado. Así que después de hoy, de este día histórico en los mercados, Susana, veremos qué tan lejos puede llegar el Dow Jones, que finalmente hoy superó las 20,000 unidades. Me despido de ti y regreso contigo a México.
Gracias, Carla Palomo, desde el buró de Bloomberg en Nueva York, por darnos este reporte tan puntual y bueno, esta noticia donde el Dow Jones supera históricamente los 20,000. Gracias, muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Ahora vamos con Álvaro Montero y el cierre de los mercados petroleros. ¿Qué tal, Álvaro? Muy buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes, Susana. Bueno, los precios del petróleo no tuvieron un motivo sólido para ganar en esta jornada, pero en cambio sí tuvieron uno que frenó las noticias de ayer desde Viena, referentes a que el recorte ya está al 80%. Los operadores del mercado energético esperaban los datos semanales del Departamento de Energía de Estados Unidos sobre sus inventarios de petróleo a las 9:30 horas, en horario de la Ciudad de México. Aunque las previsiones de los analistas no eran favorables, situación por la cual los precios antes del anuncio se mantenían en terreno negativo. Cuando se conoció el reporte, este superó por mucho el sondeo. El Departamento de Energía informó que las reservas de petróleo se dispararon 2.8 millones de barriles por día, más de lo esperado por los analistas, que habían estimado 1.46 millones en el incremento. A esto se agregó que los depósitos de gasolina tuvieron un fuerte aumento de 6.8 millones contra la previsión de 800,000 barriles que podrían haber subido en esa semana. Pero la presión extra provino de una caída en la utilización de las refinerías que se ubicó en el 88% desde el 91% de una semana atrás, y a un aumento en la producción de crudo que se ubicó en 8.96 millones de barriles por día, el nivel más alto desde la primera semana de abril. El West Texas Intermediate, operado en la Plaza de Nueva York, acabó retrocediendo 0.81% o 43 centavos, por lo que descendió a los $52.75. En el mercado europeo, el energético Brent cerró en los $55.08 por barril, con una pérdida de 0.65% o 36 centavos. Los precios pudieron haber perdido en mayor magnitud el día de hoy, pero un debilitamiento del dólar en su índice que lo mide frente a 6 divisas referenciales de 0.40%, que lo llevó a caer a los 99.96 puntos, que es el peor nivel desde el 11 de noviembre pasado, evitó que las cotizaciones del petróleo por efecto cambiario se mantuvieran cercanos a su precio del martes. Susana, eso es lo más relevante en el mercado energético en la jornada de hoy. Volvemos contigo al estudio.
Gracias, Álvaro Montero. Muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Y con esto llegamos al final de este espacio informativo. Gracias por acompañarme. Continúe en el Financiero Bloomberg con Mauricio Mejía. Hasta mañana.
Muchas gracias, mi querida Susi Sáenz. Día histórico para la relación de México con los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Días que recuerdan 1846, 1914, tal y como lo prometió en campaña, el presidente de Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, firmó hoy una orden ejecutiva para comenzar cuanto antes la construcción de un muro entre México y la Unión Americana. El vocero de la Casa Blanca, Sean Spicer, señaló que más de una promesa de campaña, el muro es una decisión de sentido común y el primer paso para frenar el flujo de drogas, crimen e inmigración ilegal. Las reacciones en el mundo. Katy Perry dijo, la palabra de hoy es maquiavélico. Moby, esto ya no es gracioso. Se vale reírnos, pero es un momento de actuar. Trump construirá un muro que nos costará $30,000 millones y que nos separará de uno de nuestros vecinos y aliados más cercanos. Nuestro gobierno pertenece a una derecha flagrante. Es tiempo de organizarnos como sociedad civil, ha dicho Moby. Enrique Krause. México no negoció en 1846 la venta forzada del territorio a Estados Unidos. México se negó a venderlos y nos defendimos. Así hay que actuar. México no pagará el muro. Álvaro Enrique, lo que hay que hacer es cancelar el plan Frontera Sur tan pronto se firme la orden ejecutiva para financiar el muro. Con eso, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, presidente Trump, con su muro nos agrede y deja la Estatua de la Libertad como leyenda. Iremos a tribunales internacionales, viva la fraternidad. Rafael Pérez Gay, la orden de construir el mundo es una ofensa para el presidente. No debe permitir, mejor no viajar a Washington y dar en México un mensaje, es lo que ha dicho hoy Rafa Pérez Gay en su cuenta de Twitter. Me da mucho gusto tener contacto con uno de los pensadores más importantes que tiene México hoy, Jesús Silva Herzog Márquez. Jesús, ¿cómo estás? Gracias por tomarnos la llamada.
Hola, mucho gusto, encantado.
¿Qué trascendencia histórica, política y cultural tiene este día para México?
Bueno, yo creo que es un día realmente muy importante. Hemos estado viviendo jornadas muy intensas con lo que sucede en los Estados Unidos, que pues desde luego pues transforman en buena medida la imagen que nos habíamos querido formar de nosotros mismos y de nuestro vecindario. Creo que nos exigen repensar en dónde estamos y cuáles son nuestras alianzas fundamentales. Porque creo que las señales son de tal hostilidad, de tal enemistad proviniendo del presidente de los Estados Unidos, que nosotros creo que debemos tomar nota de estas señales y actuar en consecuencia.
Acabas de tuitear, Jesús, Trump le ofrece un dulce a Peña Nieto sin esconder el garrote. No es siquiera una emboscada, es el anuncio de la humillación.
Pues Yo es lo que entiendo de los mensajes del día de hoy del presidente Trump. El anuncio que hace tiene un par de frases en donde simula amistad con la sociedad mexicana, respeto por el gobierno de México, pero se regresa al punto de origen, y ese punto de origen es el del lanzamiento de su campaña hace ya varios meses, en donde pues se dedicó a calificar a México como un país que envía criminales, delincuentes, violadores, y pues estamos en el mismo punto de partida, que es el de la visión de Donald Trump, que describe a México como un enemigo para la seguridad e incluso para la identidad de su propio país. Creo que no podemos cerrar los ojos ante estos mensajes y pues tenemos que darnos cuenta que tenemos que hacer reajustes muy importantes, que no solamente serán, creo que inevitables en el frente comercial, sino en muchos otros aspectos.
Jesús, la relación con Estados Unidos nunca ha sido, la verdad, favorable para los mexicanos. 1846, lo que supimos en el 47, luego 1914, y luego el siglo XX ha sido permanentemente una lucha constante contra los Estados Unidos. ¿Qué posición de lenguaje diplomático debe tener el gobierno de la República en esta nueva aventura diplomática con los Estados Unidos?
Yo creo que tienes toda la razón al subrayar la complejidad, las enormes tensiones de una relación pues muy asimétrica. Nunca ha sido una relación entre iguales, ha sido una relación en donde las asimetrías son pues enormes. Pero yo creo que sí deberíamos nosotros reconocer que en los últimos 20 años ha habido un espacio de diálogo en donde hay por lo menos el principio de un espacio común y la convicción en los dos lados de la frontera en que tenemos pues una suerte compartida. Quiero coincidir contigo en que no ha habido tersura en la relación, que siempre ha sido una relación muy complicada y muy conflictiva. Pero yo creo que el Tratado de Libre Comercio sí cambió en buena medida el lenguaje con el que nos comunicábamos y había un principio de vocación por el entendimiento. Yo creo que eso lo revienta Donald Trump de manera muy estridente, porque nos lo ha dicho de muchas maneras: ustedes no son mis amigos. Nosotros no somos amigos de los mexicanos que nos avientan problemas. Bueno, yo creo que no podemos taparnos las orejas para hacer como que no hemos oído eso. Creo que lo que tendríamos que hacer pues no es contestar con la misma virulencia e irracionalidad del gobernante norteamericano, sino pues darnos cuenta que será muy difícil negociar en sus términos y que tendremos nosotros que acercarnos a otros actores de la sociedad norteamericana en donde podemos defendernos, en donde podemos perseguir una agenda común, en donde podemos seguir teniendo un espacio comercial atractivo para ambos países. Pero yo creo que en estas condiciones y en estos momentos no hay realmente una atmósfera para emprender un diálogo constructivo. Habrá que esperar, me parece.
Jesús, no quiero abusar de tu tiempo, te hago la última pregunta. El lenguaje de la diplomacia mexicana históricamente ha sido muy elevado, muy congruente, de una talla y de una profundidad irrenunciables. Dices bien, con Clinton y todavía con Barack Obama había un lenguaje, digamos, diplomático que trataba de mantener una relación cercana a Estados Unidos-México. La llegada de Donald Trump, pero también la respuesta de los discursos que hemos visto en este año de la presidencia de México no confirman ninguna de las dos tradiciones diplomáticas, la norteamericana y la mexicana.
Yo coincido contigo, desde luego que Donald